So, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Business continued from session to session. Rule 5, Section 1 states in a court. At the end, at the session or any subsequent session of the legislature, the legislative business of the Senate, which remained undetermined at the close of the session of the legislature, shall be resumed in the next session and proceeded with in the same manner as if no adjournment of the Senate had taken place. And all papers referred to committees and not reported upon at the close of a session of the legislature during an election year shall return to the office of the Secretary of the Senate and be retained by him or her until the next succeeding session of the legislature, when they shall be returned to the committees to which they have previously been referred. I'm invoking this rule so that I can make the case for the return of my bill in keeping with Article 36 of the Constitution to set our salaries, so that the Secretary can be authorized to return those bills to the appropriate committee with and means and judiciary so that we can set our salary in keeping with law. As my bill promoted 5,000 and thereabout. Let's set our salary in keeping with law. I want to quote the teacher say, I said 5,000, you want 20,000, propose 20,000. The law said we'll do that. What you said there? How much you making? Speak to your vote. They're coming down there, General. They see what they want to dig it in there. They see what we do. No problem. No problem. I said 5,000. We want 50,000. Let me say the Lord and the God the teacher. Now what the God the teacher say?
Speak to your vote. So the development of North American vote. Is that rule 5 of the Senate rule?
Yes.
Okay. Let me hear you, Senator. I don't know what you want to say.
Yeah, go ahead. So ROA got me. Yeah, got you. How do I that? Yeah. Okay. And that's the reason why I have to speak. In reference to the rules invoked by Senator DeLong, while we don't have much time to ascertain the veracity and the authenticity of that rule and the date and time that bill was filed, I will bring to plenary attention that the Committee on Judiciary review firstly the application of Rule 5 to Senator DeLong's bill that he's talking about. Other than that, plenary cannot just accept the Secretary to put it back on the floor. We need to ascertain if it falls within the realms of Rule 5 and the timing of the filing of that bill. And if there are some impatience, I think some voluntary letters can be written for certain people to be on whatever salary they want in the meantime.
Let me hear you, Perspective.
The President of the Senate, distinguished colleagues. This matter is a straightforward matter. The rules 5A, Rule 5A is clear. It's not only Senator Dillon bills, but all bills that even set back to 20 years that are still in the committee room. It can be brought to the Senate, it can be brought to the legislature. So we don't need to ascertain or send it to a specialized committee to say whether the rule will hold or not. We voted on these rules already, so they are part of our rules. We voted on it already, I'm not issuing anymore. Well, when you say public the rules were agreed by each and every one of us sitting. Mr. President, the Senate, I think that's the issue that each senator should receive a copy of this bill. Whether we agree with it or disagree with it, the time will come for us to discuss that.
Hear from the chair on
Yes, so, Mr. President of the Senate, the rule referenced by Senator Dillon is our rule. That's been our rule, it's still our rule, and it's not in dispute. It's unambiguous, clear, and all we need to do is, all we are doing now is to give a confirmation that indeed, yes, since he made reference to the committee, that we should confirm whether this rule is actually our rule and what he said complies with the provision of the rule. Yes, that's the rule. And social.
Thank you.
No.
Let's bring the bill.
No, we didn't.
Let's dance.
I already declared that. I don't want us to personalize.
Right.
But if the rules say so, then all bills that we deem necessary can come right back on the agenda.
Simple.
So when it comes to the agenda, then everything decide what we want to do with it.
That's good.
Yeah, so that's what the rule says, and everyone will be willing to do that to every bill that is deemed necessary to come on the agenda.
We agree that there will be points here. It doesn't mean that we can take things as a face value. As a question, it's not in particular to the bill, but I mean, it's for clarity that we need as new senator. So our leaders, our chairman of the judiciary, we need to understand that if that's the case, if we can move one bill or legislation from one legislature to the other, say from the 54th to the 55th, in the same house that are not passed for another house, then when does a bill become moot legislatively? That's what I want for the legislature to go into now. So why I call for the
So what we do, we know it, right? Thank you. Is that all right now?
AOB.
Financial complaint on the Ministry of Finance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Wednesday, the middle of the week and middle of the month. Today is the 15th of October and right in the middle. And today is the American method, the humps day. We read that. After today, Dr. Peabody, it will be all downhill. We're very ready to go to the Tiki in Miami, in the South. When we say we're going to the Tiki, you know what it means? Friday, the weekend starts. Let me welcome the Chief, Tomalin George. Your guest will be here in a few. Welcome, Chief.
Yeah, sure. Today's a big day it's a big show. Senator Dillon will be appearing tonight. He's all set. I spoke to him a few minutes ago. He's home. So he's already looking forward to having an interactive engagement with the Liberian people through the closing argument. And so we've been very busy in the background. Last hour, Peabody, Pewee, and I have been, and Myean been trying to put things in order. Hopefully, Myean, our YouTube will be up today. Hopefully, Myean, our YouTube link, please put it up. Already we see the numbers already start climbing because the guest we have tonight is coming on. And they don't say he'll be with us up to 12 midnight. So he's ready to take our questions and interact with him. And so we're looking forward to having him. Make sure that, Myean, asking for the YouTube channel. So let's see what happens. But before I end, I know while we're preparing for the show, I just got a breaking news about the director of the National Public Health Institute, someone who has come to know for many years. I got to know this young man during the dual administration when he was Secretary General of the Liberian National Student Union.
Guys, excuse me, can somebody mute, please? We're hearing some feedback.
Yeah.
Everybody, please mute while he talks.
So I got to know, I call him the Sion Comrade, Dopoh Myean. These were the guys who challenged the military government of Samuel Doe. I remember when they sent him to Better Yara, Doe, 6 and 6 of his colleagues. So he's been in the political arena for a long time, but then he also became a scientist. He got his own patent and someone who is highly respected in the health field across the world. But when the Burger administration announced him as the head of MPhil, I said, wow, that's a great choice. But today we just learned that he was dismissed by the president along with his deputy, Dr. Adams Lincoln, two respected medical doctors. I mean, scientists are doctors and scientists, you know. That's a very important institution in our country, the MPhil. But we're still trying to dig deeper to find out what's going on, what's the cause. The latest guy, there was some issue between him and the health minister. So we'll get to know more about it later on. But that's the breaking news that shock everybody's concerned about it now, wondering what happened. But we'll check on it and get the details of it. But let's make today's show a great show, guys. Welcome everybody, our viewers. And for the first time, we see our female journalist in Liberia. For the closing argument, Princess is on with us tonight. Good to see her tonight. Princess, good to see you. Happy you could join us. And so we are on Kia on True FM Live. So the radio stations are all carrying our live. And I think also the station that's owned by Dylan, they own a station. I think the station in Bushra Island. I'm sure they're taking care of us live too, I was told. And the station in Bassa. So guys, the nation's watching us. Let's see what happens.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jerome Gayman. I'm here to moderate for today. But listen, there's only one chief on this show. Johnny, as much as I respect you, you are not a chief. Welcome, Johnny.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you for bringing energy into this show. I'm sure tonight will be lively. Let me welcome everybody and welcome our viewers and listeners across the length and breadth of the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome our moral compass, the doctor, Dr. Peabody. Welcome.
Man, I'm so happy today. The fact that my little man, I call him my little son, Samakai, had the surgery today for 10 hours. And I can freely speak that it was successful. He's not in the ICU recovering. So it's been a nightmare pain all night, all day, worry that if this kid...
Praise God for Samaka, man. Samaka have been through a whole lot. Thank you.
He went through the day, and I'm just so happy and relieved of so many things. I tell you this story. We reached out to his dad since the weekend and asked his dad to come to at least see his son, just in case. And the dad shared with somebody that if anything was going to happen to his child, he was going to sue me, but he was not interested in even coming to ceremony and just seeing his son and stuff like that. So I'm glad that we made a decision based on God's direction and the wonderful people at Mercer Ship in Freetown. They did a wonderful job. 10-hour surgery for that little child, and he's up. He's doing fine. I thank God for him. Thank God. So that's my joy today.
Thank you very much. That's what this platform is all about. I see, listen, I see, the guy from Maryland County, it looks like he's flip-flopping. If you're driving, either you can pull up to the side, keep your eye on the road. We don't want you guys to see what you're doing. Please keep your eyes on the road. Let me welcome another man from Lofa who is not a chief also. Pewee, you are not a chief. There's only one chief here, man.
The chieftaincy, like, it's from we give chieftaincy title out. So imagine if we can give chieftaincy title out. So we are the custodian of all the chief thing, and that's one of the reasons why the dark banner always reference us before he talk about the dark banner thing. So chieftaincy thing. Lawan man say God got gizaus yogro. Get that gizas yogro. If you understand the concept behind that. But more or less, I see that we all getting so I see everybody getting excited. Whenever we hear that someone big from the government suddenly coming, everybody can be on time.
Yeah, I don't know how.
get busy be on time. Mr. Nagbe got some schedule, but no, he can't go on this schedule so far. He had to stay here.
Okay, all right, and that's why I came to town early, just to let you know, to let the senator know I'm not running away from him, but I'm in traffic. I will join you guys later. Y'all go ahead.
Okay. I love how the parents, everybody posted with it.
But what I will actually say tonight, I think we look forward to a good show. But Mr. Moderator, it's just a suggestion from me to you as a big brother that today you be a little straightforward on the time, that we should really observe the time.
Yes.
If you give someone 2 minutes to do this, because we should give the guests more time to move on. So we should be straightforward on the time. Myself, cut me off if I were to go above the time. So we can have a good show.
That's correct.
Along with the get-go. If we all are together, we can do our thing and all those things. That's not an issue. But I look forward to actually a very wonderful show. I'm hearing. Let me also join Dr. Peabody. I'm looking forward personally to see this young boy. He's now 18 years old. He went through a very successful.
You now go all the time. You give it all the law. You stay doing all the time.
Successful surgery. You can say that. I don't know why you not. Today, good that you're not driving a dark car. You sit down somewhere, you can see light behind you, so you get energy to talk more. But let me say, Lord, show by example. I said when we enter the program.
But the mess on the floor. You can't get a mention to finish.
Gayman, please continue. I will rest here.
Listen, let me go back to Rofa.
I will keep the time. I will keep the time.
Yeah, keep the time. Man in ink, today I won't talk because I'm the moderator, so I will just stay back and make sure that everything goes well. That will save us some time. Man in ink, welcome.
Thank you. We look forward to a great show. Obviously, a policy maker is coming on the show. It's only rightful that people come out to engage him with what's happening, particularly so as we get towards issue about the next budget and many other things. So, I mean, we look forward to a great show. And I stand with Pewee with regard to his suggestion in terms of us being time conscious in our questions and deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me welcome the only female here. When I saw her first, I thought that was the foreign minister, but she's doing well. Welcome, young lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gayman. It's a pleasure being here. The first time I came was the introduction, and I'm glad to be here again. You know, I'd like to say thank you to the management of the closing argument for having me tonight.
Thank you very much.
Introduce yourself for those that don't know you.
So I'm Princess Kosiba, and I report for the closing argument. Just got recruited recently, so I'm excited to be on board as we all work for the betterment of the closing argument.
Thank you. Let me go to Kigali.
Amani Kigali.
Let me go to Kigali. Are you in Kigali? You the only one in Kigali. I said, let's go to Kigali event.
Yeah, but my name is Seleke Kromah.
No, he said, let me go to Kigali. He's calling Kigali.
Go ahead, man.
You said nobody interrupted today, but
no, but the man said, go ahead. When I say we come take our time.
If I say let's go to our White House correspondent, they know who they are. You do it. Go ahead.
So again, good to be here on the closing argument, and we're looking forward to a great conversation with Senator Dillon. So you know, let's see, and just hope for a great show. You know, I personally have some, you know, observation or questions that I want the senator to answer based on his role in the Liberian Senate as chairman on foreign affairs. So we're looking forward to a great show. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony Gay. I'm warning you. You never talk for 5 minutes. I'm not even talking about 2. You got problems sticking with 5. This time we're not even going to 3. We said 2. Welcome, Chief.
Thanks for having me. I'm here tonight to have a very constructive conversation with our lawmaker. He sits on so many very important committees. and he chaired one of the important committees, the Foreign Affairs. He also on the committees of national security.
Okay. Now, I told you to get away from that cheap phone. No button phone will do you like that. You don't listen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go over some of the news that are trending in Liberia. On the front pages of the paper, we see Martina Johnson, the former warlord associated with Charles Taylor, likely to be recharged and tried in Belgium. And obviously, Dr. Nyar and his deputy dismissed. And on the front page of Front Page Africa, it said, no reason to prosecute yet, says the police IG. Those are the three big stories that are trending. But let me go to the main one here. Say President Joseph Boakai dismisses Dr. Nyar and his deputy in a shakeup over public health administration in the Republic of Liberia. President Joseph Boakai Sr. have dismissed both the Director General and his Deputy Director General of National Public Health Institute of Liberia amid ongoing effort to reform government institutions and improve service delivery. Guys, we are talking about a young man that has won accolades across the world. He has several patents. Renowned. What happened? Let me start with Johnny. Johnny, what do you think going on here? What happened?
First, Mr. Gayman, let's try to follow up what my uncle Pewee indicated. Can we decide how many minutes per individual when
It's
2 minutes per individual?
Yes, 2 minutes.
I think that's too much. 2 minutes just to ask a question. I would prefer
1 minute, 1 minute, right?
I prefer 1 minute.
That needs 2 minutes. Sometimes question.
Johnny,
sometimes
2 minutes will be okay. 2 minutes okay.
Yeah, you don't try to now.
If anybody going above the 2 minutes, I mean there's no room making you can get it up. 2 minutes. Johnny, let's do 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's keep it at 2 minutes because some people.
Sometimes
you want to get the basis, Johnny.
Sometimes you may basis before you ask your question. Let's keep it
at 2. The consensus.
100% change the rule because Dylan is coming. That's how we
No, Seleke, Ahmed, you're right? It's not about he coming, but moving forward.
Yeah, but that's why we're doing 2 minutes.
Okay, are we start meeting now?
Yeah, well, no, but that's what happened on the boat.
Johnny, go ahead.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
We have is the enforcement, but we say we enforce it today.
Yeah.
So since he's the clock keeper, so you the timekeeper, we started with you.
Yeah, go ahead with the thing at the MFA.
Yeah, what you think?
I think I wouldn't speak much about this because I'm not going into the details. But it's the president who appoints. He has the power to appoint, has the power to dismiss or suspend. So he just follow the executive power he's using today, and I'm hoping that this action will help to improve the health sector. I hope the action is intended to improve the public health sector. That's all I can say. Thank you.
But was there any issue there prior to this time that you know of? Anything?
No, not yet. I'm not been following the health sector that much, so I don't know if there have been any issue unfolding. Maybe eventually we'll hear what's happening at the health ministry.
Okay.
Let me go to Seleke. Seleke, what is your take on the dismissal and then?
Excuse me. Myean, please announce because I'm getting information that the link changed to the link for YouTube. Can you announce to the public about the issue on the YouTube. Myean.
Myean is the one when he.
Myean. Myean.
I'm here.
Yeah, please announce to the public about the YouTube link. They're saying.
Yeah, so that's the YouTube link there for our screen here. You can just click on that link that is pinned on the screen there, and then you can follow our YouTube channel, subscribe to it whenever we are live. Then you'll get a notification. But if you don't subscribe to our YouTube channel, you just watch tonight's show, and then you would like to watch another show. So to just avoid everything, you can just subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's the closing argument on YouTube. On the link in here, click on that link, and then you can subscribe to it.
I think it's working fine because Eugene says it's working fine. So I think it's working fine now. Thank you, Eugene.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Seleke, the president have appointed Dr. Sia Wata in his place.
Yeah. So, this evening, I hear a lot of people.
Guys, please.
If you don't mute, we'll mute you.
Yeah, we'll mute you.
I've seen
The man in ink.
Yeah, but this evening is a game I've seen on the executive mansion page about the dismissal of NFIP boss and the replacement. But I think it's the president right to dismiss anybody from the government. And I don't want to politicize that. I don't know the reasons. The reasons posted on the executive mansion page, they say administrative reasons, and that's the president right. So I don't want to kind of politicize it without having facts. Some people are, alleging that he has some issues with the Ministry of Health. So I just don't want to comment on it. I think it's the president right. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Pewee, the president has the prerogative. You serve at the will and pleasure of the president, no matter your qualification. It's sometimes about chemistry. You are muted. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And Article 54 of the Constitution gives the president the prerogative to do that. And 56 also says that they serve at the will and pleasure of the president. And now, in 54, there are 54. The president appoints certain government officials, 54, that don't now move to the issue about will and pleasure, but they may be removed by the president for cause. But this is not the case. But here's what I've been hearing quickly about this case, Mr. Gayman. As it's been said for some time now, Mr. Myean and most of the people, the health ministry, the board particularly, the board have not been coming on along very well. There've been some serious problem between he and the board. And remember, the Minister of Health is the chair of the board. The Minister of Health, the chair of the board. So there's been some serious issue unfolding between he and so that's the information we hear. It's not about I think malfeasance or so. Is about not having a very good working. And remember, if in the case of certain events, if the working relationship between the hair and other institute and people get towards moving the institute, will not be that productive. There will be some malfeasance in terms of best practice performance and all those things. So I thought it was part of the reason for the president, the will and pleasure is in the case, the president will come. And the reason why government officials say the will and pleasure of the president for them to be effective and efficient. If you cannot be effective or efficient, then the president will have to move to take some action. So this is coming in, it's state development, but the reason behind this administrative decision is about a very terrible working relationship. There has not been a harmonious kind of a working issue there. That's what led to this decision from the president.
Great. Let me go to Princess in Liberia. Princess, you are on the ground. We consider you boots on the ground. Now, what they are saying, but what your pulse? What are you feeling? What are you sensing using your tentacles?
So, Mr. Gayman, a lot has been said. When it comes to that, you work for the president. So, if the work you are doing is not impressive, the president has the right to dismiss you and to reappoint. So, as we intend to go further, as to get more information in relation to what exactly happened behind closed door, we would not like to provide information that we don't have full control of. So as the info continues to come in, that's exactly how we'll provide the information. But aside from that, we have a lot that has been happening in Liberia, So if you could give me the time, probably I can just give you a rundown of a few things that have been unfolding, because I've been told that we are working with time here.
Excellent. You got 2 minutes.
Okay, so of recent, you had the president of Liberia, His Excellency President Boakai, representing Liberia to Lomé, Togo, to participate in the Lomé Peace and Security Forum. where he met with other international partners, civil society actors to discuss peace and security. It can be recalled that the president has been the one, initiating the reconciliation, the historic reburial of past leaders. So with that, he has been seen as an icon, someone who have initiated peace, and he represented Liberia in Lomé, Togo for the second edition of the Lomé Peace and Security Forum. But howbeit, many Liberians have also been concerned as it relates to the relationship that both present and past leaders have established with all of the reconciliation talks that have been going on. We have not seen a corporate relationship between both leaders. And on Tuesday at the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism press briefing, you have the police IG. He came there and made some clarification as it relates to the ongoing investigation of the rape case involving the former Minister of Youth and Sport, Minister Myean, as they continue with the investigations, and he provided clarity as to how Liberians are taking the whole investigation, making it to be more self-centered, and they are not allowing the people to have their legal investigation done. And the police IG also make reference to the issue of mob violence that many Liberians has taken to be part of their normal, routine, their way of life, involving a young man who was, killed by angry crowd. According to them, he's a motorcyclist, rogue. But today again, we have that same experience again in Liberia. So it has just been a back and forth trying to talk to people as to how they should go about these things when they happen and what legal stand they should take. You shouldn't just be there to take these kind of things in your hand. But Mr. Gayman, the issue of the ongoing investigation of the rape allegation, a lot of back and forth. People feel like this is something that certain people have interest in. The normal way of investigation is not being done. But every Liberian are very much optimistic as to whether the legal procedure will be done. So that's just it for my end. If there is any other information, I hope to provide for the team. And I look forward to a wonderful show tonight as we'll be having the senator. And we hope that, some questions that will be posed to him will get a very splendid answer. And many Liberians will be watching to satisfy their need, because many of them are in quest as to whether, the senator who we know back then is still the senator now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me go to the man in ink. Man in ink. What is the background of Dr. Sia Wata? Do you know of her? What catapulted her to this particular post at this point?
To be honest, I tried to do some research first on what might have led to that, because the guy with whom she's replacing is known as one of the best in that position. So I would think, I would expect that the replacement might be of similar qualification or so. So I haven't really researched that, but I just want people a little bit to comment on the issue of reconciliation, if I may. I would think that normally in parts in this part of the world, and I'm sure in many other places, but at least from the US, is no big of a deal when the sitting president is not really in tune with the outgoing president. Like Trump have said all the words he can say about former President Biden, of course, like Obama. However, considering that politics is local, the local interpretation in Liberia, from what I see, is that we like a situation where the former and the past president, even if there were first competition that got one in and one out, normally our people expect to see some form of cordiality, some form of civility in their engagement, even if not every day, but speaking. So I would think at this point in time, it will appear that becomes a gesture that the current president needs to demonstrate. It may take nothing, may add nothing, but it seems as though that's the interpretation of our own political culture and setting that those civility must happen. Ellen, even though Ellen, yes, she jailed Judy Bryant, but Weah was cordial to her, and at some point earlier in his presidency, he provided similar courtesy to Joseph Boakai. So I think in continuation of that, I think the sitting president just need to extend that gesture. You know, it seems to be that's a normal pattern of thinking in our society. So I think so that's what I would like to say on that aspect.
Great. While we wait on the senator, let's go to our number 2 here. It says Martino Johnson, one of the most powerful commanders of Charles Taylor's National Patriotic Front of Liberia. The group is expected to go on trial in Belgium next year for atrocities allegedly committed during Liberia's first civil war. The court considering evidence gathered within 13 years investigation into allegations she oversaw Operation Octopus, a 4-month operation in 1992, during which rebels, including child soldiers, besieged the capital Monrovia. Belgian prosecutor accused Johnson of participating directly in mutilation and mass killing. Let me start with our princess here. Princess, this one is heavy. Crime committed in Liberia finally is being somebody.
You got people talking too tight.
Okay, well, Princess, I did say I'm being biased because you are, but doctor, you are not.
I didn't even throw my light on. I didn't even throw my light on doctor.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're not a prince. You're not a prince.
I'll fire you, Gilman.
You're not a prince. I'm talking to a princess. You're not a prince. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. The senator will be on in 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Go. We got 10 minutes. Doctor, go ahead.
I just want to add to Mr. Dr. Myean. I just hope he will not fire for some political reason. I just hope not, because that would be a big mistake that Liberia will be making, because this guy is considered one of the best among scientists around the world. And I think his presence at infield have brought a lot of change. If you follow infield, if you follow the different stuff. So I just hope it was not political, because then we'll be, again, that's why some of the experts won't want to come home, because when they come home and they start to apply what they know and think will be bad, then other people don't take it. Then the next thing, it comes to politics and the president fire you. But as you said for Dr. Siawata Kamara, I actually just spoke with her on Sunday. She was involved in this process the first time we brought Samuka to America. She was one of those who came with him that we brought along. She is a pediatrician. She went to school in South Africa. That's what I know about her. But I think the issue here is, I just hope it's not political, because that would be a really very big mistake. So that's what I wanted to lay on this again.
Okay, let me go to Tomalin. Chief, here we have it's about chemistry, right? The name Sia to many sounds like it's a name from Lofa. And Myean may not be somebody who fit the chemistry. And folks are saying, listen, like they're doing it, this is our thing. You bring in a stranger or foreign person in here, and it looks like they are, we are just speculating here, but to get rid of Dr. Myean, who is internationally worldwide renowned, to have him replaced with somebody who sounds like a local person from hometown, it kind of draw people's outright area.
Well, like I said, the news is shocking. This respected scientist, Dr. Chris Torgbean, very highly respected. But like everybody else said, when you are appointed by the president, you serve as a will and pleasure. He can fire you with all costs. He can get rid of you with all costs. If just said, I don't want to see Tomalin George. I want to be my minister again. I just want him out. It can happen. That's the Constitution of Liberia giving that right. But like Peabody said, we're hoping that it's not anything political. I know we've been hearing this. We having problems here in the health minister, Dr. Louis Mapple Putuk. But again, I know they are all in Washington, D.C. right now. The Minister of Finance, the Health, the Public Works, they are all here for the regular spring meeting and whatever the case. And this happened behind her. But it's concerning. And since we got the news, we've been trying to dig behind it. I reached out to Dr. Myean. I know him personally. I reached out to him, but he has not responded. And trying to reach out to other folks to find out what's going on, but whether it's something political disagreement between he and the health minister. But I can tell you, the closing argument, we are known for getting to the facts, so we'll get to it. We'll definitely get to know what happened. I'm sure by tomorrow we'll have some information on what really happened, what caused this missiles. We'll do our best. And the lady who was she was put as officer in charge. She's not the president said she's officer in charge to hang on. Dr. Kamara, yeah, I know her too personally too. Somebody who we know very well. She's a smart doc, very smart girl, young lady. But I think she will handle the MPhil until the president can find the president to go there. There are a lot of people I know standing who want that job. They are all, I mean, if I can tell you, don't be surprised. He started receiving in your inbox. He will tell you, say, come on on the show. Just throw my name. So they know that we're interested, Don't be surprised. Once you on a platform post, say, my man, when you're talking about that thing, you have to throw my name there. Yeah, many people was wonder who this president. But again, it's the president as his choice. He's decided to ask Dr. Yan. The only reason why people are concerned because of who Dr. Yan is and highly respected medical scientist that is known around the world. So that's why everybody is concerned. What happened? Whether something went wrong. So, but again, that's the government. That's the Constitution gave you the right to do what you got to do. You serve at the will and pleasure of the president. That's it. That's why I said, me right now, I can't tell no elected, nobody appointed job because when you give me a time, I want to talk, I'll be free to talk. Yeah. So when you elected job and go for everyone now, besides that, but let's see what happens.
Gayman, can I ask you and Pewee a question, please?
1 minute. I'm coming out. Anthony Gay, let's talk so and talk so. There are people who, when they come to power, you appoint them and they got these degrees and title. They don't want to work with other people. They look down other people. So it messes up the chemistry. Like, because I'm a doctor, I'm renowned. You can't tell me what to do. And, I know it all. And what I say goes. Some of those things can damage chemistry. And what good is your degree if you can't work? You don't have the ability to work with other folks.
I don't think that Yan comes across like that. I would think because he's not a Unity Party insider. That is just my opinion. He may not be going about doing things politically. He's strictly about the medical side. He's a renowned scientist. I mean, award-winning scientist. I don't think we have his caliber that many in the country. When he got appointed, I was excited because he's one of our best. And when I saw the communication earlier this afternoon, I was shocked. I was like, what? We didn't hear no rumor, nothing coming, happening, no kind of inside fight that been speculated. Like Tomalin said, he's gonna dig and the information will come out, we're gonna know, what already happened. But I felt sad when I saw the communication because he's one of our best. I don't know him to be a person who will want to talk down people. He have always gone to Liberia and offer pro bono services on so many different fronts where he taught biology and at a university, go to other institution, and just he's found pleasure in doing what he does. I mean, science is like a life for him, so he loved this field. And somebody with that kind of passion, I don't think he's that kind of person who want to look down people who I think he went to he can have a better job here that will pay even 10 times the salary he's making in Liberia, but he chose to serve his country. And I just think hopefully we'll get to know what already happened, but I don't see him that way. He does not come across as such.
Man in ink.
Yeah, so my question to anybody else, but I highlighted the both of you, the doctor and the Kosu man. But so here is it.
Is that my name?
I'm not.
I'll show you the one I'm talking to. It will be Pewee.
Seleke said that. Seleke said that money. You say Kigali that money. Kosu man that money.
I was actually referring to Pewee as a Kosu man. But here's the question, though. I mean, we agree that the Constitution allows the president to, dismiss as he really work at his pleasure. But don't you think in such high-profile position, technical expertise required position, don't you think it serves not just the president but the public right if the dismissal can go beyond just administrative reason and provide something more solid as to why that level of person or that kind of change can go on and just leave it on the bulk in terms of administrative reason? We want to effect change at that level on the bill, just perhaps simple administrative reason. What do you think?
That may be that's a good question you just push out. But again, and that's what I said from the initial stage, from the get-go, that we need to first and foremost find out, and I'm trying to search that. I'm also on the phone to confirm if MPhil is part of the institutions that should be on a tenure. Now, the only time you can seek justification is when the person is on a tenure. Then the president will have to move to dismiss the person for cause. But if the person is not on a tenure, it's the Constitution of our country. Article 56 says the president appoint 54, but 56 said they serve at his will and pleasure. I agree the president wake up from bed and his wife didn't get him good night. And just he feels bad. And then he just on it up and we're having to tell him the reason I behaved the way or so, I'm just saying something, is because they didn't talk to me good yesterday. Ahmed is my minister of public work. Then my wife told me, I get up in the morning, I call my press secretary, I say, hey, do a release dismissing Ahmed with immediate effect. That is part of the way and pleasure. Because the president don't like what his wife said about you as a cabinet minister, he moved to dismiss you. But the intent of the frame of the Constitution is those that will not perform effectively and efficiently. There was a time I spoke to Councillor Jonathan Whittam in one of our clubs that bring government and politics back at the University of Liberia. I said to him, why is the reason why folks say with the way and pleasure president will just move to dismiss? He said to me, nobody calling the fisher, the son of a fisherman. He said the intent of the frame of the Constitution meant those that would not be effective and productive on the job. That's the meaning of the way and pleasure. But again, it's political. Anybody will interpret it the way they want to do. The president will go to bed, hey, he's hating, he don't think good about somebody, or he heard somebody come to his office, one of his staff said, Chief, Pewee not performing, and then there's a release for Pewee. But to end here quickly, that is the point, and that's what the turning position outline reasons why one can be dismissed if you have tenure. But if you are not tenure, trust me, my brother, you just have to leave you leave it with the president, or you pray to God to protect you. But to Gay point he was trying to push, the scientist, maybe he was not doing that yet, but it was clear that there was too much tension and there was combative line of administrative things unfolding there between he and the health minister and the entire board. That is clear, it's an open secret. It's just unfortunate it have to happen the way it happened.
Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, guys. When it comes to like last week, right? One of the universities in Liberia called me because there is a guy here who has a PhD in fish nutrition. He's a huge researcher, world-renowned. One of the universities in Liberia is about to apply for a major grant, and they will need a name of that stature on their board to say, the grant we are going to write, these people, these are the expertise that we have. So yeah, you have a point there. If that particular agency is going to be writing grant on the international level, it would make sense to keep someone like Dr. Nya around. Just a name being on an application guarantees or give you some leverage. I think Johnny will even vouch for that. That names and statute of the president of that statute, when you are writing the grant, if they are on your faculty, if you are under university and you have that kind of person, caliber person on your faculty, you stand a very good chance to get grant, to get major. So the decision came about. There has to be more to it, and I'm glad that the chief said he's going to do this. But I was just on the phone, someone just called me to inform me there have been some acrimony between Dr. Myean and the Ministry of Health, because the Ministry of Health announced that there were mpox in the country. And usually when these things are pronounced, it's a major revenue source of revenue. And immediately, Dr. Myean came and debunked that and say that there is no mpox in the country. So since then, there have been major acrimony between the two. In fact, this coming Friday, there was supposed to be a reconciliation conference at the Farmington Hotel between the two. And then all of a sudden, this happened. Yeah, you want to say something?
Yeah, quickly. Let me provide this information quickly.
Yes.
I just received information. The president, so MPhil is tenure.
Okay.
Now, so to be removed, you have to be removed for cause. But there was this
thanks for that information
between he and the board. I mean, he and his deputy.
That's correct.
The president met with them, asked them to go and find solution to this issue. But he and his deputy, they are not getting along at all. So the board came up with a resolution to the president that should dismiss both of them because they are not doing work. They're just on confusion all the time. So it's a board resolution the president acted on, and that's part of the cost. The board sent a resolution to the president that these two people are not getting along. He is the head and his deputy. There's always confusion, and this is the public health institution. We need professional expertise to be unfolding here. So it's the board. The president didn't just arbitrarily take the decision to remove him. The board did a resolution. They voted on it unanimously that the both men should be dismissed.
So then, Pewee.
Okay, excuse me.
1 minute.
The guest is seated, so
the guest is already. Yeah, we'll take some time to go. Maybe the guest gets some information on this. You will have to throw some light on it also. But that's the information that he was dismissed from the board resolution unanimously.
Okay, so welcome, Mr. Gayman. Welcome the guests.
Where is he?
Well, the guest not on yet.
Let's see the guest.
You got to bring him on. Okay.
What a guest?
Yes. Let's bring him on.
Put the guest up.
Yeah. Well, you let get by some people hard time. Well, they be in the background. Hey, man, you know how to come from low-fi, man, to get some respect out here. What's wrong with y'all?
Hey, that anti-lover sentiment. I do all you, my man.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us our esteemed Senator Darius Dillon. Welcome to the show. You know everybody here, but let me go around the room. We have our only female princess is here. Princess, say hi to our senator.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Welcome, Senator. It's good having you on the closing argument, and we look forward to a better conversation tonight.
And with me from Kigali is now you're gonna laugh. Kromah, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings, Senator Dillon, and it's good to see you. Looking forward to a good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you. I hope my network will allow us to have a smooth conversation tonight.
Okay, Johnny.
Thank you. Welcome, Senator. The platform is all yours. Give us the information.
The land seems to be freezing already.
Wow. Seleke, man in ink.
Hey, welcome, Senator Dillon. We hope that your internet will allow you to engage. Good to see you. Looking forward to a very serious conversation this evening.
Dr. Peabody.
Honorable Senator, Honorable Chairman of the Foreign Service Committee, it's good to have you here, and thank you for making another appearance on the closing argument. Good to see you, sir.
Honorable Pewee.
Yes, it's a great, it's an honor. It's normally when you're part of a process to bring her in a year and you see it doing very well, you can feel proud of it. I'm part of this team that dream about bringing this illustrious son of Grand Bassa County to be senator of Montserrat County before. So to see him senator now and performing his his role as senator of our county. I'm proud to be part of that. So welcome, Mr. Senator. We look forward to having a very wonderful discussion with you.
When did you say you're part of the team that brought him as senator?
No, that brought the dream up to contest for the senatorial seat. The first attempt.
Listen,
part of the whole friends.
Listen, y'all say the Bassa people sold their land. The whole Liberia belonged to us. So Senator Dillon can be senator anywhere. The chief is on the line. Honorable, welcome to the show. We are all seated. Looking forward to getting some information, a lot of conversation going on in the country. Welcome, Chief. Your opening remark here to your folks. The nation is watching. They are listening.
Thank you, Gilman. Let me say good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are on the social media. Good evening in Liberia on the various radio stations that you are airing your show on. It's a good thing being here. We give God the glory that we are here again. I think this is my second appearance on the closing argument. And we look forward to a good show. Let's keep it going.
Excellent. Let me go to let me keep the ball going. We got only one chief on here, and that's Chief Tomalin George. I don't want to cross his path, Chief. Our guest is here. Your question, your first two questions.
Okay, good to have you, Senator Dillon, again. We appreciate you coming on the closing argument. I will go straight to my question. Senator Dillon, you've been in the Senate for, I think, almost 9 years, almost 9 years, right?
6 years.
6 years? Yeah.
What are you rushing for?
I hope not.
Okay, but I want to ask you, how many bills have you put on the floor, and how many of those bills have passed into law?
Thank you, Tomalin. I will look forward to having a conversational interaction. I may not get everything right because myself, I'm not a perfect human being, but I will try as much to be honest, truthful, and forthright with the information. I became senator by August 15, 2019 to date. Regarding lawmaking, I have submitted, and before I answer that question, I have to clarify something. When you hear us, lawmakers, when you hear that we submitted a bill, it should suggest to you that it is our making. It means it is our origin. It means it is our idea. It means we did it. When you hear a lawmaker say they sponsored a bill, it means a bill could come from the executive, or somebody could write a bill, but because the person is not a lawmaker, to get it on the agenda and on the floor, they pass that bill through a lawmaker, because that is the procedure and the protocol. So if Tomalin or Gayman, Jerome, or any of you had an idea about a law to be passed, but because you are not a lawmaker, so you cannot get it on the floor, you channel it through a lawmaker. That lawmaker will sponsor it. And if other lawmakers agree with that idea, they will co-sponsor it. It is not their original idea. So if you hear me talk about sponsoring a bill, it means it did not originate from me originally. If you hear me talking about submitting a bill, it means my office, myself, I drafted it. It's my original idea. So now, having set the basis, let's go. I submitted the bill to establish the National Food Assistance Authority. I submitted that bill in 2020. The National Food Assistance Authority was giving birth by an executive order in the mid-70s by President Tomalin, when the government decided that it would do school feeding program for public schools across the country, and the government needed an institution to do distribution of relief items donated by foreign governments, foreign organizations, and including the government itself to vulnerable institutions. So Tomalin gave birth to that idea in the mid-70s and instituted that institution by an executive order, which has a lifespan of 1 year, a legal lifespan of 1 year. The National Food Assistance Authority then went dormant after that for a long time until President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf reactivated it with another executive order to intervene during the Ebola. Then President Weah reactivated by another executive order during the COVID-19 to distribute what we call relief COVID-19 stimulus package. So I took the idea and said that this institution is important. Why don't we give it a perpetual legal existence? Why did I think so? I thought so because when we gave $25 million to the World Food Program to do stimulus package distribution during the COVID-19, after that period, the legislature decided that we should audit the fund and the manner of expenditure or distribution. Then the World Food Program insisted that because it is an international institution, it's not subject to the jurisdiction of Liberia, they could not be audited by our GSC or under the government of Liberia. So I thought that, and the reason we said that World Food Program should do the distribution of the stimulus package was because we believe, or we were put under the impression that World Food Program already has the logistics and the mechanism and the technical capacity to do distribution of such magnitude. So I said, then let's establish our own so it can have perpetual existence. And because the idea of the government is to feed students across the country, and from time to time, we will always have reason to do distribution to vulnerable homes, like old folks' home, you name them, orphanages. So I put the bill on the floor. The bill passed into law from the Senate. The House held it down for all the political reasons under President Weah. This year, January, the House concurred with the bill. President Bouaka signed the bill into law, and the National Food Assistance Authority is now a legal entity by act of the legislature, submitted by Senator Dillon. I also made a submission of a bill to amend a provision of the Code of Conduct. It passed into law. That provision was, in my view, it is unfair for people in the executive and people holding tenure position, not elected, to resign 2 years to an election they want to participate in. My bill was, if anybody holds tenure position or is an appointed person seeking to participate or contest in an election, instead of the person resigning 2 years or 3 years prior to that election, the person should resign when Elections Commission certified them as a candidate about 3 months to the election. The Senate deliberated on my proposal. It was a tough call, but the Senate landed on 1 year
resignation rather than 2 to 3 years. The House concurred with that, and it was passed. It's part of the code of conduct now. So people in the executive or holding tenure position would no longer resign 2 years to election, 3 years to election, but 1 year to election. I think that is better than the 2 years, 3 years that was on the book that I met as a senator. From time to time, we have to review that and water it down further so that it can disadvantage people, whether you're in the executive or you hold tenure position, not elected, we should have almost the same equal opportunity. I also submitted, now you notice I'm using the word submit and not sponsor, meaning I did from my office. I also submitted the bill to amend the statute of limitation from what it is currently. The statute of limitation on prosecution of crimes in Liberia is 5 years. If Senator Dillon, sitting as senator for 9 years, committed a crime and he can conceal the crime committed after 5 years, even if the evidence is strong, after 5 years, you cannot prosecute Senator Dillon or anybody. I think that is not helping our fight against corruption. It's not helping our fight to combat crimes in our country. So I made a proposal to extend the statute of limitation from 5 to 15 years, especially on economic-related crimes, corruption-related crimes. And the meat we added in that bill was that from the time, the date of discovery of the crime, 15 years begin for prosecution. Why did I consider 15 years? I consider 15 years because we have a presidential term, 2 terms. If one president favors somebody or group of people and they commit a crime, and especially economic crime, and the government was reluctant to prosecute, at least it gives the next government some time to prosecute. But the meat I added in my bill, which the Senate passed into law this gone July, is before the House for concurrence, is that the day we discover the crime, the period for prosecution begins. 15 years. Meaning, if I was 20 years old and I committed a crime, say a corruption-related crime, and I turned 60 years, and when I turned 60 years, at the age of 60, it is now discovered with good evidence available that when I was 20 years old, I committed a corruption crime against the country. Prosecution starts from right there, the time of discovery, now when the crime was committed. So we review the statute of limitation. It passed in the Senate, it's before the House, and I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues in the House to concur with that. These kind of reform laws can help to serve as deterrent to anybody, and especially public officials or people in the private sector dealing with public officials, so that you know that if you committed a crime, especially corruption-related crime, economic-related crime, if you committed today, you can conceal it. The day they discover in the future, even when you turn 90, on good evidence available, you can be prosecuted. Those kind of laws on the book can help to serve as deterrent of more people engaging into crime and believing that after a certain time of covering the crime, after a certain time, it will just go away. Also was I sponsored the dual citizenship bill from my end, and I'm using the word sponsored this time because I did not originally read the bill. Liberians in the diaspora led by Emmanuel Weti, Maya Yato, A.B. Walker, and the rest of them, Ava Toba, Law Scout and the other folks, they channeled that bill through me, and I put on the floor. I must also say that that bill was also channeled through a Carlos Gray in the House, and it passed in the House, and we'll concur with it in the Senate. So today, Liberians, natural-born Liberians, are benefiting from dual citizenship that was deprived them for over 40 years by the Alien Nationalization Law. Yesterday, at our opening for this last quarter of the second session of the 55th legislature, I made clear that I'm going to propose or submit a bill working with the executive and LPRC to bring LPRC into a statutory existence. Some of you may know that LPRC has been existing since 1978 on an article of incorporation, no act of the legislature. There is nothing in any law in our country, including that article of incorporation that brought LPRC into existence, that gave any president of Liberia any authority to appoint anybody at the LPRC. But from time to time, for over 30 years, presidents of Liberia have been appointing at LPRC with no scope of authority, no statute, nothing. So this reform, and also MPA has an act establishing MPA, but the manager of MPA and some senior level management people don't go for confirmation hearing. Like LPRC, the president appoints you today, you can take office today with no jurisdiction of the legislature and especially the Senate when it comes to oversight and confirmation requirement. I'm also submitting next week a bill to amend the authority of the Criminal Code D. Criminal Code D was established under the Ellen Sirleaf administration primarily to prosecute armed robbery cases only. Now we have a national menace on our hands, this drug issue. All drug cases go to Criminal Code A with the docket all piled up, and in keeping with the legal practice, those cases, the newer cases that come, they go down the docket, and then because they got to prioritize the cases that were on the docket already. So since drug issue is a serious issue, national emergency in our country, I thought that we should amend the authority of Criminal Code D instead of establishing a new code to prosecute drug cases. Amend the authority of the Code D to give it concurrent jurisdiction over armed robbery and drug cases, so that by the time we have a case drug related, we'll go to a specialized code, the Code D. These are some of the things we've done when it comes to lawmaking. I know some people may have been boring with all this explanation, but sometimes it's good when you have the opportunity to lay it bare so that people understand it.
Mr. Gayman, I will pass on my second question because of time and we have many.
Guys, let me make it one question. Yeah, let's make it one question.
My second question. Yeah.
Let's make it one question at a time. Guys, let's go to the only female on here. And then we'll go for that. Our princess, go ahead. One question.
Okay, so I listened to the senator, but I have two questions, but he quickly went over one of them as to the announced plan to draft the bill to amend the act to establish Criminal Code D. But you know, if you could further elaborate on that, I would greatly appreciate.
Okay, so Criminal Code D was established primarily to prosecute armed robbery-related cases. There was a time in our country, almost every morning, like when we woke up during the Judy Bryant administration, I was at the Justice Ministry, Every day we woke up in this morning, there was alarm about rape. And then it appeared as though the rape law that was on the book was weak. And the criminal code A, criminal code B, C, dockets all crowded. So by the time you take one rape case, then you can go way down the docket because there are other cases already up. So the idea was, let's establish a specialized court to prosecute only rape-related cases. That's how the criminal code E was established to prosecute only rape-related cases. Same with armed robbery. That brought about the establishment of criminal code D with the jurisdiction, competent jurisdiction to prosecute only armed robbery cases. Because we have an alarming issue with drug that killing the future of our country and harming our people, we thought that to manifest and demonstrate more concrete action in our fight against drug, our role as legislators is part of our role is to enact the enabling laws that can aid the fight against drug. So instead of having all these drug cases on Code A and all the other criminal codes and going way down the ladder before you can come to them, I thought it's a good idea to give concurrent jurisdiction to criminal code D so that they can have authority to prosecute armed robbery and drug cases at the same time.
Thank you. Let me go to Dr. Peabody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Senator, it's always good to see you. Good to see you again. Just one question I want to ask you. I know you may not be you're the chair on the Foreign Service Committee.
Yes.
Most of our MSs in past time have had a lot of problems, either financial problem, either they have not been staffed, and all of that. What are you guys doing to really change this? What are you guys doing to change this?
So when we took over, meaning the rescue administration with President Joseph Newman Boakai, and I've been privileged to serve as chairman on the Foreign Affairs Committee, we decided that we will have a deliberate agenda and goal to reform and revamp our foreign service sector. What we took over, and it is not a casting of blame from the past government. We inherited we knew what we're inheriting, and we committed that we will change the wrongs or those things that we deem to be wrong. So we inherited a bloated foreign service, a practically dead foreign service. By July, August, September, October of 2023, even after the announcement of the elections result of the winner, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was just deploying folks in the foreign service. So when we took over, we decided that we'll review the entire foreign service sector. If you were taking note, President Boakai did not start to nominate ambassadors until sometimes October last year, when we started to do confirmation. The first person, of course, the foreign minister, and to staff the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but ambassadors and foreign service staff did not start to be deployed until sometimes October. Some of our ambassadors have started to even present their letters of credence to their various stations this January 2025, because we took a deliberate action to review some of these deployments and to fill those places with the people with the relevant experience and competence to do the job. And we take note of the fact that Liberia doesn't have embassy almost everywhere. It is our view that it is not a prudent thing to have embassy almost everywhere. We can have consulate. We can have one ambassador with a jurisdiction or some countries neighboring their station. And so we are doing that. And at the same time, we're reviewing and have concluded on some other areas like India, like Canada, like Rwanda, where we need to have embassies and stations in those areas. Also, we have concluded to begin this e-visa thing so that you can fill up your form online, apply for your visa online, visa on arrival as well. All of these things are not just in the pipeline, but some are already into action.
Excellent. Let me go to Honorable Pewee. This is your area, Pewee. You are.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. And let me say again, thank you, Senator Dillon, and welcome to the TCA. I would use my 2 minutes to just take you as a caution briefly about FOIA, then back to the Foreign Service. But I will start with the Foreign Service quickly. Dr. Peabody asked you a caution. I'm concerned also about this representation. When we are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have something we call representation vehicles for ambassadors. At the time I was still with the ministry, there was absolutely no basic representation vehicle in terms of, I believe you visited most of the mission in recent time, you saw the way the ambassadors get commuted and all those things. Is that any plan by your committee to talk with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to really do that in terms of representation? Because most of the ambassadors don't have vehicles. Most of the ambassadors don't have. We have 26 active missions across the world. And the reason why we have 26 is because we don't have the means as a country to deploy across. So most of those ambassadors will have multiple accreditations in all of the jurisdictions. But that's my concern about the representation aspect and what are we doing to ensure that foreign service employees get their salary on time. Some of them be evicted from their apartments. Then the quick last one, Senator, is this issue. I heard you before, you said something about people should always spend within the budget allocation. Those money that will be allocated by you, the legislature. There's this report that this presidential palace being built for this current president worth almost $30 million. And the press secretary fell short of saying the amount, but she agreed that it's built by the government. Do you, as a senator, did the Liberian Senate appropriate and pass any money in the budget to build a presidential palace in FOIA for this president?
No. And so we are concluding at the Senate to have the Minister of State and the authorities at the Ministry of State to come at the Senate to give us information and what they know about this project. Some people say it's 10 million, some people say nearly 10 million. The figures all conflicting up and down. No, we will take action in the Senate. It's not going to be long. We were on break from July. We just returned to work this week. Okay. And we have a lot on our plate. And you can bet on that. Okay. The Ministry of State will answer to its knowledge participation in our project. The origin, who owns it, the funding, the source of funding, and everything. We will take that action at the Senate, and very soon. The president just appointed or nominated a Minister of State who should appear before the Senate probably next week for confirmation. Some of these questions will be asked because even as nominated Minister of State, he sits currently as the acting Minister of State and also Minister of State will have portfolio for special project. So he will have to tell us his knowledge of this project so that we can have definitive, concrete answer to this and know the source of funding, who initiated it, how did it come about, and all of that. You can rest assured on that. Regarding the foreign ministry and foreign service deployment and logistics, I've gone to South Korea with the president and the foreign minister. I've gone to Japan with the president and the foreign minister. Of course, America from time to time. I've gone to Ghana, and I've gone to Austria with the foreign minister and myself. We've been to these places on government-related issues, but then whilst there, I have found out and determined that our foreign service is not being adequately funded. So what the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we've hinted to the President over this, and what we discussed is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs budget will have to be in twofold. One, the administration of the foreign ministry in Liberia and foreign service. Logistical wise, and also living wage. Yes. I think it doesn't make sense when you deploy a foreign service officer or official in Sierra Leone, and you deploy a foreign service official or employee in New York or Japan or somewhere in Europe, and gave them the same living wage. My view is that it doesn't make sense, because the living condition in New York, Japan, and a few other countries that are higher, far higher, challenging than living condition in Ghana, Sierra Leone, and other countries. So we have to review that and get the foreign ministry budget, one for administration of the ministry, and one for administration of foreign service, so that we can bring it up to speed and current reality.
Excellent.
And Pewee, don't hesitate to proffer suggestions to me. You know, I've got opening ears here.
Okay.
You got a good sense of the foreign service?
Yeah.
And we'll let it.
Yeah. And another thing people should consider on the insurance also of the foreign service staff, particularly in the West. It's a serious problem. No insurance.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gayman, and good evening to you, Senator Dillon. Thanks for taking the time to come on here. Let's go back to the dual citizenship bill. It's very interesting to me and to many Liberians across the globe. Yes, you sponsored this bill. We have a 40-year stagnation going away, but there are serious restrictions to natural-born citizens. Our neighbor stream was buried in our country, and we have serious restrictions as compared to a person who comes to Liberia and obtain his own natural land or obtain a citizenship in Liberia, have more rights compared to in the current bill or the law that have been passed in the dual citizenship thing. Any Liberian who have obtained a nationality, and given our circumstances as Liberian, we did not leave our country voluntarily. We were forced, including me, that have to live on a refugee camp before transitioning here to the United States. We were forced to leave our home. I went as a kid. I spent my entire childhood and teen age, became an adult before coming to the US in refugee camp. For us to be denied the privileges of becoming a minister proper, deputy minister, and other higher up position, even here in the great United States, only 2 positions. If you naturalize in the US, you cannot get the president and the vice president. You can become a Supreme Court justice. You can become a Secretary of State, and so forth, senator, representative. So my question to you, why many of us in the diaspora is faced with such a punishment? I call it a punishment because it was written, you read it, you saw it, you argue about it, and you signed it into law. Why did you guys do that?
I did that because the door was completely closed for 40 to 50 years. Whether you wanted to participate in politics in Liberia, whether there was a privilege or opportunity for you to be named as a minister, whether you could come to contest for elective posts in Liberia, the door was closed for 40 to 50 years completely. Whether you could stay challenged to own your land or inherit property from your parents, the way the alien nationality law was written, you had an automatic loss of almost everything and privileges as a Liberian citizen under the alien nationality law for years, for decades. I was, I think, around 8 years old or far less than that when that law came into existence. We made it on the books. We proposed a bill. I mean, we sponsored the bill written by our friends and fellow Liberians in the diaspora so that we can open the dual citizenship to natural-born Liberians with no restriction. That was the bill that I sponsored on the floor for my fellow Liberians. The House passed it just like that, with no restriction. The Senate, in majority, refused to pass it like that. And the only way we could get a concurrence was to, now I'm not trying to play victim here. I'm not looking for sympathy because I agreed with the majority decision. And my wisdom was, since the door was closed completely and we have an opportunity to open it halfway for now, I think I will agree with that rather than keeping it closed completely for good. So the Senate in majority, and I voted for that bill, for that law, to agree to restrict, I think, 5 positions in the executive and all elective positions, but with a window open. That is, if you are a citizen of Liberia, natural-born citizen of Liberia, and you took on citizenship naturalized in Ghana, you can be a Liberian citizen still, unlike what the alien nationality law deprived you for years of. You can now enjoy your Liberian citizenship and still enjoy your Ghanaian citizenship. I don't want to run to link it to America yet. You can be an Australian, a natural-born Liberian, taking up citizenship in Australia. You can be a Liberian citizen, enjoy your rights as a citizen to property and all other rights, and you can still hold your Australian citizenship. If you wanted to be elected in Liberia, the argument was renounce that Australian citizenship so you can be beholden only to Liberia in an elected position. That is how they saw it. We argued against that. They won. They were in majority. I wanted the door open because I don't have the data, but it's not every Liberian who holds dual citizenship who won't participate in politics. But all Liberians were being deprived of their Liberian citizenship blanket, generally, for decades. Now, those Liberians who don't want to be in politics, they are happy that they can enjoy their Liberian citizenship and the citizenship of other countries. Those Liberians who want to be in politics, especially elected positions in Liberia, the law as it is now, it only requires you to renounce the citizenship of the other country that you naturalized in, and then you can contest in Liberia. I think it's okay for now, and then as time go by, we can review and open it completely. But I think on good consideration, I think I did the right thing to agree. But you should also understand that when a House passes a law and the Senate take some consequential changes in that law, then both houses will meet in what they call conference committee to reconcile, to agree on the changes. And once the changes have been agreed upon, then it means that both houses agree. So the current dual citizenship law that gives some restriction to some jobs in Liberia, to Liberians who took on citizenship of other countries, all of us in the both houses agree, and we voted upon both houses. And the president, we are signing into law.
Thank you. Truth in Ink.
A pleasure, Senator DeLong. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, you said to Pewee a few minutes ago, you can bet on that. In other words, you can trust my words. Considering that if the homes or the allegation of those homes in Lofa were actually the doing of the president, which you have admitted there was no budgetary allocation for that, could technically lead to a possible impeachment consideration if that is the case. But I will not focus on that, considering that we still need to find out. I want to focus on your assurance you gave bet on that. Take my word as something guaranteed. How can that be when it is you, Senator DeLong, after the case involving Speaker Kofa and the majority black, quote unquote, Supreme Court runner is final decision, you were on the microphone and said, now that the court has decided that indeed Kofa is the speaker, the Liberian Senate will act accordingly. We now move to ensure that the Supreme Court ruling is upheld as senator, and that is it. That faithful morning standing near Senator McGill. Those were your words. Only, of course, in 3 days after, someone sorted, did the contrary. But if that's not sufficient for which your words should be questioned, you were vocal with regard to presidential news of a private plane. Few months into your government that you brought, you came back to say, well, I think that's the best thing. That's the best option we can use. You were very critical, obviously, in highlighting many of the wrongs you deem it so from the CDC government that include perhaps luxurious vehicles, government waste. But today you defend either by your words or by your silence many of those same things. How then do you convince us that your words mean anything other than the contrary?
Okay, so I said we should be conversational, and I love the question. I can understand the background of your question is more an opposition-related question. And so let me answer you from the background, the context of your question. When the Supreme Court ruled, in fact, it is not in the DNA of you guys in the CDC to see wrong and say it is wrong. It is in my DNA, even as a rescue senator, to say wrong is wrong. Everybody knows that I was not supporting Funanti Kofa as speaker, but I was against the manner and form that the laws were being broken to remove him. And I was not only loud, I was clear to the annoyance, discomfort of even my fellow rescuers. When the Supreme Court ruled on December 6, 2024, the Supreme Court ruling confused the entire country. The Supreme Court ruling, in fact, confused the case itself. First time in the history where everybody come from court and everybody said they won. Ultra virus. So then a bill of information filed before the court to get the court to be definitively clear. Then the court comes and be very clear that Fonanti Kofa is the speaker, his removal and all actions surrounding his removal were outside the Constitution and illegal. I was at the court with my legal mind, legal understanding, my experience from the prosecutorial arm of the Justice Ministry where I worked for 11 years. I understood the language of the court. And I came down from the court with the bold courage that some of you from CDC would never have against CDC. And I said, the court has spoken. Fonanti Kofa is the speaker, and the Senate will act accordingly. But mind you, we were on break. By the time we returned to session, Fonanti Kofa resigned. When we returned to session from break, Fonanti Kofa resigned to allow a new leadership, to allow for election. And Richard Kuhn was elected speaker. And so Richard Kuhn is the speaker. So I did not twist my word, Mr. Fofana.
So you, if I may, considering that you called my name, hoping that there will be a counter in
That was your question, so I will answer it and Leonard. That is why I was referring to that.
Who next in line? Mr. Gayman is not around. Who next in line? Mr. Gayman is around.
I'm here. I'm Mr. Sita, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Kigali. I'm sorry, Kigali, we're coming. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sita.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be back again on this forum. Senator, thank you very much for coming on this platform for us to discuss issues relating to our country, Liberia. I have two questions. My first question is, do you think, as a sitting senator, it is in the best interest of Liberia for the government and to begin the construction of a palace for the sitting president without budgetary appropriation and without a clear oversight from your vantage point as the institution that provide oversight to the government? That's question number one. Question number two, and I want to thank you for sponsoring the dual citizenship bill. The question
we
is,
asking two questions?
what role are you playing to ensure that Liberians with dual citizenship that are living in the great United States can travel out of the United States with one travel document rather than traveling with two travel documents?
It depends on the country. If you come into Liberia, you don't want the visa headache. If you hold an American passport, when you come into Liberia and you want to come without passport, you would need a visa, even if you are a natural-born Liberian. Once you enter in Liberia with a Liberian passport, you do not need visa. Dual citizenship will give you dual passport. Simple. And when you enter in the country that you got citizenship of, and you want to enter there as citizen of that country, you will have to enter there with the passport of that country. The same applies to Liberia. The dual citizenship now allows Liberians anywhere in the world who hold dual citizenship or even multiple citizenship to come home without the headache of a visa. once you have your Liberian passport, valid Liberian passport. But if you hold a Canadian passport and you come into Liberia, you are a natural born Liberian. The law now allows you to enjoy dual citizenship. And you're coming home to Liberia as a Liberian citizen, you got to come home with a Liberian passport, valid passport. If you go back home to Canada, you don't want the Canadian immigration to ask you for visa. You can go to the counter at the airport in Canada or America as a citizen of America and show the passport of another country. They will ask you for your visa. The same applies to Liberia. No Liberian anywhere in the world, since we passed the dual citizenship bill and it was approved by President Weah, published into handbill, no Liberian is coming home from anywhere in the world with a Liberian passport and requires visa. So it is left to you, the Liberian, who is holding the dual citizenship or triple citizenship, coming home to Liberia, that would need to ensure you hold and carry a valid Liberian passport that will allow you come home without needing a visa as a citizen of another country coming to Liberia. Regarding the first question you asked, you want me to get a determination now. You want me to form an opinion. Pewee, I think it was Pewee or somebody asked me about this villa, presidential villa in Lofa. And I made it clear that the Senate will have to intervene because as far as I know, I said it on the record, there was no budgetary allocation for that. We have no information, official formal information over that. And so since we were on break when this news came out, now we are back to work. We have a duty to get a clear official understanding. I went further to say that the Minister of State designate should be coming for confirmation hearing, hopefully next week. He's not an outsider from the margin. He's currently the Minister of State with our portfolio for special project under the presidency. He should have some information if that project is a presidential governmental project. He should have some information to give us during his confirmation hearing. I made it very clear.
Thank you.
But you want me to sit down in advance already to form an opinion and be judgmental? That I won't do, sir.
Thank you. Let me go to Seleke in Kigali.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. And again, welcome, Senator Dopoh. No, trust me, no politics. No politics. Yeah, but Senator Dillon.
How you play politics? The man said the government open embassy in Kigali. So
you so busy.
So you go now. The man finna carry you now.
Yeah, no, I even know the weather, man. You're leading.
Thank you.
Seleke, go ahead.
Yeah, but Senator Dillon, my question has to do with your role in the Liberian Senate. You are currently the chair for Foreign Affairs. So I just want to know, as a student, I'm a final year student here in Kigali.
Okay.
I want to know, how can Liberia's foreign policy create opportunities for young people, especially students and professionals? And I'm asking this question because the requirement to graduate, you have to do an internship. It's a course. Many of the different international students that are coming here to study, they go back to their countries to do internship, provided they get the money to fly back and do all of that. And they are not discriminated because they are from XYZ party. In fact, once they are citizens of that country, I have a few of my classmates right now, they've already completed an internship. They just went back home, they work at the foreign ministry there, and they came back. But for us, because we are noted to be oppositions, when Senator Dillon, who is the chair on Foreign Affairs, comes on the closing argument, we disagree with him and all of that. When we go back to Liberia to get those kind of opportunities, they say, no, like me, like ANC, man. Like who is me, can be causing us on Facebook. So what is the foreign policy you as a chair on Foreign Affairs at the Liberian Senate? What does it mean for us? What are some of the opportunities you are creating so that when young professionals or young Liberians, students, when they graduate, they can be stuck in the diaspora. They can say, you know what, we're going back home to compete.
So, you know, the foreign policy of the country constitutionally is run and conducted by the executive, led by the president and the lieutenant, the minister of and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The legislature aids and supports, in our view, what is good for the country by the vision and the goal of the administration when it comes to Liberia's foreign policy. And when it comes to Liberian students, not just out of Liberia, home as well, we have taken some radical approach even on our own government, especially when it comes to jobs, creation of jobs and provision of jobs for people, especially in the private sector and not necessarily all in government. If you followed, I have been very, very loud, robust, and righteously angry at the executive with particular reference to the Ministry of Labor on the issue of what I would now deem and brand as selling jobs and Liberians who have had for work permit fee, thereby depriving people like you, other Liberians, who learn their skills in the technical vocation. And when we ratify concessions, the concession is supposed to provide 2,000-3,000 jobs. We, the government, through the Ministry of Labor, will give up 1,000, 2,000, 2,005 of those very jobs in the name of work permit, thereby depriving you and your fellow Liberians from having the opportunity to get jobs, to serve your country. You don't serve your country only in government. You can also serve your country by contributing to the economy, by your skills. And so we have it on our plate. We will not rest content until the labor ministry will start to tell us how many jobs we have added or lost monthly in the labor market in our country. So when we can do that, when we can get the executive through the labor ministry to start to advertise job vacancy in these companies. And in keeping with the law that we passed, to put the vacancies also on the website so that you in Rwanda, another Liberian in Egypt, another Liberian in America or any part of the world, you can just click on the website and you see the job vacancy. Because qualification of Liberians may not only be of Liberians resident in Liberia, they can also be Liberian citizens, resident also of Liberia. So if the job vacancies are posted on the website, on the web, you can also see apply and you qualify, you come down home and you can work, you contribute to your country. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Senator. And I get a follow-up. No. Everybody asking two questions.
No, one question, sir. Johnny.
Yeah, one question each. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much for coming. I'm sorry I had to drop off. But Senator, I realized over the last little bit, 1 or 2 years of this current regime, the government has visited and attended big conferences, especially in Asia, China, Japan, South Korea, and now the Caribbean, the Barbados. How are we making follow-ups to ensure that whatever we discuss as a government we can begin to realize the fruits and know the outcome of those meetings. And can you can you just take a little bit of time? Because I know you part of the foreign committee, you're the head of foreign committee, and so you're playing very active role with even in the executive in terms of policy and other things in the back. Can you tell this the public, the Liberian audience, or whoever, all those listening to us, how have we benefited, or what do we stand to benefit from the China meeting, the Japan meeting, the South Korea meeting, and now the Barbados relationship?
So the president of Liberia was part of FOCAL, the meeting of China with African heads of states. I was privileged to be in China for the legislative forum along with the pro tem, and the president was in China for the President's Summit, Africa President Summit with China. And one of the commitments that the Chinese government gave was to reactivate, first to elevate Liberia's relationship with China from just bilateral diplomacy to strategic partnership. And that meeting also resulted into China coming back to Liberia to do the overpass bridge, which was initiated under the Weah's administration, but because of some faux pas in the relationship with Liberia's action on China on some human rights issue, China tabled that opportunity we had with China. And we reassured China and our own conduct, our foreign affairs conduct and interaction with our strategic multilateral diplomatic partners have brought China back to Liberia, and the overpass bridge is in progress. Even as we speak today in China, the president pro tempore had a discussion, formal discussion, with the head of the Chinese parliament, who has committed. I think it would be unfair to the president pro tempore and the Senate if I broke this news, but there's big news coming out of China because of the engagement of the president pro tempore for the Capitol building. So I would just let you know that this orchid is like you're planting, you're sowing seed, you fertilizing it, and then later on you start to realize and benefit from the dividend. So I just wanted to say that.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, you are streaming.
No, Mr. Gayman, you didn't end. No, he had to do with, I think, about China, Japan, and South Korea. Those conferences that were attended.
I was giving an example of what going to those places have begun to bring to Liberia, and I use China as an example.
Anything specific about Japan and South Korea?
Yeah, we just left Japan. You know, we just left Japan about 3 weeks ago, and you would not expect probably no country, no African country went to TICA 2025 in Japan that we all attended. No country in Africa, including Ghana, Senegal, you name them. No country since we all left Japan has had any concrete dividend or say companies coming already in the NASDAQ building or investors coming to Ghana already as a result of there were commitments from meetings. There were commitments, bilateral, multilateral investments, commitments to follow up. You got to build a network. You got to follow up on these things so that they can start to bear fruit. But no country, even all of us who sign MOU and memorandum of intent of understanding that from the agriculture sector, this one will happen, and no country has seen any concrete action already. I'm not making an excuse.
No, Chief.
I'm not making an excuse. I'm only giving information. So you think that only Liberia has not seen a continuum coming already from those meetings. No country. Those are discussions in the works, and how you follow up, how you network, the dividend come to your country and your people.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking calls. Myean people, we're taking only 10 calls. Myean people, this up. Honorable Dylan, I got one question for you.
So before,
when the
okay, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Gayman. I also have a question.
Yeah, when the president came from China a couple of maybe months ago, a year ago, we bought some people to say we were going to get $3 billion for oil refinery, and we were dancing. Update us on that $3 billion commitment or MOU that was signed.
Which MOU said we had $3 billion?
Oh, well, it was in the news here that Grand Bassa was going to get $3 billion for oil refinery and stuff like that. Was this, I just want to make sure whether it was true. Is any update on that?
So China has said that they have 50 billion opportunity for Africa. And Liberia could benefit from 3 billion out of the 50 billion. 100 million of that will go for agriculture, and the rest will go for port, seaports, and refinery and other stuff. Yes, but it was not cash giving already.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
From our studio in Monrovia, Myean, go ahead. You said you got one question, so we'll go to the calls.
Okay. So before we take the calls, Senator Dero, my name is Myean D. Torgbean. I would like to ask you this question. Over the past years, this name have been on you, being the light in the House of the Senate there. So do you think this name still remains on you as the light in the House of Senate, looking at the current challenges the people of Liberia is facing based on what they believe in you during the election to elect you as the senator of Mosquera County?
Good question. It depends who's seeing and from the mind. It's just as simple. If you open your line, some people say, I'm a darkness, light gone dim. Some people who said there was no light at all, they said the light gone dim. If no light was on, it could not get dim. You ask some ANC people will tell you, say, if you ask citizens, they will tell you that there was nothing there. Yeah. If you ask some people who believe I let them down, they will say I'm a former light. So it depends who's saying it. But for me, I know that the purpose for which I went in that Senate to open the eyes of the country, for us to reform, for to change our mindset, for us to stand up. I'm still there.
Thank you. Read the line, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking only 10 calls in the order in which they will be placed. Let's make the calls.
Okay, please don't put in your calls. 07776 plus 231 777649986. You can also call us on our international line 856. We have our first caller who is on the line. Hello, caller. Yeah, please stay away from our monitor.
I'm Emmanuel G.
Okay, make your point.
Let me be bold to tell you, man. We are not a really country level. Actually, we are now see what we love about people for now or for anything.
So what's the issue?
Yeah, my country is well. We are never really going to be a very good country into the Africa. But actually, the area we are discussing today, we have a super to China. And two again, we have a Chinese. Go to East, see East, and they appear on the platform of the labor ministry. They've been there. You see my picture when you compare it on the wall, on the platform, or near the internet. You will see me, I advocate, I do one of the law made there. You can go right into the barrel, they will tell you.
Thank you.
Too value oil, the money to pay oil is not nowhere.
Thank you. Let's pick up this next call. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
After that call, we got a call here. Go ahead.
Okay, make your point.
I join you from Facestown, River G County.
River G County, make your point.
Yeah, let me say thank you to your studio guy, Honorable Senator. Thank you for
for your discussion tonight. I thought we are not motivating our leaders to do the rightful thing. Somebody will be there, will be talking, but at the end, that person that's talking will be condemning that individual. We're not encouraging them to stand up. When we start to condemn them, his scolding will overcome him. At the end, he will not get voice in the Senate. So I think it is time for us to wake up. I think when somebody is saying something good in our interest, we stand on around that person so that he or she can be motivated to do more and their coding will be able to change. But when we start to single out him and start to condemn what he's doing, at the end result, we will not make the country to be a perfect one for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
I got a call here. I got a call here. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, this is Sarah Dopoh. I'm calling from work on my break. I
said, where are you calling from?
Oh, you may stop it, man. I'm calling from Delaware.
Great. Go ahead.
So I want to say hi to the Honorable Senator. My question here is, it's good that all of these things China is doing, like the overhead bridge and other things that they're about to do for our country, which is good. But what are they? I mean, what is our portion in terms of? Is it a grant? Is it free? If it is not free, what is going to be in place for the Liberian people? How you guys going to use our resources to make some payments so that the next generation does not incur all that loan or that debt? So I just want the Honorable Senator to speak to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's pick up this next caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Hello, I'm Orocho. We are calling from Dopoh community.
Okay, make your point.
Yes, Senator Dillon, I can remember writing you a note pertaining to the decent work bill that you thought were looking at.
Yeah.
But since you haven't heard anything from that about decent work, can you see the reason why?
Okay.
Yeah, when you wrote me, we're on break. We are back on break now. You can come to the office so that we can put you here.
Okay.
I got one caller. Go ahead, caller. Oh, sorry. Caller, go ahead, live.
Good afternoon, good evening. This is Talvina Cole calling from Texas. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Hi, Senator Dillon. Question for you.
Talvina from Basel speaking like that, no?
Yes, so I thought I couldn't be on today. I caught up with tasks, but I'm listening. So one question. So one question on sort of conflict of interest, but let me just go there. So you participated in a confirmation proceeding of a nominee who was relative to yours or in law or whatever it is, but you know that. So why did you decline to recruit yourself just by your and looking back, do you believe that action undermined public trust? And, what's the ethical? I really want to know the ethical standard, too, for senators when their family members, are being confirmed, how it intersects with public appointments. So that's it.
Okay, I will respond to that.
Grace, we have a call there. If no calling, then we go.
Good afternoon. I don't know the time on our side, but it's good afternoon. I'm Oliver, calling from Texas.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling to speak to the Senator, Dara. Good afternoon, Dara. Thank you so much for.
It's Honorable Dillon, not Dara's, please.
Dillon.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Dara Dillon, right?
Yeah, free. Yeah,
that's my big brother, so I know his name. So
go ahead.
I'm appealing to you concerning the dual citizenship. I think you spoke on there was what you put it for you, it was okay, but for us in the diaspora, it's not okay for us. We left Liberia to come and prepare ourselves to go back home to help to work within the government. We didn't just leave because we want to do the or to take the citizenship, the dual citizenship in America. No, we did that because we needed some help. If you get a dual citizenship in the United States, it helps you with your schooling. That's what we did. So I'm asking you, please, if you go back, or maybe you have another section, will you please talk to your colleagues to have that window open for another debate? So you people can leave that window open for us. As for me, I work in the government.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So I'm appealing to you, that Senator Dillon, I'm appealing to you 100%. I know you can do it. Your voice in the Senate, it means a lot.
I wanted to engage him. Gayman, can I engage him? I think it's important. I just want to ask him.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Oliver?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many positions in government or public office position restricted by the dual citizenship law? Do you know?
In Liberia?
Yeah.
Okay, I think what I do know, they talk about the president and the vice president. I think maybe the speaker or something, maybe the deputy speaker or Senate Pro Tem. If I get that correct.
No, you didn't get it correct.
Okay, then please help.
All elective offices are restricted, but on a condition that if you want to be elected to any of the offices, once you were a natural born Liberian, but you took on citizenship of another country, when you want to get elected in Liberia, in keeping with the new law, just leave that citizenship that you're holding and come, your rights will be protected, you will contest. Whether you got dual citizenship or not, there are five executive positions that are restricted. Okay. I think Central Bank, Minister of Defense, NSA, and even at that, if they were not restricted, only a president can decide to appoint you. It's not a right for you to go there.
Okay.
But if you want to get elected, the law does not close the door completely. The law says you still you can exercise that right to get elected in Liberia. Leave the citizenship that make it dual. Then you just be, because you won't be pro tem in Liberia, you won't be elected. You can't be having two citizenship. The law, as it was for more than 40 years before we at least open the door for you to have benefit from your citizenship and other citizenship, was that you can't do, in fact, by the time you say you naturalized already, you automatically lost your Liberian citizenship. That is the law we met on the book. We're not changing, we'll open it. We say if you naturalize in another country, you're still Liberian citizen. You can come here, you can be deputy minister, you can be assistant minister, you can be director, you can be deputy director. But if you won't be elected, renounce the citizenship that you took on to make it dual, so you can be Liberian citizen, so you can take the oath of office and serve Liberia, only Liberia from an elected perspective. Is that a bad law?
Thank you.
No, answer that. Is that a bad law? Have you read it like that before?
Not really. Because when you guys were debating on it, or when you put South African calling you guys, when you senator were debating on this dual citizenship, at that time, I was going through it, but I was in school back and forth, so I didn't want to,
So some will pass the law. Some will pass the law. You see it, yeah?
No, I haven't. No.
I will put it up. I will put it on the Senate website. I will put it on my website. I say Facebook. I say website on the Senate website and on my website as well.
Okay, I will check on it because I will check on it.
Okay, thank you, my brother.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So we have someone on the line here. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Yeah, I'm Samuel Peter calling from District number 5, Mosirado County.
Okay, make your point.
And I want to commend the senator for his great work at the Senate and also for the people of Liberia. He is doing tremendously well, and we can see from the bill he mentioned, the dual citizen bill, and also there are a lot of things that he is doing concerning the Liberia Center, and then as it relates to our country, the Senate is doing well. So we need our citizens to encourage such a person who in the Senate continue to help Liberians, advocate for them, make sure that they open their minds in other areas so that our country can be better tomorrow and people lashing at him or saying things that is not called for in our society. We need to appreciate the people because one man cannot do all. He cannot do all. Alone he is trying impossible best in the Senate. We need to applaud him. But as I learn other people will be asking political questions and that's not fine. Though your question may come in, you answer in the right direction. But that will be very frank in the country that the senator is doing well. We should praise him for everything he is doing.
Okay.
He's not 100%, but he's doing 90% well.
Thank you. Let's pick up this next caller. Wow. Please stay away from monitor. Okay. Hello, caller. Hello. Let's see. 077764986. Let's see who can pick up this caller. Hello, caller. Yeah, Neiman, where do you call from? You are very low. Let's see who can pick up this next. Hello? Hello? Wow. Mr. Gayman, if you have a call, you can just
yes. Senator Dillon, there was a question here about, it said many Liberians living abroad might fly to Washington, D.C. or New York. There you go. New York to complete their biometrics. What are we doing to decentralize to at least make it, if you are in Texas, why fly all the way to DC? If you're in Seattle or California, why fly to New York? What are you doing to alleviate that struggle? It's a major struggle from California to New York just to do biometrics.
Yeah. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is working out on some details to make it easier to digitize these things and so that you can have these things online, available online.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have had the senator here for 2 hours. We want to appreciate him taking his time.
Can we just throw one more in for me, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Still taking call?
Yeah, we have calls. Yeah.
Not giving the senator a free ride. 2 hours and we not ready, Tony.
Oh,
yes, we get.
What's your definition of free ride?
Well, you want to be here 6 hours?
So, Senator,
yes, we get. I question, man. Don't matter, man. You voted for me in the citizen uniform.
Yeah. Okay. My question is, I know there was a recently was before you went to recess, there was a put bill, the board about the put bill that came up. Now, so my question is tied to also the concessions. Can you tell me about the concessions during the CDC government and the concession with this government? I mean, can you give a little understanding about the concession agreements that was signed during the CDC government and this government now?
I don't think they're not taking court again.
Into the put bill.
They say they're not taking court again.
Well, Tomalin, one of the things that I talked to the Senate, you notice I don't like this I, so I normally will use we, but sometimes I have to use I. One of the things I talked to the Senate and achieved was to open the Senate when he said the light is on. To have the media in the chamber. To open the doors from closed door executive session to open session for everybody to see the light on. You see what you did not used to see, you know what you did not used to know that was hidden from you. Then it makes you either angry for us to change the things that you didn't know was happening in there, but are good for the country and all of us, or you encourage us to make better on the things you think good for the country. But the place was closed. We'll open it up. I don't know what a closing argument has videos of my interaction with the government when it came to concession issues, like B. Martin and like ArcelorMittal. Since we took over as a rescue government, we have an opportunity to review for the possible extension of ArcelorMittal. We led in 2022, the tabling, meaning to table the extension of ArcelorMittal by another 25 years, because ArcelorMittal had not fulfilled most of its portion of the current second agreement. We led that effort in the Senate, and we succeeded somehow, thankfully, that the Senate did not extend ArcelorMittal. Now this rescue government has the opportunity and the authority. The same situation, conditions, and circumstances that caused us to lead that effort in 2022 under the President Weah's administration. If those same issues and concerns still exist and not improved, the same 2022 approach and posture on ArcelorMittal will be taken. I made it very clear about a month ago on Punch FM that under my own government, if those conditions that cause us to lead the tabling of ArcelorMittal tear extension for 25 years in 2022, if those conditions still exist today on our own government, we will take the same posture to push against that extension until ArcelorMittal will do the right thing. B. Martin, I don't know whether you guys have videos of some of our actions. The problem we have under this administration is when a government sitting as a legal, democratically elected government, whether we like it or not, when it enters into agreement like that, and the agreement meets all the legal means of law, a new government cannot come cancel it by the stroke of a pen. B. Martin contract was extended in 2023 on the heels of election. I can say in the video if you don't have it, of my engagement with the Weah government not to extend B. Martin for all the reasons that we stood up for. Yet still, we did not have majority of the Senate. The Senate went ahead, the House of Representatives also went ahead and ratified B. Martin. Today, B. Martin is on our hands. We're waiting for another few years in keeping with the agreement to review the possibility of reviewing to amend some of these things or see performance, and if possible, to cancel. So yeah, ArcelorMittal should be brought before us. We expect that the institution, the company, the company called HPX before now, Avanho, is coming to do shipment of iron ore from Guinea to Liberia. Is a huge investment, that opportunity for Liberia that the Senate and the legislature will have to review for ratification. Question. Medical health construct, the government will cost the company to construct it. In 10 years, has the company constructed, not renovated, not rent, has they constructed a medical facility in a production area for its employees and the community? Question.
But what I do know is that they have health facilities in the concession area.
Let me ask a question again. Has the company constructed, answer what they have? The plain language here, they should construct. Have they done so? Question.
No. I cannot say yes or no. But I know that they have offering medical facilities to their workers.
I know when you have something, I know when the law, the plain language of the document, the agreement, it said they may construct. It said they shall. If they don't do it, there will be cost to do it. Have you caused them to do it since they didn't do it? I said, what are they renting one place? They should construct. Have they constructed? Period. I mean, question.
You want to answer for me?
No, not for you.
God, no.
You're not representing them.
No medical there.
No. You're talking about a new facility like a Military 14 hospital. They do offer, I mean, the medical doctor who accompanied me when I went to Turkey, Thanks to him, he's performing a lot of medical services. Yeah.
Please. The question is as simple. It talks about compliance and performance. In 10 years, has B. Martin constructed a medical facility in keeping with the current agreement?
We'll revert. We'll revert on our question.
We evaluate what they have. What I was saying.
Let's revert with what they have.
Yeah.
Come again?
Let us revert to what they have there currently.
And they got 3 years on the old one.
And then.
Exactly the point, Mr. NRC Chair. If they got 3 years on the old one, it means stay at it. We can wait.
No, but the point I was trying
to we can wait on the extent on the
these amendments amend that agreement before you. That agreement is still valid. It's still enforceable.
I got it, Chief.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I want to get something clear here. We understand this document. This document says the people should construct a medical facility. If they don't construct it, there should be cost to construct it. If they did not do it on their own, what did you, the sector institution, do to cause them to do it in 10 years? That's the question I'm asking. So what guarantee do I have that they will do it if I give them 25 years? Question.
Just confirm that they constructed a structure there for the health facilities.
Constructed?
Yeah.
They constructed. So from your performance report, please let us have the tangible information. Because if you know you the sector institution, for you to even say that here for more than 20 minutes and you don't even know what are they constructed, there's a problem.
No, Senator, is unfair. We're telling you, we're aware. I just told you, I'm aware of medical. I've seen pictures of service and work done by B Mountain doctors. One of the doctors helped me in Turkey. So what the minister was telling you, I have not been to that facility.
Mr. Minister,
yeah.
That's not your role to go to the facility.
No, yeah.
You know who should go there? The National Bureau of Concessions.
Yeah.
That is why we gave them more than $2 million in the budget to do follow up on implementation. Why are they not here? Only God one knows. Why they did not do it in the metrics? Only God one knows.
That question, I guess, Honorable, your presentation on that particular video tip choked the government representatives there because they themselves could not answer yes or no to the question. So let me welcome Victor Nagbe and Robert Garguah. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Senator. It's good to have you here.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
No, Rob. That what you saw on that video was during President Weah time when I was in opposition. Watch and see. Now, somebody would think I'm trying to put a drama or planning to put a drama. Watch and see the same deal when we're reviewing on our government as Lomita, when we have even the former HPX that are going to do transshipment of iron ore from Guinea to Liberia, constructing the railroad. Should that deal go through? Watch and see, Senator Dillon. These are the questions we ask in the legislature, in the Senate. We don't get answers, but yet still these agreements pass. Sadly.
Well, Robert Garguah, you got any question for the senator?
Yes. Again, welcome back, Senator Dillon. Welcome to the closing argument. Listen, I gotta say that I think the video we just watched, I think it's fair to say that you asked the right questions and you were very adamant about those who were in charge of ensuring that these concession agreements were adhered to. I guess my question is, if a concession agreement is not respected by an investor, is there any legislative power that you guys have to ensure through domestic laws or whatever to ensure that that investor is respecting whatever the agreement is? If the government representatives, in the case of what we just watched, were not doing what they were supposed to do, is there any legislative power that you guys have to terminate the contract? Whatever domestic law. Can you explain that to us, if any?
Article 25 of the Constitution protects the sanctity of contract, and they say we should take no action outside of the pale of the law to impair the protection of a contract once it is legally in existence. But for consequential non-performance and failure to comply, consequentially, a very robust legislature can get on the tail of the executive to push for cancellation through the code of law. No legislative action can undo a contract ratified and legally existing and operating under the laws of Liberia. And in order to cancel that contract, it is only the function of the executive. But the legislature, even from President Myean and including today, the legislature has one thing to its advantage. If you put up a non-compliance posture in majority with the executive will listen to the legislature and conform or oblige. What do I mean? If the legislature in number say, Mr. President, this thing is not good, and if you don't want to change it, if you don't want to take action, we would not comply with any other thing you want to do. The president will oblige and submit. That is the power of the legislature. But in direct answer to your question, the legislature cannot cancel any contract. It has no such authority. It has never had such authority since 1847. It doesn't have such authority today legally. When you ratify an agreement and it is in operation by law, the Constitution, Article 25, protects that contract. And the only way that contract can be terminated is through a motion to cancel through the court or a court of arbitration in keeping with what is contained in that contract. And the only branch of government that has the authority to do that is the executive. And the only time the executive can do that if they are pushed by the legislature. And the legislature can only act in majority.
Thank you. My next question is, since we're talking about concession, I wanted to stay there. My next question is with regards to the $1.8 billion, the recent concession access agreement that has been signed. Now we've heard different stories about this, and you are a lawmaker, so you are more versed with the details of what the requirements are. Now we do know that it seems like the president was forced to sign this deal. Did you guys deliberate in the upper and lower house before this deal was signed? Is this still, because what we heard was that the deal was signed without legislative approval. Now, normally the president has a proposal, sends the proposal to Congress. Congress deliberates the proposal, make the necessary adjustments, whatever, sends it back, and then you guys go through the voting process. Can you explain to us this whole process that have existed with the signing of this new $1.8 billion deal? And are you, as a Liberian lawmaker, You have positioned yourself as a very progressive lawmaker. It got you elected. Many have questioned some switch within your position now that you have a government that you help bring to power.
You got 30
30
seconds
more
left.
seconds. Yeah, that's fine. And you support, but are you happy with this deal? Because initially we're talking about $8 billion. Some said $5 billion.
So, Robert,
Are you
these
happy
are
with
some
this
of
deal?
the Robert, I cannot be happy with, or unhappy with something that I have not seen. And this is some of the misinformation that we suffer, character-wise, and personally and generally. From your question, it will surmise to mean that you believe that this deal has been entirely, finally consummated. No. The executive has the authority, the functional statutory constitutional authority to negotiate such deals. Before it becomes legalized by law, before it goes into full operation, it must be ratified. The deal has not come before the legislature. Ivanhoe, the former HPX, cannot put one rack in Liberia in keeping with that deal unless it is ratified. But your question, as Akim suggests to me, that you believe that it's already in full operation. No. The executive negotiates, signs this contract, and then send them to the legislature for ratification or refusal. Like we did with the ArcelorMittal third extension in 2023, we refused it. So ArcelorMittal is on the brink, on the ropes, with I think about 5 more years left on the contract. They wanted 25 years. In 2023, 2022, they wanted an extension, but the legislature did not agree. So ArcelorMittal does not have an extended 25 years. They are operating on the current 25 years that has about 4 or 5 more years left. In keeping with your question and the Ivanhoe deal, which is the former HPX, it is still in process.
So then
the executive,
why would they announce to the U.S. Embassy? And I agree with you 100%, which was my
there was
thought as
nothing
well.
wrong with that announcement.
Why?
Because the executive has the authority to negotiate and enter into contract. So to announce that the contract has been entered into, there was nothing wrong with it. For the contract to be operationalized, to go into full operation on our laws and international laws, it has to be ratified by the legislature. And the executive has not forwarded it, and that is why it is not in operation.
Yes, absolutely.
And so you would not expect me or the legislature to know what is actually contained in that deal, because it is not before us. And to form an opinion as to whether it's a good or bad deal in advance of what you have not seen, only immature people will do that. Now, I'm not saying you are.
Do you think it's premature for them to make such an announcement though without the record?
No, it's not premature. It's not premature.
Robert, we can't do that.
It's not premature. It's not premature, Robert. It's not premature for even a company.
No, guys,
It's not premature. I think it's a good interaction. It's not premature for the company or the country of interest to announce that the executive has entered into an agreement. But the company and the American government and the American embassy, they themselves know that that company cannot do right in Liberia unless it meets legislative ratification. So it was not premature to announce it, but they also know that no operation until the full extent of the law or processes have been met.
Thank you. Victor.
Thank you very much, Senator Dillon. Again, it's good to have you. Thank you so much for all the clarity you provided tonight. I didn't know how many bills. I didn't even know the difference between putting forth a bill and sponsoring a co-sponsor. Thank you for the clarification you made. And thanks for the bills you put forward, especially the dual citizenship bill, because I myself, I live in the diaspora, so I thank you very much for the effort, and hopefully, you continue to work on it to make it better. Right. But I have 2 questions. One is, there is a video of you circulating meeting with the central bank governor. in that meeting with the central bank governor. Is it true that he is being paid $56,000 a month in Liberia? Could you clarify that, please?
So it was during the confirmation hearing of the central bank governor when I asked what is on the books for your monthly income,
right,
as a governor. And my question came from the background that he will already have known because he was acting in that role. And I believe he was receiving as I'm acting. And that's when he made the revelation as contained in the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you shocked? Is that especially in these times of our economy, do you think that is, I mean, I know some will argue that is what's on the books for him, but do you think, considering our economic realities, you think $56,000 per month for an individual is justifiable?
So I have to be a little careful the way Robert is listening, so I can't leave from here. Then I go back to the clip, then they say I conflicted myself. But the thing is, I'm not sure I heard him say his income monthly is 56,000. I'm not sure if you have the videos played. I think his monthly salary, 10,000. Lease, rental, this amount, I think all came to about 22,000 a month. I'm not sure.
No,
it rose to the.
Senator, I did the calculations because I was listening to you. It
Okay.
came, actually, you had given him a break when he did his own calculation. He surpassed what you had said, and it came to $56,000. That's correct.
Yeah, because I'm not trying to defend him. I was not happy with what I heard from him. And the reason when public officials come for confirmation hearing, I like to ask about the salary. I want us to have this salary discussion as a national discussion.
Right.
You know, okay, people say they don't let it fake. He built, he put on the floor, he get up, but hey, you are fake. Okay. You know, they built a pot on the floor for us to reduce our monthly salary. I'm coming to the central bank thing. I'm trying to lay a premise here to tie it together. That built a pot on the floor in 2020. It came across as, oh, the man just won't be political. He going to election, so he won't other. In 2020, the honor CDC government, that bill did not even leave committee room. And on our own government, I resurrected that bill last October under this government. And you can hear in the video some comments on the floor. The bill appears or it is unpopular. And, you know, half a referee to gain a record. Even if you make a mistake, keep the out player, you're not getting a record. For people who have the authority to decide their own salary to reduce it, a tough call. But you see, with all the economic situation in the country, we managed to spot $4 million that we can save the country every year right in the legislature if we all agree to make 5,000 or less every year. If I'm fake on this call with my bill, you challenge all my colleagues to be fake like me and see what of the 4 million we save the country every year will be fake. But you see, my man Seleke will not ask Tomalin, hey man, to say John Dillon. But you will be asking Dillon, oh, the way hey, say you will reduce your salary, what the law there. Fofana will not ask any CDC lawmaker to John Dillon. ANC people will not ask any ANC or CPP lawmaker to John Dillon. Say a Dillon fake on the one, all of you go fake and reduce your money to 5,000. And you agree, let's see if Dillon will change that he want it. But if we take 5,000 or make 5,100 of us, I'm not talking the speaker, the deputy speaker, the pro tem, the high-ranking constitutional officials. They will make a little more than us. But if 100 of us we agree with 5,000 and below, we can save the country 4 million every year just from the legislature to put into other sectors. And then when we do that, we have the authority to determine how much people in the executive make. We have the authority by Article 72 and Article 36 of the Constitution. We have the authority to determine how much the president makes. But if we don't want to do it, start with ourselves, even with the legal authority we have, then the courage is not there to do it for other people to feel it too. You who dishing the food, if you gave yourself little, the other person you gave it little will not ask you why you gave it little, because they're looking in your bowl that you didn't overfill your bowl. You understand? So I ask these questions from time to time with public officials who come for confirmation, so that the public can hear what we're making in the country from across the government. So it can make the public first angry, righteously, to call on all of us and not just beat one person in the name of politics because he has a mind for it to happen, but he doesn't have the number for it to happen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have asked the senator to be with us for 3 hours. It's almost 2 hours.
I'm just coming to have a second question.
Let's go another round of questions. I would bear it. Tomorrow session about for a long have you come on class view that. Let's go out and pour it out tonight.
We got 10 minutes here now. Okay, go ahead, Nagbe.
Yeah, we got 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Senator, thank you again. I would have followed up, but then
I know you're trying to restrict me from asking.
But let me ask you this. And I'm glad I was listening to you. You were going to do something about the LPRC situation. It's only an article. Right. So let me ask you this. Recently, LPRC has been in the news, and some may say, including myself, that they are targeting an opposition leader who is Musa Asambelete. They have gone ahead to impose tariff on the storage facilities, something which we feel is outside of their jurisdiction. I know the legislature does that. So that is happening. And then...
No, but Victor, we can't allow that. FPRC did not impose tariff. FPRC cannot and does not have the authority to impose tariff.
And that's the argument we're making. But that's what it seems.
No, that ain't why it seems. What FPRC is acting on a voted recommendation from the Senate. FPRC has the authority to charge fees, impose fees, and impose fines, charges on administrative related things within the scope of FPRC's authority on the article incorporation. And the 1989 Act that recognized FPRC as a regulator and the supervisor over the sector. What I'm saying is, I signed that report and voted as well as a ranking member of the Judiciary Committee. It is not targeted. One person is not the only private tank farm owner. There are several other private entities owning tank farm. FPRC says, if you, Victor, you build a tank farm, you are importing, when you bring your product, you put it in your tank, you store it in your tank, you don't pay FPRC storage fee. You only pay FPRC other handling fees, like the maintenance of the jetty line, testing fee, all that thing. But that storage fee or fasten, you don't pay it to FPRC. But if rather another private entity does not have tank, but is an importer and want to store in your facility, they should pay fasten. The other territory they shouldn't pay to you because the services rendered on a territory, you are not rendering those services. It is FPRC's statutory function to render those services. So instead of the company paying 35 cents to you, like they will pay if they put their fuel in APRC's tank, 5 cents storage, and the other 30 cents for other handlings. When somebody put their fuel in your private tank, they should only pay that 5 cents to you, and the other amount goes to APRC, not to you. You have 4 other companies in this country with tank. You hear them talking? If this action was against them, APRC latest action advised by the Senate that we voted on, and I also signed the recommendation, was not targeted. If it were against the other companies that are having tank, farm tank too, oil tank, storage tank, they would have spoken up. Only one person believes it is politically targeting them when it was not even our vision to target anybody, particular person who did what we believe was right, and I stand by the decision of the government of Liberia through the APRC on that matter.
Thank you. I'll follow up when we come and right again. Thank you, Senator.
We are not going around again because we have run out of time.
The man already said go for another round. Why
No,
are you guys
let's
trying more
see.
than the
No,
he already said go another round.
Robert, listen, we got 3 Listen, let's be fair here. We said 3 hours. The senator came on. You came on late, and you want us to wait for you.
No, I agree. I came on late.
We can't do that.
I know, boss. I agree with you. All I'm saying is, if he says go another round, that's his time, right? It's okay to go another round if he agrees to it. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, we got to be professional. When you tell your guest we want you for 2 hours, when he or she come, 2 hours is 2 hours.
Okay,
that's how it's supposed to be, and that's how it should be. Yeah, go ahead, Tomalin.
Okay, yeah. I'll just put it into one. I'll condense it, right? Okay. First of all, I want to know the status of the rehab center. I listened to some testimony from some people who benefited from it. And it appears that the center is really making an impact on a small number, because the center is not small. I want to hear the start of the impact of that center and how is it being funded today, where the funding coming from, is the government of Liberia helping to fund it, and also small politics, small. But when I talk about you want to hear about 2029, I don't know why. But 2029, but my last, let me just put it in the way. Do you Liberia Party right now, is it an opposition party? Because when last time I heard it say opposition party, is the Liberia Party considered opposition party today, or they are part of the ruling establishment? I want to clarify it. And also, if it's the opposition party, will we see a different Liberia Party 2029? So that's just my question. Thank you.
Well, Tomalin, on the rehab issue, you said you can hear testimonies from the place. You asking me for the stand-up.
Honorable Dela, Robert Garguah have sent you his money yet?
By the time
the last time you were here, he promised he was going to send you 7,000.
You're waiting now. You're leave Robert, man. You're leave Robert. You're leave my friend Robert. Tomalin.
Yeah.
The rehab center, I deliberately refuse to have it in the budget, even from President Weah time to our time that we are part of the rescue government. Because the only thing that will come out of that center will be the news that it is conflict of interest, and I use my influence to put money in the budget to run that rehab center. That rehab center has been funded operational by goodwill and led by the portion of my salary I committed to give back to our people. I'll send you one video. If you have it, please play. September 2021, in the presence, September 2021, when we dedicated and opened the rehab center, in the presence of former vice president, who is now president of Liberia, President Nyenwolo Bwaka. He was there to make official remarks. In the presence of the former vice president, who was Sitting as vice president at the time, Joy Howard Taylor, she was the keynote speaker at that program. In the presence of Musa Dean as Minister of Justice. In the presence of Zoga Wesing himself, I said their presence, not representation. Zoga Wesing as Minister of Youth and Sports. In the presence of several of my colleagues, including my political leader, now pro tem, Senator Nyamdi Kanga Lawrence, Senator Komine Wise, Jonathan Bocha Sebwe, and a host of media people. I made a statement that the morning I was giving back to Monserrato County to do interventions here, to do intervention at the Newport Street Market, to renovate the entire market that had not been touched since the late or early 70s or 80s. That market was built on Newport Street. Nobody touched it until I became senator. I went there and renovated the entire thing and gave it a new look. The money I was giving back to Monserrato County, if you go to Central Street, PHP community, we went and refurbished and modernized the public sanitary facility there with commodes. The poor are not defecating on the beach any longer. We went on Ashmore Street in District Number 7 and we built a whole, I think 1,000 to 2,000 poly tank to pump safe drinking water to the people there. We were making interventions every month with that money until in 2021, we went to Matadi at the Central Matadi Mosque, and in the Central Matadi community, we did a sanitary facility for the Central Matadi Mosque because they asked us to do it, and it is used by the public and the mosque. And I can go on naming until September 2021, when we dedicated and opened the rehab center, and I made a statement that the money I was giving back.
My name is Miss Shonetta Barker. Every one of us is here today. When we first started building tolerance for drugs, we were warned, and we told ourselves,
I was playing a video. I can make announce it. Just put a video on.
I'm not an addict. I will never.
No, not this one. I'm talking about the one I've dedicated the $3,000 every month to the rehab center to get it running to rehabilitate my fellow Liberians from my salary, to make it a pilot project for us as a country and government to see that this thing is a problem. It can work if we are intentional and deliberate about it. The video you have here, I'll send it to you, Tomalin, just in case. I wish you can play it so that this audience are listening can follow. Many people have heard it, but for the politics of it, they ignore it. But then every time I have an opportunity, it's good to nip it. And since 2021, 3,000 every month, in addition to goodwill support from Friends of Dillon, led by the board in America, Chairman Joshua Port, Vera Dixon on the board, Pauline Myean, Irene Port, Milek King, and you name it. We keep that center running. 3,000 every month and 12 months in a year since 2021. You do the calculation. That rehab center has about 18 staff. They are not being paid handsomely for the kind of sacrifice that they go through to keep it going, but it's a means of livelihood, a form of employment for about 18 persons, from medical doctor down to security, kitchen staff, administrative staff, clinician, social workers, psychiatrists, and you name it. They are in there catering to people. You do the calculation, Tomalin, and all of you here. Then you know what I'm doing with this one salary that everybody asks me about. 3,000 every month. Since 2021, 3,000 every month, times 12 months in a year, times the number of years since 2021. And ongoing.
12 will be 36,000. Then you multiply that by the time, almost $144,000.
Thank you. That's what I'm using. That's what I have spent, and I don't feel spending it to redeem our people. So far, the rehab center has put up over 200 persons. We have about 25 females in there in ongoing rehabilitation as we speak, and we're looking forward to then coming through in the next couple of months. Then we'll take another cycle of people. For me, it is not a crown thing I want to wear every day. I feel good when one parent says their child is doing well. As one wife or girlfriend says, my boyfriend is doing well. One community said this person was bad, they have turned good. Some of our graduates, one is in India going to college now, the parent took them. Another one is in Nigeria through their parent initiative after they recovered. And some of them, the other gentleman made his testimony to the effect that he's an electrical technician. And the last graduation of the last batch of girls, he came and said, I'm coming from Kakata. When I was coming, I'm now running my shop. When I was coming, I left instructions with my employees to take care of the shop, the electronic shop, where they repair TV, radio, and what have you. He's now an employer. First, he was a nuisance to the public. Every one human being we rehabilitate through our collective effort at our rehab center pleases my soul. So yes, that's what happened here at the rehab center. And that's how it is funded. Since I became senator, under the President Weah administration, and under this rescue government, not a dime through government funding has been spent at our rehab center.
Awesome. Good job, Senator.
Yeah, can I
Let me ask
can
you
I
one
beg
question,
it?
Senator.
No, I think Gayman got it wrong also us. We've been here.
One question, yeah. That's one question for you, Senator.
Gayman.
As
on Labor Party issue, and on Labor Party,
you need to check the
stop yelling. I mean, stop yelling.
Listen,
yeah, but you know, when the senator make those kind of original statement, you're checking before he goes further and that. The senator just said to you that.
Yeah, that's true. So go ahead, Seleke. What's your original statement?
Not been any public funding to his initiative. When of course in recent time, all of you are here when the NPA donated funding to that funding, it was of course public funding. Whatever keep information.
Before the senator continue, 1 minute. Senator, before you continue, Senator, Seleke, what we want to do, we said normally moving forward.
Yeah, I think you're providing a promotion platform.
Yeah, so
no, it's not promotion platform.
We must check in.
No.
I'm tell people how to ask questions here, Seleke. You ask your question.
That must be questioned.
No, it's not fair to nobody.
You are giving us
Seleke, don't go. Let me tell you the difference. Seleke, don't go.
Why you try to make it like to say there's a promotional?
So let me respond to you now, Seleke. So thank you. Let me respond to you and educate you on the difference of what I said.
Bring it.
I've got more than 3, 4, 5 citizens people here. All you say, listen. I don't see public service when they come out here as citizen person, not citizen person. If that's a mentality or that's the approach, I thought the argument was there.
You control
So, I'm giving Seleke the opportunity for me to respond to him.
I'm giving you Tomalin to suggest to me that the people continue to play citizen president.
No, but I was still answering you.
You take away the integrity of the show when you make it.
Amen.
The UP man coming so I should stay away. I would have stayed away.
What was it?
Listen. You don't appeal anybody repetition here.
You actually saying that to me.
Don't do that.
You heard him saying that, suggesting that because there's a UP
candidate, so I shouldn't ask the question I want to ask. The senator have provided many false information. We keep letting it slide, keep letting it slide.
Nobody
We don't do that to other
Speaking, I gave you the chance to ask your question. You asked your question.
Gave you chance to ask a simple question. I saw people asking 2 questions each. I registered that was not fair. You let it go. Now the senator asking question to even allow to go second round. The senator had to agree on that. Now to go second round.
Not a senator. Not a senator.
I'll see you check.
No, guys, don't mute him.
Now you're muting me off.
Don't mute him. Don't mute him. Seleke, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah,
it's okay. Seleke, there is nobody is here. They send it. You know what I don't like is when the show starts, you gotta come on time so we can ask the question.
I was here before time.
Listen.
Okay, guys, so I have to leave. It's after 12.
Yeah,
I gave you guys all the opportunity instead of less having interaction. I think that we want. It's after 12. I have to go to session, so we can have another discussion another time.
Senator, close.
Dylan, why are you closing? Can you add this in your closing, please?
Yeah, please.
Don't mind. Thank you. Listen. Listen. I will always give.
Listen, guys, ask the question so we can move. We can be here all day.
1 second. I won't go to sleep, man. I will always give you credit for coming on because folks don't normally come on. I give you credit for coming on. I've criticized you heavily, and you've come on. We've had fierce.
Raul, before you conclude your question, did you send the money to Dylan that you promised to pay for the 2 persons?
I have not sent the money, but he will get from me.
Ask your question.
No. Wait. It's okay. Listen. No, it's okay. He asked the question.
Gotta go to bed, man.
No, wait.
It should be the problem. Go ahead with your question.
No.
Raul, go ahead.
Wait. Hold on. The senator got to go, but hold on. Sylvester asked a very important question, and Sylvester went out of his way to ask that question. I contributed $800.
How do I go out of way to ask questions?
Wait now. I contributed $800.
Gentlemen, you can have the analysis one. After 12. Tomorrow is session.
The senator did not force me to make the commitment. I have not reached out yet, and I won't make that commitment.
Good.
So let me get back to the question. I will spend more on it when the senator goes. But speaking of the rehab center, I won't make my contribution. You'll hear from me very, very soon. But the last time we had that conversation, we were talking about individual doing things like that, right? And the great stories from what you are doing. As a lawmaker, I want to know, perhaps maybe some other time, what kind of plans is in works with the government to really put together a national policy when it comes to rehabilitation and reintegration, right? Because with a national policy plan, I think you will have a more national effectiveness with regards to the plans to have these folks rehabilitated and a plan to reintegrate them in communities, provide them jobs and so forth and so on, as opposed to an individual doing it. But you were at the diaspora conference. Are you open to this idea, since you were the one who put the dual citizenship bill on the line? Are you open to the idea and or the proposal of Liberians in the diaspora participating in the voting process in Liberia?
Yeah, of course. In fact, the Senate, through the President pro tempore, is setting up a diaspora committee and to work along with, we will lead the charge on the Foreign Affairs Committee to work along with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Diaspora Commission that we act into law so that we can work with the Liberian diaspora and to bring Liberians to the place where you can vote where you are.
Thank you.
But you must have some national document that will say the district that you were resident of before you travel, or that you'll be resident of anytime you come to Liberia.
But when you bring up building, then we'll have the conversation, because
correct, sure.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. But it is in the, trust me, it's in the works.
Okay.
Regarding You see, Liberian drug law is one of the best laws in the world. The only thing that is not in our drug law so far is to sentence people to death. That's the only thing missing. Rehabilitation, how it can be funded, programs for rehabilitation to empower institutions, they are all in the law. The implementation aspect is a little slow. For instance, we came with a robust approach and determination to start to tackle drug issue on right away. In 2024, we took DEA budget from under 2 million thereabout to close to 4 or a little above 4 million. With the first administrators, A.B. Kromah and the crew, we increasing your budgetary support from what it used to be for years, under 2 million. You're going to recruit manpower, purchase logistics to prepare you in the fight against drug, intelligence and other stuff. Instead of the team there taking advantage of the budgetary support and the massive support from the legislature and the president, they rather were fighting for power. It took almost a whole year. Instead of fighting drug, our administrators at the Drug Enforcement Agency were fighting over and for power. Then the president had to suspend it and bring in a new crew. Even with the budgetary support, what were they doing? Fighting over power. Same thing. The president had to replace them again. And until we get the right kind of team with the right approach and mindset, the budgetary support, the policy papers can all be there if you don't have the right kind of people to implement it, to enforce it. And then it appears like no plan, no policy, and no funding, which is not true. There are fundings available. There are plans on the board. There are good laws enacted to implement and enforce. This is where we're lacking because the people we put in charge. We're looking forward to this new interim team as they are impressing us a little. We're looking forward to them doing more so that they can get the kind of support that they need so that people can feel the impact of what's going on. And one of the things we just passed on the Corrections Bureau bill to take it from under the Ministry of Justice directly to make it an autonomous agency. And that bill was submitted under President Weah's administration. Interestingly, I sponsored the bill on the floor because it has rehabilitation component in it. And at that time, it was not about me being an opposition senator. It was about President Weah's vision for rehabilitation to submit a bill so we can correct people in our prison facility and improve our prison facilities. So I sponsored the bill on the floor. Thankfully, we just passed it under President Bouakar's administration, and we're looking forward to the president's approval of that bill so that it can go into effect when it comes to rehabilitation for drug and other related crimes, imprisonment, and bad behavior. So, Robert, thank you for your commitment to support somebody at one person at the rehab center. We look forward to that anytime you have the means to do that.
You will hear from me very soon, sir.
Yeah. So I'm more forward to be on the political ladder on this way.
No, when the political get there, we'll get there.
When I came in February or something last year, you said very soon. So I hear you on top.
You know they come and hate you.
I just asked the question. And the reason why I asked the question, and the next thing I went out of my way.
Go first.
So let him go out of my way to ask.
So Tomalin, Liberty Party. Liberty Party is an established. Liberty Party is an established existing political party under the laws of Liberia. Liberty Party will acknowledge that we are in an alliance, and we are not going to shy away from that. But we will remain constructive. We will remain critical where applicable. As you can see from some of our actions, those of us in the government, some of our actions on some of the slipages and some of the errors we are committing as a government, as a rescue government. You see some of our actions from the Liberia Party perspective. If we want to leave the alliance, we have the courage enough to announce it. But we will not be playing cat and mouse game to say we are opposition to the government when we know that we are in an alliance. When it's time to serve our relationship, if the need be, we will do it publicly and boldly. I want to say thank you to all of you. Tomalin, this 2029 talk, I keep saying, I've been around politics for a long time. I know when to be political, and I've been in hardcore opposition, and I shook a whole government from inside the government and remove it, help to remove it. I'm graced and opportune, privileged to be sitting on or around the table in a ruling government where decisions are made. I've seen both sides, opposition and ruling table. I've seen it. As a sitting senator and a ranking member of the current government, I refuse to allow my opposition, our opposition, to drive our narrative and drag us into something that they can easily do, but it's not easy for us to ordinarily do and should not do. What do I mean? How in 2025, I have roads to fix, electricity to expand, water to bring to the people, jobs to provide for them, then I join opposition in 2029 talk. Opposition like me, our opposition, you can just say the road back. That the government responsibility to prove that our road is good or go fix our road. That's opposition better.
So let me ask you this. 20 months in, can you leave us a grade before you leave? A, B, C, D to F before you leave of this government.
So let me learn on my thought, on my trend I was taking, because it's not only people from opposition listening to this show. I'm trying to encourage my own rescue people as well. You see, opposition has talking points. Some real, some unrealistic, some imagined, and some you need to look in and take something from that to go correct, to disarm the talking point. Somebody get out and say, nothing has changed at all. The country is going backward every day. Nothing has changed, no progress, no improvement. But the same persons who are saying it, especially those who have access to LEC current, wherever LEC current reaches, and those who have both LEC current and generator, cannot tell you in the last 6-7 months when they even put their generator on, because LEC is more stable and being expanded to more homes and other facilities in this country. If that is not changed, if that is not some progress, then maybe the person or the group of persons don't know what progress is. Nobody can tell you or show you the plentiful of photos of cars getting stuck in the mud across the country, especially from the southeast and other places, like it used to happen for decades in this country. In under 2 years, the number of photos that were displayed of cars being stuck in the mud have reduced. If that is not progress on the road, then people who are making those claims don't understand what progress is.
So, Senator,
I'm coming, Gayman. Yeah. You in America, tell me one of the press of egg when Biden was president and turned over to Trump. What of egg press the same if it had not gone up? Tell me if gasoline price when Biden turned over to Trump, if it is the same or it has not gone up. In Liberia, it is in reverse. Since we took over, gasoline price has reduced. And there has never been a time where Liberians have found queue at filling stations with queue of cars at filling stations, anticipating or fearing shortage of petroleum products on the market since we took over in 2024.
But Senator, some will argue that the reduction in the price of gasoline doesn't match the reduction in the price of basic commodities on the market.
So let's go step by step. So I said, everything is not okay. So I'm saying everything is not okay.
The senator was leaving instantly. But he had better since he said you're leaving.
But you're not coming back again,
we need to highlight
my closing argument. You want to answer again?
My closing comment. You refuse to answer my question. You provide explanation.
I want to answer your question. You decide to make palava.
I was just highlighting that. I was just highlighting that we need to call you out as a public servant. It doesn't matter whether you were a CDC or a...
And I was ready to hear you, but you are making palava with your fellow panelists instead of listening to me.
Argument think that
CDC always survive in noise. That is how to defeat them every time when it comes for the real thing. AC coming to make noise again. CDC always survive in noise, and that's how to be your silence.
More than 15 minutes since you said you were leaving.
CDC survives in noise. Every time you bring your question, I want to answer. You may play over your question.
I'm waiting for you to answer my question. I had to hijack it because you weren't going to answer it.
No, I was answering your question. I asked your fellow panelists to give you the opportunity, and you see now you're looking like you talk because you leg noise. When I read the response, then you join them.
Go ahead.
Your question, I wanted to educate you all. You see, you're making noise again. There you go.
Don't say that CDC thing. You're not going to escape that without skin.
So, now, we can't go that route, CDC.
You call me making noise. You look at and say I'm making noise.
But yeah, you're disturbing. You're disrupting. You ask me a question, but you're not letting me respond. There's a difference between government-funded project or subsidy through the national budget than an entity privately on its own making donation to. The question was, is government money funded through the budget supporting that rehab center? The answer was no, and you know it's not true. And you know what I said was true. NPA managing director in his own name carried, I think, 15 bag arrests and $400 US as his contribution to the graduation of those females are graded. And you call it NPA, government support. I told you, CDC always surviving noise, and I'm not a noisy type.
Now you have left the answer. You come to CDC, but I will not follow you. I will still come back to that. I will still come back to hold you on that. Let's go back to it. I would think it makes a lot of sense if government provide funding to any entity that provides services to the country, because in that way you can track it. But it's a serious, in my view, a serious conflict of interest when the chairman of Maritime, who is part of those who will review the laws of NPA, who will scrutinize how its management conducts business, perhaps bringing it back in the fold of the Senate, owns a private entity, and the head of that is making donation regardless of the amount.
Who's the chairman of Maritime?
The chairman of the executive on foreign affairs, but beyond being
Sylvester,
let's go back.
Okay, guys, I'll see you guys, man. I will appear another time.
Don't say let's go by lack opinion. Your reason you're skipping it, and you can't skip.
No, but you even know my role in the Senate. You carry me to Maritime because you think Maritime is linked to NPA. You finding means for conflict of interest until you're making me chairman of Maritime. I am not.
It doesn't matter. You are a senator. That transcends any other role. You are a senator responsible in your opening statement to bring NPA and LPRC to account in terms of the acts that create them.
I'm leading in the Senate to give autonomy to NPA so that all the ports, can gain autonomy for Freeport or Moreover.
I agree. And using your own authority, you become the referee in that case. Yeah, you are now as a referee. You become the referee because you're bringing them to account, oversight. But yeah, you are now one of those entities, and perhaps there could be many others coming to your private venture that you charge.
Every entity or individual that made contribution, we have made it public.
Let me end my question, DeLon. You're not gonna sidetrack it.
Okay, gentlemen, it's time for me to leave.
You cannot
I have to go to session tomorrow.
Private business, and then you say you're not receiving government money, but money coming from people who work.
Let it get close.
Yeah. So the problem is you already determined that it is conflict of interest. I told you say when opinion is locked.
It is. Explain that. Explain how that is not the case. So explain
I agree with you.
Yeah, so
I agree with you.
on that.
Rational people who listen already know that you are not saying the truth.
So just that I'm not rational.
Yes, you are not. You are political. You are political.
But then the statement now from the closing argument will say, if it were to go on the contract, and I use that word to you, that's saying your response, does that set a rational?
If I do not make a rational statement, you say it's not rational, I will agree with you.
What I can tell you, for MPA to donate to you, having served as an oversight.
Go define conflict of interest and come back.
That is a complete contradiction of the thing you're saying that you don't
go define conflict of interest and come back, and then you will determine.
Thank you very much for appearing on the show. Thank you for 3 hours.
No, let the man finish closing. You are in flight. Let him play at least. Let him play. Let it get close. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's 2029 talk. Only opposition who want to take over, and it is a right in the 2029 feelings and mode in 2025. Any smart person who is part of this government will be more focused on what we do in 2025, what we do in 2026. What we do in 2027, what we do in 2028, then 2029 will decide itself. You can't be in government, you be arguing with opposition whole day for 2029 in 2025. And that's why I always advise my people. So when people bring 2029 talk to me, I say I'm sitting in the seat. Anybody who want to get it right or want it, desire it, do anything to prepare to come for it. Are we in the seat if I won't keep it? What I do with it, what I will keep it or not. I'm not in 2029 discussion to me. And government people, especially government officials who hold the responsibility, the authority to do, to perform, to deliver, should not be talking about 2029. Should be talking about 2025. 2025, so. Since we took over, the price of rice has not increased. It has rather reduced. In America, there are a lot of groceries. Prices have gone up since then. And some of you live over there and make it look like only in Liberia, everything look like bad. Every day the protest, the shooting, and this and that. It's not the kind of comparison you want to make, but to make Liberia look like the place is very gloomy. It is declining. No, it is not. There's some steady, incremental improvement. I just enumerated a few.
Yeah, but look, the price of rice does not decrease.
Honorable, I think we don't need to go down that route because
the price of rice has not decreased.
You have had a good
so, Victor, how much for rice in Liberia right now? How much we made it when we took over in 2024? Then we'll know what I reduce or not.
Right now it's $16.
$16?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How much was it when we took over?
$14.
Well, actually, a little cheaper.
$14.
It was $14?
Well, yeah, around there.
I will come back on the show tomorrow. I get you trying to go. I will come back on the show only for your own answer. Go ask tomorrow whether in 2024 January rice for $14.
Okay.
We have
a date tomorrow.
That's very
nice,
good.
Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Chiriki, my man, I see you.
Amen. Okay, just quick, your information that MPA only get $400 is misleading. We can tell that I'm not going to continue this conversation with you. It's misleading. Close the argument face.
No, you can't say misleading. How much MPA get?
MPA gave over 400 in Liberia, that are close to 400,000. It's not $400. I'm reading it here. In fact, there was
from where?
What?
From the MPA homepage? Because they put it up.
No, it's not from
MPA chairman made, MPA managing director made personal donation. He signed his press people there. They made a donation. So we want you to read it.
So to the extent that that money was given to
no,
you.
not different thing. You said the
No.
amount.
I will answer you. Let me answer it.
My man, I gotta go, man. You are not my man. Long time ago.
The Ministry of Finance took exception to that because they thought that MPA refusing to contribute to the national budget, having claimed that it was not able to meet its national responsibility, and so it could not contribute.
That's the problem. When you get something here, you want to make your friend look at it wrong. You gotta find every minute when you know
I'm not trying to make you look at it. I just want a clarification.
Hey, you said MPA get over 400,000 but talking now. I'm like 1 year I'm over go. Don't leave it here.
Making look ugly, man. Go to just ask a question that bring in your role.
But your question, you challenge how much MPA bossman gave to the central. So let's talk about how much.
MPA who have always claimed to not have enough money to contribute to government. I would thought that would have catch your attention. I would think so, but it's okay.
You see how to fare when you get not to fare when.
That is not hold on to someone like me.
I think it's almost 1 o'clock.
No, man, I want you. You see how to fare when you get no weapon to fare when.
To prepare to do the man said he wanted to do me. What the
okay, guys. Good night. I will be here anytime I'm closing.
My friend, my brother, good to see you, but you provide a lot of lies. You did.
I think someone have to close and go, man.
Yes.
Close and
guys, real quick, take 1 minute of your time and do your
I will take 1 minute.
Pewee, let's go. Listen now, you know some of you guys I've been seeing. You are picking a few pounds here and there because your dinner time, we are taking away your dinner time and you're eating late. So, we want to encourage you. We want to really, really appreciate some of the things that you guys do. You come hungry, you do this, you do it for the country. So nobody should take it lightly. Thank you very much, Mr. Pewee. Go ahead.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it for the country now.
I have to.
Yes.
Not for dinner. I have to run to get my
yeah, and I hope when you give your closing, I hope you're listening while you're gone because I will address you.
Listen, you must not have competition to do.
No, but you can't compete with me. So when you're done, I will address you so you can
listen.
Which one is this now?
I don't know.
I think Pewee got excited because
he always get excited. But I will address him.
He can make suggestions, stuff like that.
Listen while he's driving.
I think he got excited on that. I'm surprised that you guys will think that
Jerome, are we going to
it's wrong. You know how many times you're gonna put guests on a scrutiny yet? Then Tomalin was telling me I should go bring CDC people as a precondition.
Listen.
Sidiki, the man didn't say that. The man said he said you can invite CDC too. That's why he said that.
But there should be no two. Deloitte is the one on the show. He should be asked the questions. That's why I was doing.
Nobody's
asking on the basis of party line. I've brought citizen people on the platform. I've asked them. I've said things about citizen.
Your daughter, go ahead.
No,
Jerome, I will begin as I would.
No, I want to listen to Pewee before I talk. So let Pewee close, please.
You won't control this, so you don't control it.
Oh, so you're not closing? If you're not closing,
you don't tell me what you're going to do.
You're not closing.
Jerome, I was drawing the stuff on the car. I'm getting my car now.
When it comes to the man picking his daughter, you can't.
No, I'm just saying if we wanted to speak right now.
Listen. I got fiduciary responsibility to do my father's responsibility.
Okay, so go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Let's take over you.
Let me say this. So
let me close.
We're going to close this. I'm going to jump on the show, right?
Let me close.
I'm performing that line, right?
So let me say this.
Let me say this.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Interrupted me, so I got to do that. Right?
Thank you.
Shut up and let me conclude, man.
Thank you.
But I thought you said you got to go bring your daughter again.
Yeah, I'm leaving. I will join the car.
Go come back. Yeah, go join for the car. That's what I'm saying. You keep talking.
You got all that hyper and emotion.
Let me say this. Mr. Jerome, let me say this. You see, Pewee has talked about himself being a diplomat. Every opportunity Pewee gets to exhibit diplomacy, he embarrasses himself. And this has happened over and over. And sometimes it appears as though he does not understand what he's doing. I'm not sure if Pewee was on the show when I made the commitment. I made the commitment. And what people doesn't know is he appears to want to act as though I'm running from a commitment when I brought myself on the show. I made the commitment. And if people knew anything about Robert Garguah, people will understand that when it comes to humanitarianism, I have spent over $250,000 that I can show of my own money since 2029 in Liberia. I have made commitments that I've stood up, even up to now. Since COVID-19, I've not had a fundraiser for my NGO. Politics is not what I do. I have made commitment, and commitment is all that I know. I'm a man of my word. I don't make commitment and backtrack. I attempted to say why I had not been able to send the money to Dylan the other day, but I didn't think that it was necessary for me to explain myself because I owe no one an explanation. I don't owe people an explanation. I don't owe closing argument an explanation. I owe myself an explanation. I owe my wife an explanation. And beyond anything, I owe the organization in which I made the commitment to an explanation. But there's not a reason why I'm not sending $800 or $700 because I don't have $700 to send. When you start making these kinds of insinuations, why I'm asking questions, and you jumped and said, well, Robert, before you ask this question, have you made a commitment? To me, I think you have an ulterior motive. It's disrespectful. So I just wanted to tell Pewee, you're not embarrassing me because you can't tell me that I'm not making a contribution because I don't have the money to do so. And the reason why I have not made the contribution is none of your business. It's none of your business. It's none of closing arguments business. I brought it up the last time when I was on the show because it's my business. I made that commitment without anyone forcing me to make that commitment. So we have got to respect each other. That's not diplomacy. Number two, and I'll close on this note, Jerome, you did a great job. But you are the moderator. When Siddiqui is having a one-on-one with the guest, let Siddiqui have the one-on-one. Anyone who wants to interject should be you. But every time, go back and look at the tip. You see Siddiqui. You see Pewee. Even when I'm asking questions, he's putting his hands up like, what's the name of that question? He's making all these gestures on the show. That's unprofessionalism. You don't do that. We had the conversation the last time about a constant interruption. When he's asking questions and laying premises and interjecting, people don't make these gestures on the show. It's unprofessional. So Dylan is still listening. The closing argument is still listening. I'm a man of integrity. I have not sent him the money because because of internal reasons. Not because I don't have $800 or $750 to send Dylan. But when you stop me from asking my question, to ask about a donation that has nothing to do with you, that is not your business. It's not the show business. It's not on the topic. It's disrespectful. It's not professionalism. And that have got to stop. I don't owe no explanation to Pewee. I don't owe no explanation to Pewee. Whether I commit, whether I make a donation or not, it's none of Pewee's business. He must stop that. So you can't embarrass Robert Garguah. Go back and check my track record. Go back and check that. Go back and check that. So I just wanted to say that I think the senator was great. I think I'm unfortunate I could not come on because I have multiple meetings today that ran late. I couldn't come on time, but I respect the fact that the time ran out and he had to do what I had to do. But Senator Dylan will hear from me. I've made a commitment. I will stick to that commitment. And even after I've made a commitment, I will not come back to say that I've made the commitment. This is no one's business. This is my business. Thank you.
Can I respond? Sylvester, let me say this because I think you should include that in your response. Let me say this. So a lot of us, I am just coming to the platform, and I defer to those of you I've met here. But I have to agree with Robert. Sylvester has been very, very disrespectful, and I've said that on many occasions. I have called for a meeting for all to do this in the back room. But now that apparently that meeting is not going to happen, maybe we should do it here so that everybody can see it here. I don't know whether it is his machismo swag or whatever it is. He talks over people. He has absolutely no regard for anybody's opinion. And we have to listen to one another. We cannot talk over everybody. None of us here, nobody knows everything. There's something he knows better than I know. There have to be other things that I know better than, but he gives that impression he has to be the expert on every topic. And that is not right. It's not professional. He brought it up against me a few months ago. A caller had to come call and put him in his place because I decided I'm not going to watch the Dirty Living here on the platform. But apparently he hasn't got that message. When he's shouting over people and we keep quiet, it doesn't mean we cannot stand pound for pound or whatever it is, but it is very unprofessional, and I think it is unworthy of this platform. A lot of people listen to the platform. So when Robert is blowing his top, I absolutely understand where Robert is coming from. That meeting needs to happen so that we can straighten these things out, because we cannot continue because they keep spilling over on the platform, and I think it is unprofessional. Yeah. So, Mr. Tomalin, George, Dr. Peabody, you're in the back there. Mr. Pewee, those of you we met here, I demand a meeting. We need to have a meeting because these issues are not going to go away until we address them.
Yeah.
So now, go ahead.
Thank you for bringing it up here.
Thank you. Mr. Gayman, can I go now?
Because I share similar sentiment. I think it's just good to wrap it all up and then you can go on. I mean, your guestarism, every time I try to engage Delon, I felt it was disrespectful. And this is why. When you are on your TV set and doing guest show or speaking, the audience is also watching. You did it about 3 times to me, indicating, insinuating that it is something. Now, I know you are one of the 3 managers of this show, but we are not being paid to be here. And as such, the least we can get from those of you who are managers is respect. You bring a policy maker. You don't bring a private friend. A policy maker, a senator, a ranking senator, and you expect me to just come and create. If you say you are having a lecture forum, which of course that's why you're day to day, create a lecture seminar for Delon to come and lecture us on a bill and his achievement, as opposed to us putting Delon on critical analysis, not because he's Delon, but because of what is happening in the country. We didn't do that. You're telling us you're creating a show. I have to say today it was some holiday for closing argument. I will say to you, closing argument is one of the biggest platforms in the Republic. Liberians from around the world listen to it. As such, there is no policy maker who is bigger than this platform when they come here. When they come here, it's an opportunity for them to speak. So you do not make it appear as if to say you're receiving some extraordinary person to that say, oh, no, it is a platform to engage. And I just felt today it was wrong, particularly so I also take offense to Tomalin telling me as a rebuttal, as a rebuke to me engaging Delon, who gave a lot of lies here, and I fact check a lot of them, to say, oh, but then go bring your CDC people. No. I said
don't lie. Don't lie.
Yeah, I'm not lying.
I'm very
clear. That was the insinuation, but I just want to say this. When I come on this platform, I've never taken a party position. I don't appear here as a CDC vice chair for General. I've never appeared that way because I wanted to provide an objective opinion that is not party restricted or so. That is why sometimes issue involving the CDC that I think will go on, I say it. Oftentimes going against perhaps my own CDC people. I believe being on a platform, having an opportunity for Liberians to listen to you is a privilege that you take seriously and do not allow it to conflict with your unique political standing. Be clear and objective and say your truth. And so I did not see Delon in the capacity of his party. I saw him as a senator that needed to be questioned, particularly so when he was telling so many lies. And all allowed Jerome, as I close, I've seen you fact check people. You have called people to order when they're not saying the right thing. That's what we should do, as far as a moderator, today you gave a slap. I wouldn't want to say because he's from Basel and you're a Basel man. I wouldn't want to say that because you're much more than that. But I just think today we conducted a show. We were overly protective of the law, and I don't think it should be that way for some of his caliber. So, you know, all in all, it was
Fair
a good
enough.
show, but I think we should be able to do it much better than that.
Fair enough. Pewee.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. First and foremost, let me say to our great listeners, those, the listenership of this program is awesome. They're very great people. And sorry for some of those weird situation can go. But let me come back to say, first and foremost, let me get to you, Mr. Nagbe. And I know, Mr. Nagbe, for some reasons, you may have, you have seen a brother that we respect you, you far my senior, and I agree with you. But you have probably some spot that you don't like to hear this name Pewee. From the time I gave a position on this whole so-called progressive thing and the rest of that. Here somebody says something that was totally out of order. Oh, the only thing you can't second. Oh, I agree with you, this person. I agree with you, that person. It seems to be very repetition of moving forward. And it doesn't break me. But what it does is try to solidify my quest to say the right thing. And I've always done that. Ever since I did a rational analysis about the stand you took before and the stand you and the so-called progressive did, you've gone ballistic. You're going ballistic. If they even give you the room to give you the bigger arsenal, you want to go there and use other kind of a weapon that you may want to use. And let me say this to you. I am solidly prepared to counter some of these kind of misconceptions held by people that don't understand my personality. And so I just want to say this. I know you don't like me. But you don't have to like me. But if we're on the platform, I will respectfully disagree with things that are out of order. And that's my point here, Mr. Nagbe. But let me get back to what Rob was saying. He went back to the cycle of diplomacy and the rest of that. That's an issue that we'll put aside and go back to the realistic issue. Yes, I've always conducted myself in those kind of a manner that reflect a diplomatic engagement. You won't telling the line of it, but my composure always is in conformity with that line. And do I intend to depart from those? No. Listen, diplomats also do engage into political discussions. If where you have to correct someone, you move to correct them. But again, we do know there are people that are sometimes already saturated with emotion, saturated with unbalance, saturated with the vision of just reality. As a matter of fact, I was not the person I didn't brought the whole thing up, but you thought to see you want to camp at Pewee. And Pewee is not the area. I would deflect all of those unnecessary attacks. I would deflect them and send it back. Gayman was the one that brought the whole thing up today. If you can recall, if you have good memory, if your memory is good, you'll recall that Gayman is the one that brought it out. Gayman brought it out. I didn't bring this out. And if you always want to come on the show to grandstand and prove that we should always account, public officials should account in terms of if you said this, you should be true to your statement. My only point I was asking, I didn't mean any harm. You took it as though you have some issue, but you don't know. I got a hell to do it if you give $1 million to any group of people. I don't want to say that. What I intend to do and what I just asked a question, have you given the commitment? If more than 6 months ago, you hold other people feet to the fire if the government official came and said, oh, they didn't do this. Listen, integrity matters a lot. If you came out and make commitment, I will sponsor. Why is that sponsorship or hinge on that person being revived or other thing? That's all I asked. I didn't ask because I had any other ulterior motive. I just asked so we can know that if you give it to them so they don't can come and appreciate on this closing argument. It is on the basis of that I asked this question. And I didn't even know that my question will have PS into your skin. To the extent that you're saying using all kind of, listen, you don't want to go there with me. You don't want to go that route. To start to always be, you don't want to go that route to always be the one to say this. Now. You don't want to go there. I didn't ask the question that I meant this. I asked the question because you're one of those that allow, always say this, you hold this person to the fire this way. If you make commitment or such, you should come true to your statement. That's the only way that will go. And I meant quickly, listen, I'm not on this show to prove anything whatsoever. Hello? We on this show trying to prove that We bring the standard to this show and improve the network system of this show so that we move forward collectively. That's the intent of this show, and that's what someone who said we leave our major scheduled activities also to work behind the scene and see how we can uplift this show moving forward. The intent is not about me going or standing here or doing things to attack anybody. I've never attacked anybody. Never attacked anybody. I didn't even attack you today. Now you're talking about me gesturing. I'm on the phone. I was muted. How do I gesture when I'm not talking to you? You see, sometimes I don't know how people mindset and the imaginative way of thinking will move when I'm muted. I'm gesturing on my phone, having a private discussion. Then you saying I'm talking to you on the show that I'm muted. How do I gesture when I'm muted?
You spoke. Go back to the tape. You did.
I didn't speak.
You did.
Okay, guys.
I didn't speak. I didn't speak. Yeah, so I would, Mr. Gayman, I would say that, listen, I'm not the time you come and interrupt anybody in that manner. You spoke. Now you asked me to turn it up. So I would say on the show, the time some of us take, the time particularly Sylvester Pewee would take to be on the show, I would have been doing other, but we take most of those time and invest. We take time to invest, but we take time behind the scene to make this show, not only to have to sit there and make this, to make the show better every day for our listeners. But listen, if Raul believed that he want to come on the show, he says something. Actually, listen, I will respect his line to not comment on those things. But if it's a matter related to this show, it was discussed here.
But Pewee, the matter is not a person. It's not a.
I will discuss it.
Matter.
Okay, guys.
You announce it on this public platform. You announce it on the public platform. You announce it on public platform.
You know what? I'm not going to go back and forth.
You announce on public platform and you fail to meet your commitment. And you fail, and then you guys, Mr. Gayman, brother, you didn't attack him, but you want to attack me?
Pewee, keep quiet.
You fail to meet the commitment. You fail. Apologize to the man. You fail. Period. I didn't attack you.
Thank you.
I didn't attack you.
I
didn't attack you. So next time you commit, pay the commitment. That's what responsible people will do. Then you come, you commit, you want pay too many clothes. You promise somebody to pay, you won't pay. They ask you, then you get boom. You won't go in this car. No, don't do that.
Sylvester,
don't do that.
Keep quiet and
go ahead.
Listen, we got 4 minutes to 9 o'clock.
Thanks to Mr. Gayman for his moderate. It's not an easy thing to moderate a show like this, especially when it becomes it's a national attention, It was a big show tonight. People watch the show. In fact, people are asking for the link. People watching on YouTube, people around asking for the link. But the thing is this, Mr. Nagbe, I agree. We should have a meeting, and I hope and pray that this meeting can finally take place this weekend or so, maybe by Friday or Saturday. After the show, we can have a meeting. It's necessary to have the meeting. I really wish to come to get it done. But let me say, I want to say thank you to Senator Dillon for coming. It's not an easy thing to bring people on the show to come. Look, people see, and there are not many officials of government that comes on show easily. Like for instance, look at the government, the vice president, the speaker, the deputy speaker, the pro tem. Do they usually appear on show? No. So, and when people, how many senators can appear on show? You got 30 senators. How many can go on? Even go on Spoon or Focus on Liberia or come on our show. How many of them? Not many of them. Because for somebody to take the time to come here, honestly, the first thing you want to protect the get respect them. It's not a time we should all be battling, okay? I mean, they don't always in the news. He comes on a show, engage him, question him. Nobody restrict you. We don't censor nobody views here. We don't do that. Don't tell somebody don't ask question or don't give the man question. We don't do that. But it's our responsibility to make sure that the guest is fully protected in the sense that it shouldn't be uncomfortable. Let the guest come face the panelists and they question him or her. Like right now, the popular minister say he in Washington. He say he'll come on the show. Okay, they all internet weekend. But I mean, people come then and ask the question. Bring your thing together. You get a video, bring the video and confront the person with it. When we get an announcement, say the person appearing. If I know John Brown appearing, I got what I want to do. I tell the man, Myean, somebody, you're QA for me. make sure the thing is played. Let me confront the person with this. So the person, you bring the person to book. But if you don't do all these things, when they come, you want to force the person to like. I mean, they don't do this ground. I'll be honest with you. He explained by his center. The center. He says now he don't own the center, but for the public, he put a name on it. So he said how it been funded. Okay, and then I mean, it's like you're trying to like get into something with him. That's what you were trying to do then. And when you do that, especially as a political person, the man know very well that you coming. What you're trying to do, he start thinking. He start getting into back and forth. Are they necessary? Other people watching the show tonight. Tomorrow you call them, and then we also you're gonna bring guests on the show. Guests come on the show, you let them think. You can question them, get them a tough question, but it won't be like a debate, that back and forth like that. Like they're trying to get the person wet or so. I mean, you can engage them. We're in 2025. More people will come. Okay, so people want to come. So tonight's show was, I would say, a good show, and encourage people to come on the show. Hopefully, we'll get people who want to come and join us there, engage them. But again, Mr. Nagbe, I think I really take your request for this meeting to finally be held. I'll make sure I push it. We have this meeting so we can just water our mind. It's a closing argument. We have this kind of moment. Not every day will be like this. That time we have that moment where who's a big man will catch it. Garguah will catch it. Garguah, we go back and forth. We did a lot of stuff there, but today we still around. You know, we are all brothers and sisters on the platform. That shouldn't take this question. When somebody come on the show, let's respect everybody. Everybody have their view to express. But to start attacking your fellow partner on the show, so now you're attacking, then you're taking it personal. Okay? And I showed to be from you, brother. At that top, I know people. I saw you were joking when you were making that thing. Mr. Gayman was laughing, saying it. But I don't know what I got it on the hand like this. You know, honestly, because we're all joking. I mean, I told you we were joking because you were smiling, talking about it. You know, and so forth. But again,
no, Tomalin, Pewee is not joking. So because if people were joking, people would not have mentioned what he just mentioned. And I want to be clear, Mr. Jerome. I did not make a contribution on behalf of the closing argument.
Listen, Robert,
I made a contribution.
Point of correction, right? You and I talk about the contribution a while back. The same thing happened to me. They block you from sending money for certain length of time. They do that. So when you said it out loud, I said it happens to everybody. Once you send X amount of money, we will block you until X amount of time. So we just laugh about it.
Right.
But it was nothing.
I think Jerome is joking. I don't think Pewee is joking. You know why I don't think Pewee is joking? The last time before Dylan came here, I attempted to say when I made, because my wedding was on, and I didn't want to put all of this out, but I was sending so much money to Liberia, Ghana, Nigeria, to the point where my wife and I had to fly to Ghana for 3 days and back to pick up our clothes, and I was blocked. I was blocked because they said that I was involved in money laundering. When he mentioned that the last time, because he think that he just said it, I failed to make a commitment. How can I fail to make a commitment when I can still make the commitment? He said, send the money to me and I will send it to Dylan. Like in that kind of sense, right? I made the commitment. I have been blocked from sending money a certain amount. And I was going to reach out to Dylan to explain that, and my wife was just saying, "You don't have to do that. Just wait until once you're on block, you send the money to him." It just was $700 some. So for you to come on public, for you to come on public while we're asking serious questions, right? Allow me, just like I made the contribution to him, allow me to say, Senator Dylan, on this closing argument, you will hear from him soon, which is what I intended to do. But to stop me and then say, have you sent the money? Who are you to tell? Don't do that. And I apologize to the audience. All of these conversations will be held behind closed doors. I do agree. And I do give Jerome credit because he had reached out to me and to all of us 2 weeks ago about having a meeting. So I think it's important that we have this meeting so we can kind of get some of these things in order. But this show is not for us to bash each other. It's not for us to attempt to embarrass each other. I made a commitment. I have not failed to follow up on the commitment. I still got time to do that. I'm not an elected official. I did not promise the Liberian people to build them school and they'll pay me and I have not built them school. Those are silly comparisons. I made the commitment. And whether it takes a year or 2 years, it is my personal commitment. You can't come on the show and say, oh, it's not integrity because Dylan has not. The reason why I have not sent because they would not allow me to send anything right now. And that's just the fact. That's just the fact. It's not because I don't have $800 in my account. Come on, stop that. We just spent $3,000 in DC for 4 days. Stop that. So don't try to embarrass Robert Garguah. Don't do that. Let's respect each other. That's all I'm asking. Jerome was joking because we laughed about it the last time. Everyone else was joking. Even the senator joked with it just now, and I laughed about it. But to just stop me and say, hey, have you sent the money? And then say, hey, you failed to make the commitment. I have not failed, sir. I have been blocked on all levels. And at the appropriate time, Dylan will hear from me. And I'm a man of my word. Everyone who knows me knows that I'm a man of my word. When I say what I say, I do what I say. Simple.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Gayman, quickly. No, and I will say this for the record. And I'm not going to go this. I will say this for the record. This issue, I don't know if you even spend 10,000 in DC or whatsoever. It's not nobody's business.
But yes, why is my commitment your business then?
If you spend 10,000 DC, it's not nobody's business.
So why is my commitment your business?
When Mr.
Why
Gayman,
is my personal commitment your business?
When you stated this thing about the whole thing, when you brought it up, when we all asked the question, intention on the most serious note, it was. But the reason why I thought to even bring this up was to clarify why you have not sent the money. But to come on and tell me I was not joking to say I'm not joking. Listen,
no, I don't think you were joking. If you was, you wouldn't have said I failed to pay.
It was.
But that's your real thought, Pewee. If you think you were joking, you would just say, "My brother, I was just joking with you." Right?
Listen. And I didn't know. I'm not understanding the question. Right? You love to hate people before hate you.
No, I'm not getting mad because it's not.
And then you come
listen, guys, we gotta go have dinner now. After now, you'll be eating late.
Look how we describe it. You tell me you're talking about spending this in DC.
Because $800, because honestly, $800 is nothing. Don't I don't have it.
I think Robert Garguah, the only skinny man here.
But do it. All I'm telling you is, don't attempt to embarrass me. That's all I'm saying.
The CEO just announced we have a meeting Saturday 11 o'clock. Okay.
All I'm saying, Pewee, I just been blocked, my brother. Pewee, since my wedding, I've been blocked.
Give the commitment. Come on.
That's all.
Okay, guys. And Robert Garguah is after 9.
When we say the spring chicken, when you
thank you guys.
No, you attempted to balance Robert
Garguah. Let us not let it go beyond that.
Thank you guys.
But what I can say to you people, closing argument, these shows are not show to say they're not church horse. They're not a church horse. When you bring guests here, yes, we must say, listen. There are two things you want to do here. A free marketing strategy for you. You have to inform and you have to entertain. The show must be engaging. You made a show today. I have to say that some Simon will go on. No. Tell us in a center for what
you just thought to make it look, to make the show look the way, and that is wrong.
My man, they don't make it look how.
That is wrong. If it is meant, you ask a question today. Today they gave you the proper answer.
You see, I asked the no question. I didn't ask a political question. I asked a question of concern of many Liberians. Okay. Because I didn't want them to answer the question as a politician. I want them to answer
the question. Anthony. Even at that,
it was a unique question you asked him.
When you ask the right question,
you had it up until you ask a question, you still keep interrupting to make the show look bad. I mean,
that's not true. That's not true.
That's the main something that you just done. When you talk better the video with Thomas Farah all year, whenever you have
sometimes you can have good questions. Let me say this to you, right? Sometimes you can have good questions.
No. Excuse me. You just jump back. Listen, let me talk.
I've been listening out in the bag, man.
Yeah, but Delon, we were restricted to one question each.
Yeah.
I asked Delon my question. There were no rooms for follow-up. I did not agree with his answer. I let it pass because
you asked a political question.
No, it doesn't matter. You can determine how is the question
political.
Listen here. How is the question? How do you call a question? No, you wait. How do you qualify a question as political when you say to the law, how is it that I will trust your
statement? Announcement, right?
How do I trust your statement
I saw that announcement.
war when of course you have demonstrated that those wars cannot be held? How is that political?
And they show and with that
Listen, let me say this to you, right?
How is that political?
Just like the way I asked Ahmed 12 question,
you know something, guys?
and I asked him economic question, he said that political question.
I'm concerned
Delon is a senator. His words are important to me. If Delon
I
wants,
understand.
if Delon wants,
When you ask a politician, take it out of his political zone and ask you a question that you'll be forced to provide an answer. He responded to you as an opposition to him instead of he addressing the question.
It doesn't matter. If that's how you choose, if that's how you choose, I'm not a problem with that. I'm not a problem with what you decide. What I say
it's okay.
To that question, it's unpredictable. Something Papa had.
Anthony, to that question, too many. It was not, and that's why when you called me today, you broke that news to me, and I placed on call, particularly in the cycle of MPhil itself and that of the up. So it was a unanimous board decision. But before the board decision, the president met with them.
The president requested. The president requested it.
So the president met with them, asked them to resolve it.
Resolve what?
Asked it's going to resolve.
D'Artagnan is a competent man. He will get jobs anyway. He will get jobs.
The board now took a decision to vote.
When that's happening?
So the board recommended the president removing.
No, the president. No, Pewee. We all know that. Come on, man. If the board wanted that man removed, and the president objected to it, he would not be removed. Let's be honest.
You see, I don't. Too many for the sake of the record, I don't want to go back and forth with this one, right? I'm saying what I'm telling you, and that's what I know, and that's what I'm saying.
So you say if the president objected to it, if the president objected to it, he had to. So listen, you can educate me too.
MPhil, 1 minute, too many. MPhil as an institution is tenure.
One at a time.
MPhil as an institution is tenure.
Right.
There was this commotion. Yes, tenure.
All right.
This commotion started for some time. The president thought to do some intervention. Asked them, the minister of the chair of the board, who of course the minister of health and others, to come together and see if they can fix the problem between he and his deputy. The problem persisted, and then when the president did the intervention, the board still went back finally and told the president, Mr. President, this thing is persisting. The two people cannot work together. So the best way to resolve this problem is to remove the both individual. So listen, it's not like the president have to agree. The president can say they agree now. The laws of MPhil, and that's why if Raul understand this, and that's also not every time we'll be in competition in this place. The laws of MPhil, the MPhil here, law, they don't serve at the will and pleasure of the president as compared to other appointed positions. Any tenure job don't serve at the will and pleasure of the president. So you see, sometimes we all come and sit in our midst, and we can say, I don't know, I don't profess, I don't know nothing. But what I know, and know if I fight through the law and other things, when I stand by it, I would be very that days on it. So when you are tenure to money, and ladies and gentlemen here, or gentlemen here, and ladies,
how many years after tenure? How many years?
It's 4 years.
Oh, 4 years.
If you are tenure, you don't serve at the will and pleasure of the president. So immediately you are appointed by the president, you now serve at the will of your term. Is that 4 or 5 years? Or there are conditions in those tenure jobs. You may be removed for cause. And the cause here now is the board resolution.
Okay.
Asking the president
to remove him.
That's why the president moved to dismiss.
Okay, Robert, information.
Dismiss.
Robert, information. Considering that you are not speaking on the fact that you know exactly what that tenure defines, and you are giving hypothetical in terms of some board. When a cause is inserted as a condition, it suggests there must be a due process.
No.
But when you say coming, when you ask, when there is a condition for your removal, there must be a process to establish that you are forfeited upholding to that something.
Oh yeah.
So a cause to remove required due process.
But due process was given the resolution.
The due process was a board resolution.
But due process was given the resolution.
The board resolution is a due process.
Now you're coming back to speak as if to say you're saying a fight.
But that's what he said earlier.
No, he said there was a resolution.
But where's the resolution? The board resolution will get.
No. So why you should define what is due process?
Now the law make a resolution. When you talking about resolution, meaning the due process was given before resolution.
I think it will not. So
this due process.
Now your law
due process
where resolution.
Due process.
Due process is one. Due process
each other side.
Due process is the process a year before it convicts.
No, yes.
The process a year before it convicts.
Yes.
The both men were called by the board.
A board resolution does not necessarily mean, or you're not saying that the board resolution is a result of a due process, is derived from.
That's what he said earlier. Maybe he didn't hear.
No, he didn't say that.
Resolution. If you didn't get me, let me say this now. The board resolution is as a result of the thing of having the board here and tell the president go. All the thing we hear from both sides.
Say that again. Say that again.
The board resolution is a result of hearing from both sides. Finding means of both sides to find a problem, and the board resorted to this, and the president took action.
All right, let me send a question back to you. So I want you to go on record on this, just in case. You are saying to me that the board resolution was as a result of a due process given to the two person, and that was the outcome. And that was the outcome.
Absolutely.
Okay. So in the resolution, was it a recommendation, a finding, or what? What was it?
So it was a recommendation. They came down with conclude the findings, and then in the findings they recommended for course the president because now next fees and math fees.
Okay, so I come in. So if that was the case, as a result of an investigation, how then could the dismissal letter then be administrative reason and not as a result of the board? How then?
Administrative reason is cost. The administrative reason is you guys are not being performing. Administrative reason can be.
My man, administrative reason is a vague thing. It can be anything.
That's exactly my point.
It can be anything.
But because they extend you, and he was moved by a cause that reflected him enjoying the due process that found him guilty, for him not living up to the tenure requirement. So it cannot not be.
Administrative reason could be in our term now because
it could not be an administrative reason.
And when you go back to the other creator,
so for example, if a man went to court, he was found guilty through the court process. Due process was given, and he was found guilty. And as a result of his guilt verdict, he became unfit to occupy the position. He cannot be released because of administrative reason. He can be released because of the crime he committed and the guilt has been established as a result of due process.
That was not the case in the particular case. That was not the case.
No, that was not the case.
That was not the case.
So then how then is the
there
due
was no
process
guilty plea, there was no guilty verdict here. What it was administrative reason they both could not coexist in the same space.
But do you know what due process will require when you go to due process?
Are you kidding me?
It's a process that is but due process will be
man,
one.
Let me progress, man.
No, but due process is one that find you guilty of something.
No.
Okay, go ahead. What due process?
Due process does not necessarily mean
no.
guilty.
Tell here again, Anthony.
Are you kidding me?
It's a process that hear you that or just hear you say something.
Due process doesn't mean guilty or not guilty.
It's not meant just for hear you. It's not meant just for hear you.
No.
It's not meant just for hear you. It meant no. It's not meant simply to hear you. It's meant to provide an investigation in a process, and to do so, they hear your side.
All right. Let me just say this, right? The due process is Seleke and Anthony have a dispute.
Yes.
And both all has to be here out. They hear your side, they hear my side. Right?
That's investigation.
Yeah. Hold on now. You have your time to speak. Let me speak. Right? When both sides have been heard, a decision was made, given the circumstances, that they realized the two individuals could not coexist. There was not about guilty or not guilty. It was about simply because the two could not exist in the same space, and because of administrative reason, they had to be let go. absolutely nothing to do with guilty or not guilty.
Okay, you done?
Why guilty and not guilty can be applied when a crime is committed and you are investigated under the code of competent jurisdiction that you are found guilty. Your guilt will prevent you of upholding that office. That's a separate circumstances other than this particular circumstances. So due process does not necessarily mean a guilty or not guilty. It's like telling somebody, say, the prosecution should not investigate. Having a justice does not necessarily mean the state win a case.
Okay,
right?
let me come in.
No. Let me say that. Anything you see, justice has to be served. Everything here now, what justice must be served. It doesn't mean that the prosecution or the prosecutor have to win the case. The case can be heard, and the prosecutor can lose the case. At least justice was served because two parties were given an ear and decision was made. But in Liberia, like Garguah Commander do right now, they want to win a case. You don't have to win a case.
All right, let me
justice to prevail, and that's what they're preventing right now.
Like keeping the content, I just want to say before I continue that everything you say is 100% wrong. It connects to nothing. Because one, and I'll say one, we are talking about a tenure position as Pewee established. I have not researched on that position, but Pewee confirmed that it's one of tenure. What tenure says is that a person must be removed by cause.
Okay.
That cause will require to be established. The cause to be established removal, there must be a due process. Now, due process is defined on our constitution. I think it's article, if I'm not mistaken, it might be article something that defines due process. Article 20E of our constitution define what due process is.
Okay.
You understand?
And then what does that constitution say?
I'll give you synopsis. I'm coming to read the whole constitution for you.
No, I say you should read it, but what does it say?
I'm saying to you, I'm going back. I'm saying to you, if a removal from a position required a cause must be established by due process, and due process is defined by a standard framework on our constitution. It says no man should be deprived of life, liberty, or enjoyment, privileges, except through a due process that is hereby impartial court or a body. You understand me? Now, coming into the context of this scenario.
What's the vote?
Okay. This position is guarded by due process. It means that not even the president can remove you except a cause is established. A cause is only established when you are given due process. Due process is done when you are heard under an impartial body. That means you are going through an investigation where you will be found guilty. So, when a due process finds you guilty,
but
Pewee,
one before,
Pewee, let a man land. Let a man. Let him swim here.
You just like to see on the discussion.
Get waiting for him. How you gonna land?
Let me say this to you.
You claim two things. You said one, the now remove a due process. When you use the word due process, must be a legal process.
Let me say this to you.
Due process means it has to be a legal process.
Of course, due process is a legal process.
No. You just gave the definition that it has to be heard by a body.
An impartial body under a legally established legal body. I'm not saying
a legally established body is the board.
Yeah,
they had a board of directors.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
You see,
I agree.
Go ahead with him.
I agree. And
so the board has been established. It's a legally established body. Listen now. The board is a legally established body.
Anytime I swim, I will swim. Once I swim and you learn that problem.
But man, let's make progress.
All right, ask the question.
When you are speaking, I listen.
At the end, you interrupted, but I'll give you a chance to ask the question.
Okay, then go ahead. If you think I interrupted you, go ahead.
Have you read? Let me ask you a question before you continue. Have you read a law that created Enfield?
No.
Okay, so
I didn't read the law, but I'm using what you said. You said the law that created said it must be one that will move by cause and it's a 10-1.
It is in you. It is
So
in you.
any law that contradicts the Constitution is invalid. So the Constitution defined for us.
So
But the Constitution defined for our due process is. It's applicable everywhere. Anywhere.
Did they get a chance to be heard?
Were they not giving due process?
I'm sorry?
Were they given a chance to be heard?
I don't know.
Of course.
But he just told you.
Okay, yes. So if you were given a chance to be heard, it means you were found guilty as per the investigation. Is that not the case?
And so to Sadiqi's point, I think to Sadiqi's point, right? There has to be a cause, right? And I haven't read the act. I may not have as much understanding as you guys, have. But what I also do know is that, and I stand corrected, is that cause has to be a reason that incapacitate or that has affected one or has affected one's ability to carry out his or her duties, right?
Absolutely, Robert, and that's what was established.
So
they
to that
found out
point,
the two could not coexist.
So who determined who could not coexist?
The deputy and his boss.
Okay, the deputy and his boss could not coexist. Okay, so in the president's wisdom, because the deputy and his boss could not coexist, he tells the board that the board has to resolve this matter, and the resolution to this matter is to fire the both of them.
To let both of them go, yeah.
Now, I know that this is not the same process and the same thing as what we're talking about, but when it came to what happened at the foreign ministry, when it was communicated to the president, and I know these guys work at the will and pleasure of the president as opposed to
those other two,
position.
that's a separate case.
But using the same logic and the same wisdom of the president, he saw what was going on as an insubordination.
Yeah,
and
let one go.
The deputy was dismissed. Now, from everything that I know, that I've heard, right, I also do know that if the president did not want the removal of this gentleman in question,
you would have done something else.
That would not have happened.
I agree with you 100%.
That's all
Robert.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
that point,
there's nothing. There is nothing
it's
that
fair. We are all human.
And you don't have to remove the both of them.
Yeah.
To have a resolution, especially when one is the deputy. So I think, in my own little small wisdom, that all of it was a coincidence, because the president can say, well, it was a cause. Both of them could not get along with each other. But what is the detail here? Why they couldn't get along with each other? Is it a case of insubordination? Is it a case of insubordination? Why do you have to remove the director general and the deputy? I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Fair point, Robert. Hey, I left the show. Did anybody ask Senator Dillon about his bill to reduce lawmaker salary? Because
he spoke about it. They said it was a fake bill, and he said everyone who says it's a fake bill and it was politically motivated should go and ask the
I have a copy of that.
Should go and ask the partisans to be fake as well, and agree to his proposal for them to make $5,000 and save the country $4 million annually.
What I wanted to ask, did anybody asking, because he was very consistent with that bill when CDC was in charge, when hold on one second, when our chair was the pro temp, but since Yomdi came in, he has not been vocal about that bill. So right now, the Unity Party have no opposition whatsoever in the Senate, not the House. They have the numbers to pass any bill. So I wanted to know what are not saying that they don't know. What is stopping him from bringing that bill forward, because you have the number in both chambers?
But you say you asked the best question. Why you didn't ask that?
I never said I said how would I say I asked the best question? I wasn't here. I only have one question to ask at the time.
Anthony, the problem is that you don't understand that problem in the legislature is number game.
Yeah, but right now they don't have the number.
Also, you think the guys don't want to use that pay? You put it there, it will defeat the bill.
But Anthony, I just want you to know.
No, but they don't have the number, and they don't been. So everything they was political, right? Because during CDC time, He will all up on the floor. Every day you go to work, he will talk about that.
So
Anthony, you say, Anthony, I'm coming back to you. You are a good researcher. You always got your computer. I think you have a 2 or 3 in your office. I want you to research the difference between administrative action or process and due process. They are not the same.
But I never said it was the same.
Okay, so I'm saying to you, I
never said it was the same. I said the body that established there is a legal body.
So listen to the core of my argument. So listen to the core of my argument. So listen to the core.
But I never said that here. So
listen to the core of my argument now. A man who can only be removed by due process cannot be dismissed by administrative reason. That's my argument. I'm saying to you, if, for example, let me put it this way. Can the president dismiss the chief justice for administrative reason? Obviously, no. So, but the president can dismiss the final minister for administrative reason. Now, when you dismiss a man who is on tenure, you cannot dismiss him for administrative reason. You must dismiss him as a result of due process, which means an investigation was conducted and you were found guilty for breaking the chain and condition of the due process. It must be established. His dismissal letter says for administrative reason. A man on a tenure cannot be dismissed for administrative reason because both are not the same. That's the point I'm making to you. And you keep arguing, yeah. Due process is there for administrative reason.
Again, listen here. The president didn't just wake up to dismiss this man. The
I
president
care whether he just wake up or you are under the mountain. I'm saying the reason why
not do this.
dismissal.
Listen here. We should not do this. You're speaking again. I listen to you. So let me make my point. Even if you don't like it, you have the chance to debunk it, right? So what I'm saying here, they have their board of directors. It was the board of directors. 1 minute. It was the board director. I gotta go do another task again. This job that they real popping. It was the board of directors that did the due process. They called both of them in to resolve it, and through that process, they could not resolve it amicably, and they went into their thing and came up with a resolution, which of course the president honored. Now the rubber sprint. If the president wanted to keep this guy, he could have done so, but he did not. Now, it is up to him to challenge because the board has jurisdiction over hearing of their cases. That's how the board is set up, right? Apart from the board, they cannot do anything. But guys, I'm sorry, I'm not running away, but I have to do this.
Okay, I mean, you know what? You know when you use administrative reason, you now restrict his ability to challenge because the president enjoys that. But when you have dismissing on the basis of due process through an investigation, he could challenge that process. So I'm saying to you, Mr. President should have dismissed a man as a result of cause and indicated. But when you have due administrative reason, they probably get sacked by administrative reason. But when the person is protected by tenure, you cannot sack them by administrative reason because he has tenure protection. It must be due process. And the president letter indicated administrative reason. So I think that it was political. That's
no, but it is. I agree with you.
It's political because
I agree with you 100%.
If you say administrative reason there, I think it's political. If you wanted to be on the basis of the law, then tell us, say, look, this man was given due process. He wrong. He did XYZ. So either because of this, we sack it. But administrative reason is vague.
Yeah, but again, again, you know, the president got a lot of appointments to make, and I also know for a fact that, you know, the doctor, he was not in that position. I don't think that position should be a politically influenced position. But because the president controls damn near everything, he has the power to do whatever the heck he wanted to do. We've seen that happen with all of the different tenure positions that have come under legal scrutiny. So I don't think that I think that, you know, he had a lot of pressure behind him to make his own appointment, to appoint his own people. And we all know, look at the names, look at the folks that were appointed. These are political people. Let's be honest here.
Where?
Huh?
Where?
The acting director of the acting and deputy director, Dr. What's the name, man? I can't really think of the name. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, like the lady they appointed. I know, like I said, I know her.
She's a staunch Joseph Boakai supporter, and so again,
hey man, I don't see that getting by politics, so.
No, she's but not. I mean, she's not as aggressive as
because
as others.
Certain field, right? Look, certain field that is security field, the health field
should be apolitical.
Yeah,
I agree. But unfortunately, in Liberia, Tomalin, that's not the case, because if it were the case, then the EPS, the protective executive mansion, those guys, they literally replaced damn near everyone. You know what I'm saying? It's like they got rid of all those boys. You saw what happened when Kofa was speaker, right? So you want to protect. You want to protect
the. I never Kofa there at the house.
You want to protect the integrity of those. Yeah, you want to protect the integrity of those institutions, but again, I think this was a political move, and it just so happened that they weren't getting along, and we don't even know the details of that. But I don't think it warrants dismissing both.
I've been getting bits and pieces and things, but we'll get a whole thing come up. And from what I'm gathering for too is that I think like the Myean and the board were having some issues too, and everybody have their own way of leadership, get their own leadership style things, and apparently in America is different from what you do in Liberia there. And so this man, I'm sure he had his own way of trying to run MPhil, and they weren't prepared, because I think it started with the monkeypox. I think he said that monkeypox, the way they were trying to make monkeypox look like it was like Ebola coming or COVID. So I think he put it under control, because when he said that, he had a press conference and said monkeypox is not like, bro. I mean, it's not all around. It's not like spreading. So all that problems are coming, because the guy know his era. And Liberian people have the tendency when they see some disease coming, they want to make money on it. They make money on the Ebola thing, the COVID thing. They want to do all that thing. Yeah, that COVID thing, they put money at the airport. When kind of, I think it will piss me off. When we go to our feet, then they'll bring out, I move my nose. I'll put it in my nose. I'll put the money and move for her.
But for me,
the bring out thing, they say, I said, what you coming and put it in my nose for? I said, I beg you, man. I'll put it in my nose. You can't have my nose for nothing. Let me pay the money and move on there. I come from America. I took vaccine. They tell me now. They tell me, show me a vaccine card. But we'll fill out the form and all at the airport about the COVID form. Fill out everything. You can arrive here again. My person for one. I think it pissed me off. Let me friend. Piss me off. For what? They get money on the people on the airport. On the Israel announced that COVID was free. Now everybody stop it now. But I'm not BS. And I'm sure that Seleke and Pewee, I think I have to do something involved where people want to use the system. I'm sure that what happened.
Yeah. But for me, I don't speculate on this kind of thing. I don't care whether she was Boakai's nephew or Boakai's daughter. That's not my concern. My only concern is, again, a pattern of breaking our law is being established here. Now, and I'm saying that I have not read
about people just ask the question. Have you read it as a creator? Not.
No, but people said the position was protected by Tenny.
Yeah, but what would you do? In fact,
people said the position was protected by Tenny.
The guy who I think was on his watch that they created MPhil or Thomas Yuswa. I'll reach out to him tomorrow. Let him guide us, because if they are created by an act that says that the power is inherited in the board or the president, a different case. But if the president acted with unilaterally with all the board involvement, then maybe you will say he violated tenure law. But I don't think the president did it in a way that he disrespected the board.
But Tomalin, assuming that the board. But anyway, we can find out information. Let me find out information.
Let me also end on this too. Look, from what I know, politics. Let me just warn the people, man. CDC program is October 18. They think they're bringing some fake guy and say he get land. I mean, that kind of politics is not good, man. The people have not found a land.
I knew that guy from Pinsville. That man is a notorious land dealer.
I heard they say he confessing he pulled that behind and pushing to do this thing. It's wrong. So you want them to say you want CDC to exist? CDC when I exist?
He said that people behind.
And I get the version that the man.
If that man is doing that, maybe somebody pushing his hand.
You will learn.
Very notorious.
Talking about they put preparing the t-shirt and everything for the program side. And now what are they going to do now? And I told my, I said, what are you going to do now? Sedition will turn out in droves because what happening now? You not pace them up. So you know what happening? They want for that. So they will turn out in droves. Take my word. Sedition will shut down up on side on the 18th. Saturday was out. I mean, you push up to do the thing. Yeah, the people say they want to pay the party headquarters. Then you try to send somebody to go on a man and say, oh, we're struck there to go to court, all kind of thing. But any court try to do that thing, you'll really look for trouble, man. What's that? The parties that the measure was about in the country, you think they will not exist? I mean, people start that thing, man. I mean, I want to politics, they're not good, man.
That is unacceptable.
They're wrong.
Okay, man.
I mean, look.
I think it is the board member that should be on telling you.
I say?
Yeah.
Let me add a guy for the act, man.
And you know what are the board members?
Who are?
They have ministers, they have a board.
Justice, finance, health. So in other words, the members of the cabinet.
They have minister in Washington, D.C.
There's a law. Barack was not president when the law was passed.
I'm not saying he did.
The law created on Ellie, right?
I'm not questioning the law.
Barack was not president when the law was passed.
I'm not questioning the law.
No, I think the law created
on Ellie.
The weird.
I think that for the Ebola, right?
Yeah, Ebola, guy, assistant minister, created that thing when to become the director general.
I said, 97 copy of the law, man, or the acts. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll meet on the show tomorrow, man. Tomorrow we'll talk it up.
Okay, bro.
Corporate owner.
Why you call corporate what? So you attack. You see, y'all won't be on the show.
Corporate owner, they have you respecting order.
You won't be on the show, and there you're attacking, and you say, "Oh, put on the show," and you don't do that.
You say what
people do? Like be saying, you won't come with integrity. I mean, you won't come with equity, and then you're hanging. You got other people we see through the government. They go reach ordinary AOF. They feel you can you exhibit.
But listen,
as your hero.
No, I can't know hero. Man, say a hero, man. You don't disrespect me. Say I call
somebody. No, but Pewee a hero, Pewee, and this I put other excusing our country.
But no, I will not excuse. Listen.
The problem they don't get very yourself. You friend it without your man father. Why you can let him come too?
But listen. That should not be a
never come.
That should not be a precondition.
Not precondition about everybody. When you acting, you do it like they say. You say covering the man. How covering the
Of course, they'll protect the man. Almost all your audience today telling you say today's show was like a terrorist.
Oh, no, because most of the
no, you try to portray the audience. The audience was not fair. You try to portray that way.
Brother,
you try to portray
Baba Bolu, who is my friend and brother, you bring it on the show here. I will ask him.
You will never do that.
You did you?
When we're on the show, when the whole saga, you ever one day condemn what Father was doing?
But our power brother expelled Father from CDC.
You ever?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
You don't for that.
But look at my rating. Listen.
You voted. That is the reality. You ever voted?
Coming. Delon and myself. Delon is my friend as well.
You don't take out the show and portray us to be something.
No, but I want to tell today, you join some guys say myself recommendation to the foreign committee that you kill.
Listen, let me say this to you. I'm the issue about sending recommendation is for listen, and I thought he was very professional on that, right? If you see someone with expertise in particular area and they got knowledge of the place, now you have the committee, and the committee is not able to do that. This is not meant
don't mind Seleke, man. That man 48. Seleke 48. Don't mind.
Somebody looking at me telling
well,
me.
you want to come on the show, and one of the meeting want to be having on the whole thing. We got to go there.
You come and tell about the meeting about now.
No, and I talk about meeting.
I
talk about meeting. I talk about meeting, but we'll have to talk some of these things that hey, Apple won't come make us the rest of the folks to be bad. No, if you try to do that, we'll dismiss you. Nobody gonna laugh at that.
You saw that one.
Pewee, how you know? Pewee, let me from the progressives. They're the one who led the multi-party democracy. They got a scars to show.
They were very greedy. They saw their own interests.
No, I think I agree with you.
Listen,
wait.
You heard me the last time. What I said about the multi-partyism?
Wait a minute. Pewee, listen to me now. The progressive yesterday, right? The guys, they advocated for a cause. The only problem I have with them is they prepared to.
Thank God you having a problem with them.
I'm coming now. Let's tell how with them was.
I'm gonna CDC is better than the progressive.
They weren't prepared for a power cap into the hands what they'll do one day. They don't have to prepare for that. The how come when a coup took place, they were not expecting to be in that position they found themselves in when they get in the position. Because at that time, had they prepared, so look, maybe one of these they will take power. When they took over, they were completely empty. They brought them, he brought people that were plenty. Back on the foreign affairs, from the education, he brought up all the guys he brought in the government, all the progressive boys there. But then it didn't have.
Somebody wrote said the guy was
would have said, look,
in the report. I don't know what you can get.
But they didn't guide though. How can you see Rense, right?
Later, Logan, can you please send me the report?
Rense wrote that thing the door and say how to remain power after 1980. After 1990, remain power. 85. He wrote that thing. I can do run for election. Do brought money back and do all that thing on the International Assembly. But the progressive, but they were not put that today. They put it today. By the time they get in, and say, "Oh, making those will protest." When they call them and get them money, they call it protest. They don't know talk PB words. All they know. But they got in yesterday. They couldn't browse the balls in yesterday.
My man, of all the different revolutions in Liberia, the Progressive Revolution, the MPFL Revolution, the PRC Revolution, the CDC Revolution has been the most successful. 20 years.
That one, CDC.
When you got successful, you couldn't keep power?
No. Listen. Now that way got successful. When you got successful, let me define it. We changed. CDC revolution of mass participation has been the most successful of all the revolutions.
That movement, that's a movement that you should have structured in a way that
it's still strong. The movement
is strong, but the movement
stays. But people, you were there. Why you didn't have structure? You were there.
The Unity Party made
the movement. Listen, the movement stays amongst those who could likely win state power again.
Let me say this. I mean, I agree with you, General.
And the movement has spread. Look at Garguah. The movement is more than 20 years old.
You didn't catch on my point. My point here is that's a grassroots based movement.
But so was the progressive movement.
Let me take you back to the Southern African political revolutionary days in terms of SWAPO. Other things. Let me take you back to ZANU-PF. The ZANU-PF as a political institution knew that it's a grassroots. So what it did, they structured in a way that leader will come, leader will go. The fact that the people of South Africa respect and believe in this party, the party will always be in power. And I thought the citizens should accept that space. For this term, they will start determining after we are goodness.
Okay, so let me tell you the difference. Let me tell you the difference.
To the extent, and I say, and I would support Mr. Weah against Mr. Boakai. But the point, there was some mistake made along the line.
We have said that repeatedly.
And we should correct it moving forward. That's the party strong to come out of power. Why they put frustrate the effort?
Everybody else in cities have said over and again that look, we made some mistakes. That's something we can't shy away ourselves from. We made mistakes. We have said that over and again. But listen, it's not a fair thing that you compare the CDC revolution without ZANU-PF. For example, CDC was that one that fought liberation against foreigners.
No. The reason why I was doing analogy, you are
Both
bringing
of the
hope.
No, but it's still different. For example, the ANC. The ANC, you know who them you can put in with ANC compare? For example, the ANC and the Progressive of Liberia, where they fought Tarane fought oligarchy. CDC was fighting change of mentality, change of idea, creating something. So there was still competition. But when I said to you, CDC is a greater revolution than the Progressive Revolution, than the MPFL Revolution, than the PRC Revolution is one. Longevity, sustainability, and the future. By the time Joe took over, the Progressive knew where not to stand. They were in the government, they could not even govern. By the time you make up the money,
they're not prepared for that
but
moment.
1985, they were done. MPFL.
But they fought a cause. They had a cause.
But I'm saying
they were not compromised like today. Today, the guys today are compromised.
No. You know what it means for CDC to make? CDC took a man who was selling plank, timber, no family background, brought him till he became. That's why he got transformation. Tadapoli.
To Pewee's point, CDC. When the idea was envisioned about CDC, we were thinking about making it be like the African National Congress, like that.
Of course, ANC.
But then you guys were looking at power. No, the idea was you can't have it like that because ANC in South Africa.
I won't compare. I won't even make that. I think that's.
Yeah, you can't compare.
Let me.
ANC had just fought apartheid.
No, I don't think that's the reason why CDC out of power.
No.
If you're going to compare, if you're going to say that's the reason why CDC out of power, then let's be honest, because we are putting so much pressure on CDC. Unity Party has been around for how long now? Unity Party is an older political party than CDC.
It's a progressive party. It's a progressive party.
And even with the Unity Party,
they didn't power for the whole power to the country now.
But they still do not have. They still do not have the kind of structure that you would expect from a political institution. No, but just because they won. Okay, but CDC, but Tomalin though. I mean, if that's the case, CDC has also won.
Yeah, but
CDC has won as well.
So it's 3-1.
But you can't compare them. That's what I'm saying. Because again, CDC is a younger political party than Unity Party. What I'm saying is, all of the vision you guys had about CDC, each of you, including Sylvester, was once with CDC. You worked. They worked with CDC. So you mean to tell me that the party leadership did not encourage a diverse of opinions and ideas?
It was an idea.
Okay, it was an idea, but an idea that did not according to you, that idea has not been transformed into an institution. It has not been institutionalized. So my question is, what stopped that? You have all these ideas what CDC should have been. Why didn't you put those ideas forward and ensure that they were institutionalized? That's what I'm saying.
Bravo, Sidiki knows. When people say, "Oh, these were formed, no." You George Weah was the problem was that George Weah was the most popular young man of the generation. Everybody said, "Look, this man, names are true out there, but this man, he represents a the population that felt that the water came affected that generation. So we're like, look, this man, he has what it takes for people to gravitate towards him. Okay, but the idea was, look, CDC will be a bigger tent where people will expand the whole thing and so forth. Sidiki, right here, many people don't know, Sidiki was the first national youth chairman of CDC. He signed the CDC thing at the NEC today. His signature on it. Okay, but many people don't know.
So, but Robert,
the problem matter is that when people left the ship, but because people said, no, that's why we signed up for. Is that going a different way?
So, Robert, to Tomalin's say, we are honestly, why it is true he was one of the most popular person, but that was not what qualified him at the time to serve as CDC standard bearer, because obviously there were many people of interest. Kofi Wood wanted to be standard bearer of CDC as well. He had gone into those negotiations, Kofi Wood, yeah. But here was the thing. One of the cardinal, fundamental, particularly coming from people like us who were young at the time that went to it. I didn't know we are, except from what I heard about on the football field and stuff like that. So there was nothing that's on it. But what the picture we created in our mind was we just wanted somebody who had no connection to the war.
Exactly.
At that point, we were not taking competence, we're not taking education, we're not taking we just wanted some, because we are taught, for example, we are trying to tailor on in honor the theory that he who started the war had a solution to fix it. I know he came up, I'll vote for you. That mentality that, look, until you gave Taylor the chance, there will be no peace. So that gave it back to the war. When Taylor failed us in another walk-in, we said then, let us go for a person who had no connection. And so his major focus will be reconciling the country. Yes. And we thought then we are fit in that definition. It wasn't, to a larger extent, it wasn't about we are popular, because Kofi Wu was somebody who we are giving credence to, considering at the time, you know, he was with Johnson and Peace, he was one of the voices there. But then there were other voices who said, but yeah, Kofi Wu, he's part of the Moja guy. Kofi Wu to get there, when he's there, he'll be there. So we have got qualified on that basis. Now, many of the people who leave CDC or got issue with CDC had never got an issue with CDC because of its being a party, its ideology. Many times when people leave CDC or get issues, it's always because of something with George Weah. You know what I mean?
That's a part of it. That's a part of the problem, because again, a lot of the people.
But then you have to. But when you want to build institution, Rabba, you have to go beyond that.
No, but that's what we're saying. The same thing.
Rabba, did you hear myself? Did you hear myself? George Weah and we serve in the same party, but I'm not too sure we share the same view all of the time, and most of the time that is why we will not be the best of friends as far as we know each other with something, simply because we don't share the same. However, we are committed to the same institution. So if I will mind George Weah behavior, his attitude, I would tell you say you go Buen CDC. But I can't let me learn it. If I'm committed to building an institution, I must be able to see it beyond George Weah and his behavior and attitude. If I don't do that, then I'll be like Tomalin Jordan, who, when we are not speak to them today, they leave. When we are speak to them tomorrow, they come in.
Yeah, but I think also
the problem, beyond that point.
I think I agree with you.
You're talking nonsense, Seleke.
Please don't cause me on the air.
Also, too, you can't. Also, too, I think when I talk about,
I'm a man of principle about around you.
Yeah, principle.
When I talk about
principles, come on,
listen.
No. I remember vividly, right?
Come here, Robert,
quickly, right? Mm-hmm. We had a problem, right? Where when the party started, they had to call Friends of Weah, and then we who the Samuel Tour, James Colley, all that came from different from diverse background and so forth. We say, oh, so we as you know happening, send the two group can come together. You're gonna be in Florida in 2003, I think, or 4. We went to Florida. All we thought say, because the guys have been in the president we have for a long time. They say, my man, maybe we'll go to the meeting and they'll tell us say your food where they got it, or you can leave. But now where I said, we are to them, we are say, you know me already, I'm my friend, I'm my social friend there. You're not anything zero. But they put it where I know. I just be in there. I know they put there. They put in, I think they're serious. They put, I really want to the team, they really want to get the team, the movement. That can we are say, so you work with the people there. I can first of we are there, somebody got vest. I don't call it here. Somebody got vest and say, oh, they got vest, they walk away. So that can see the NWA, yeah, the Twe, the Collie, Piso, late Patrick Sawyer, all that group there who stood together and said, the late Patrick Chair. Yeah. He said, oh, but that's not the case. The man taking us serious. The man from been doing for many, many years. He said, people will not take me serious. They will be they think joke on here. They train them will take me serious. They know me and they believe in what we want to do. So that time you see, the other people left. Okay. But then along the way now, when things are changing way.
But then change.
So I think
we just step aside.
I think when we talk about institution too, Siddiqui, we can't just say, yes, a lot of the folks left because they have personal issues with we are. That's not an institution. That's not institution. That's not an institutional mindset, right? Because you have to understand. We're not. Let me land, bro.
Yeah,
you have
from
to,
the people, or from the institution, is from the people.
No, from the people who were. You talk about, for instance, you talk about Kofi Woods, for instance. Kofi Woods was not a sedition. I don't consider him a sedition.
But
right.
that one part was.
But he came and expressed interest to be this.
We're not around on the popularity.
No, but to be honest,
but you don't. What I'm saying is, you don't. This is not how you build institutions.
Okay.
We always give example to the Republican and Democratic Party.
Okay.
The Republican and Democratic are examples of truly built institutions, where it's not centered around a particular person. Of course, the parties have legends. The party have political legends. The party has political legends, right? You talk about the
talking about me, Timothy. We hear your mouth. The man gossip about me.
Yeah, but let the man gossip by.
Sorry, Raul. Go ahead.
No, but so you can't just say it's about the president, because I'll give you an example. When was the last time CDC went to a convention? When was the last time any political party? When was the last time any political party went to a convention where you were supposed to elect? Where you were supposed to elect a standard bearer? You know, I'm not just talking about a convention, but you go to the convention and you already know who your standard bearer will be. I mean, it's already preconceived.
Robert. That state does not take away into institutionalism, because the Democrats sometimes go at the convention. They already know who the standard bearer.
No. That's not true. That is not true. You know what? Even if they know who this, even if they mentally know, or the party leadership knows who they are interested in, the public, the partisans, we see it happen. People go to preliminaries. You have 10 candidates who express to be the nominee of the Democratic Republican Party. They go through a preliminary process. They debate the issues, and they go by state to state. Those people elect and they play an integral role in who becomes the standard bearer. I'm not talking about
listen.
No, bro. Let me finish.
Okay, finish.
You can't compare any convention, not just CDC. You cannot compare any convention that any political party has attended. In fact, this is what CPP attempted to do. This is what Alice Cummings was pushing the CPP to do, and we saw exactly the true Liberia political mindset showed up when Joseph Boaga was entitled to become the next standard bearer of the CPP. He told Cummings, it's either I go as CPP standard bearer and you are the second deputy, or we go our separate ways. This is not how you build institutions. This is the reason why Kofi Woods them are no longer part of the party, because they did not see it benefiting them personally. This is the reason why your boy who became the standard bearer, the one who Joe gave when they were questioning his competence and his qualification. The one who led the seat, Winston Tubman. Winston Tubman was never a sedition, because if Winston Tubman was a sedition, even though Winston Tubman ran and he didn't win, he still would have been around the party. But when it was no longer about him, he came, did what he had to do, and he left. This is not how you build institutions. Bill Clinton remains a member of the Democratic Party. Barack Obama remains a member today of the Democratic Party. Hillary Clinton remains a member of the Democratic Party. These individuals will come, they will go. Whether or not they've won, John Kerry remains a member of the Democratic Party. You don't see the same thing in Liberia. They come today, they don't get that way, then they leave, they jump to another political party where they get that way. This is not how you build institutions.
I agree with you there.
Robert, on our point, I agree with you. I agree with you that, for example, because you have personal issue with all in a party, of course, we ain't go there to become brothers and sisters. We go there based on our own value, our own stuff. And because you have personal issue with me, then you do, I'm going to leave the party. Or because a man state a view that you don't like, then I'm going to expel the man. No, I don't believe that. I believe that in a political party, we become them believing what Tomalin, close your mouth.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah, so I believe that in a political party, we are there for a common cause, but we still do have different view. We must be able to stay in there and share it. Like I said, in the Democratic Party, you have moderates, you have laborers, and all of those things. Yeah, they are all part of the Democratic Party. And so I don't think that those people who are in the party and don't agree with some of the party decisions and actions and things, choose to leave the party. Of course, then when you do that, you don't go there with a mentality of party. For example, if you are friends with we are, you and he were cool, you're a buddy. At a certain point on the basis of your own friendship, things went helter-skelter. Then because of that, you say, I want to be in a party again. No, then of course you don't have an institutional man. Kofi Wu, I would think that because he was there from the formation. Kofi was part of the formation.
No, Kofi was formation. Kofi only there for the discussion that led to. Yeah,
yes, I led the CDC. Kofi Wu wanted now the whole thing was before CDC, the whole idea was Liberia wanted a new approach to their country. They wanted a leadership, a person with clean, unblemished record, one who had no rebel tie, one who was not involved in stealing from the country and all of those things. Of course, Kofi Wu was one of the presidents that came up with that character as well. At that time, he had just left from the Justice and Peace. He was one of the UNO voices that if Michael Francis was living, I'm sure he was going to be one of the presidents who would have considered as well. But out of those presidents, George Weah uniquely fit the value that we thought we wanted. Oh, this man, he has no something. At the time, that was the picture we had.
The argument was that George Weah got his wealth through his own natural God-given talent.
So that was the picture that was created of George Weah.
Like I said. And we said this man, wherever because Liberia, we came from a war, right? All the people are running now, they all put brought the war on. They were involved in it. They caused the war. Who said, no, somebody who can unite the country. Because whenever George Weah appeared, he mobilized people come together. Especially during the day of the national team, during the war, when we are there around, people come from Greater Liberia, they all come together. But then this man embodies that kind of a.
I'm gonna be honest with you. In that room of 36 people doing the organization, there were a few people who now I know were really close friends of Weah. But to be honest with you, sitting around that table every day deliberating about the formation of CDC, not one day Weah's celebrity status was a matter that influenced us. I'm telling you. I admire Weah. I'm a big IE guy. I'm a big Lunsa man. I'm a big IE man. I love soccer. I love Weah for his soccer skill. But to be honest with you, not one day from the discussion I saw anybody giving that credence. Oh, the man is popular. It was all about this guy. He's a decent guy.
Popularity too. Don't do that. Popularity
in the formation.
The groundswell support that came when the ground because of popularity. My man, I'll be frank. No, even the argument we're making. No, I remember. I know Robert in Georgia. Robert won Georgia. Won Georgia 2004. I think we went that day. We got to Georgia. Look, that day. All the guys then you see that with UP. Look, Twe. I see Twe. That boy is a gifted guy. When it comes to somebody who can engage people, Twe spoke that day. He made an argument about the settlers that came to Liberia, and then what happened that led to the national unity coup that led to the war. He made an argument. Then he justified, made a compelling argument why George Weah should lead the movement. George Weah was saying that day, was saying about Weah, why you lead the movement.
So Akami, let me ask you a question. I want to know this.
Yeah. So now,
were you saying Twe were moved by Weah talent as opposed to Weah value he brought?
But it was his popularity too. He said this man embodies. They may embody a lot. People say
yes. Yeah. He did. It was that lot we're looking at. We're looking at the value in him.
Well, the man popularity, that be friend, brother.
No, it was more than his popularity. It was more than his popularity.
Okay.
It was more than Weah's popularity. We were not just, yes, we could not deny the fact that Weah was popular, but let's say this. If Weah was popular, if Weah was popular but had a very bad repetition, we're never going to consider him.
Okay,
if Weah was very popular, if Weah was popular as he was, but he was notorious in other ways, he was never going to be considered. Weah was largely considered by the 36 of us because we felt Weah had no world connection. Weah was a unifier. Weah has good character. If I was there popularity, no way.
Long before that, at the All-Liberian Conference in Ghana, let me just bring some to the attention. At the All-Liberian Peace Conference in Ghana, that time, I come, we are approached. Who approached Weah? The late Councillor Bronson approached Weah. He's doing a conference when he told Weah about, look, and you were trying to say, look, I think because Bronson was interested in running 2005 now, and he told Weah, he said, I looking at you, I want to work along with you to carry you as my running mate, something of that nature. So now Weah said, well, that will keep on. So the how kind of mess. Then when Weah got to Liberia now, groups are petitioning him. Who's that calling him in America? They play calling him. Why don't you know? Not because come on now. It was because the man was a very popular man who knew he would draw the groundswell support towards him. He bring people with gravity towards him. Our was 24 coming. A popularity, that'd be frank. Come on now. If you didn't, you were not popular.
No. His popularity was an asset. Yes, I'm saying to you, Tomalin Joy, I was in a room. People that knew we are popular, but listen, when we're looking at who to lead a new Liberia, it was not just about, Joy, we are popular. No, we're created because we said no more should Liberia go to war. Liberia should create a political movement that will ensure the country don't go to war no more.
But to Tomalin's point, Siddiqui, strategically, you can't just say you would.
I'm not saying it didn't have value.
But you can't just say that the number one thing was we needed someone who did not participate in the war, because if that was the case, then you could have found someone who did not participate in the war, and they would have had PhD degree. There are a lot of people that was around that. And
then also, listen now, if you're using that, and then also your ability to work with all sides, to reconcile all sides. Because we thought that the problem in Liberia at the time around 2005, the issue was reconciliation. How do we reconcile the anger in the country? How do we bring it down? So yes, you must not have had any faction connection. You must not have been part of anything that caused problems to our country being government, but you must also be able to at the same time work with every faction and unite them. That is why Kofi Wu was also put in a matrix.
Yeah, but I find it hard to reconcile that.
Is that because that meeting in Florida? I mean from where? I mean in Florida. Kofi then get their own agenda there. When they said Kofi should be on top and we are so then we are group down there say why not the other way? Because come on now, why not the other way? I cannot be but by the time we arrive for that meeting there, we are Kofi are going for a walk. I
find it hard to reconcile again, which goes back to my point, Siddiqui, about institutionalization of political parties.
This is the most institutional party in Liberia.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And the reason why I don't believe that is if that was
of all the parties in Liberia, is that the most institutionalized?
No, most institutionalized party, again, it's just not about how long you've been around. It's not about the partisan, it's about the operation of the party.
Okay, let's look at the operation
of the party. The operation of CDC does not it's not no different from Unity Party. It's not no different from the Liberty Party. Because again, it's no different from the NPP.
That's not true.
So it is true. When I talk about institution again, I'm not just talking about what your party stands for. I'm not talking about the ideology. I'm talking about the operation. A political institution, and we're not trying to compare Liberia with America. But again, until George Weah is ready to retire, until he wins 2029, if George Weah decides that he's going to be the center bearer of CDC, no one opposes George Weah.
Okay, so wait.
So wait, you look at the institution on that one position.
No, it's not just, but it's the foundation of the
Oh,
institution.
so you
The
look at
reason
it
why
on that
people
one
listen,
position.
the reason why
But
people
then if
leave,
that's the case,
no, it's not. No, the reason why people leave institutions, the reason why people have problem with a particular individual, you're saying, well, just because you have a problem with a man, you don't mean you leave the party. It's because there's this mindset that the party is centered around this individual and not the party ideology. That's
okay,
the
so
point.
let me come back.
Again,
Let me come back
until
to
we
this.
change that, for instance, wait now, Siddiqui, wait now. You've been talking a lot. Let me get my point across real quick. You can't say that partisans of the party must go beyond an individual of the party with regards to the issues when the institution is centered around that individual. That's the problem in Liberian politics, is that our political parties are not centered around a particular idea, right? Driven by everyone within that party. It's centered around a particular person. And that person has certain thing, you call it an asset, that the party needs to grow. And that thing right now is popularity. The reason why Cummings has not won an election in Liberia is because he's not seen as a popular figure. It's not because he's incompetent. It's not because he has not been part of the war. It's not because he's a criminal. It's not. No, he checks the box when it comes to everything that we need, that we have been looking for. But when it comes to electability, right? When it comes to the Liberian people's ability to say, you know what? We want this man based on the fact that he has the best idea, the best vision for our country, and that he's made his own money. He's not coming to steal, blah, 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 blah. We will take this man. It's not that. It's not that. So you can't say when Tomalin said that the popularity issue was central, you can't say no, that's not what it is.
No, I'm not dismissing it.
The popularity of George Weah has proved to have elected and uplifted a lot of men today who are disgruntled against the party, the man and the party. For instance, we talk about Thomas Falah. Thomas Falah is one of those folks. Without George Weah, there will be no Thomas Falah without George Weah. There will be no Sir Joseph without George Weah. There will be no Garguah without George Weah. He single-handedly uplifted the hands of these individuals to become who they are today. But because they have issue with the person, because they have issue with the person, and not necessarily the party, because they have issue with the person and not necessarily the party, they have left the party. They have betrayed the party because they have issue with the person. If they did not have issue with George Weah, they will still be part of the party. So to your point, Siddiqui, you may not agree with the president on everything. And political institutions are not meant to be like that. You don't have to agree with everything, right? But you have to understand the institutionalization of why you are there. And so even if you have a problem with a person, you understand the reason why you both are within that institution to drive the ideas of that institution. So you cannot say the party is the most institutionalized party or the organization when you know very well that, again, the party is still centered around the person. Until we go to a convention where everyone says, I want to run. Siddiqui, you want to run. Tomalin, you want to run. Everyone else wants to run. They make their respective cases and let the parties decide who is best fit to be that standard bearer, or other than just single-handedly picking a person you have not institutionalized. That's the point that I'm making.
All right, let me come to you. First, I admit that for the man go.
See, man, listen to you talk. He listen to you.
So I admit that CDC is a work in progress. I'm not saying we are perfect. We are a perfect political institution. We do have our own challenges. We work towards progress. Now, I'm not dismissing that Weah is a very popular and likable guy. Like people love him. He has a significant sector of the population that do naturally, truly do love him. I'm not dismissing that. I'm saying to you, Tomalin, when we established CDC and selected and thought that George Weah should lead us, it was nothing about his popularity. It was not about his popularity.
It was about.
I disagree with you.
But you are not there.
What do you mean? I mean, but I disagree. But the reality there.
No. George Weah, we counted. It became a plus for him. When George Weah was scrutinized to lead us, it was more so about his value and what he brought on the table more than his popularity. His popularity was just now what I'm saying to you, if George Weah was if he was popular but wicked, if George Weah was popular and very involved with the warring faction, so let's say for example, he was the best Liberian football player, but he identified so much with the NPFL and caused harm for Liberian. You will never.
Don't put that comparison. The reality is that I think all the people got elected. So this is one almost the whole.
He was never. He was. I coming. His popularity provided a very huge aspect of it, but it was not what that led us to select him. No.
No.
It
wasn't like you were going around giving speeches.
Tomalin George. I can name you Manos George Weah. I can name you the 35 president. Go ask them. Whoever say, let us tell the man because he's so popular. Nobody ever knew that statement. Nobody said, let's take George Weah because he's popular. We said, let us take this man because we think he has the ability to reconcile the country. He can work with all of the factions. He can bring the Crown people and the Garguah people together. He can bring the Mandingo and this together. He can bring the Muslim and the Christian. He has built all of this. That was it.
See, that's not true.
That was it. But I'm telling you, I was in the room. Nobody said, oh, you know that man, he's the most popular Liberian football player, so you can't be in. No. We wanted something more than his football thing. If we don't want to, we have a football thing, we're going to keep it to.
You only say that. Play football. You only say that if you say prior to that, we are going around making speech and talking to people and so forth. No. Popularity. Why the United Nations again main ambassador for peace?
No, so exactly to the point you make. Yeah. So because we were never in the political circle with popularity, it means that we're not even. The Liberians were looking for somebody who could save the country. They were looking for somebody who could redeem the country. Somebody who could reconcile the people of the country. That's what people are looking for in 2005. They are looking for somebody who presents as president will call the Garguah men to relax, will call the Crown men to relax, will call the Mandingo men to relax, will call the Christian to relax, will call the person to relax, will call all the brothers. Okay, let's find out who. I was George Weah was finally elected. He did that because he was a popular football player. No. Contrary to the view that people say, oh, they were just bringing George Weah to news. No.
No, what about that?
You're looking for somebody who could unite the country. That was it. I personally, okay, well, maybe everybody else. I personally went on our table, supported George Weah in 2005 because I was looking for a Liberian citizen who could unite the country. As a Mandingo man, I was targeted for my tribe. A lot of my kinsmen were in exile. They wanted to come back home. And to come back home, they wanted a president who could reconcile.
But the issue was we
said... No, I was not looking at George Weah's popularity. I was looking at popularity. I love him because he was a football player. He was an IE man. Yes. But for me to choose him to lead the country, it was not because of being a football man.
No,
where's your football man? I didn't look at George Weah.
I said popularity.
No, I didn't look at George Weah as a football man or popular man. No, I saw him more than that. I saw him having the capacity to unite the country. As to whether he has effectively done that, that's a different issue we can discuss for another day. But the reason why I supported George Weah to be the one to lead Liberia at that time, around 2005, was because I was convinced that many people that George Weah came, he could relate to all of the different contradictions in the country. He could reconcile, because we all knew that George Weah did not come with all of the possession, the skills. If that is
I saw the unifying force, the popularity.
Yes, that's it. The unifying force. Somebody that can unite everybody else. So I'm saying to you again, if George Weah, even if you were popular as much as he was popular, if he was a man of contradiction as well, we're now going to select him with all his popularity. If, for example, George Weah was known to be a big Taylor supporter, Charles Taylor supporter, if you are going to be known to be a big child supporter with all his popularity, we're not going to take it. He separated himself from all those things. He didn't support war. He didn't support this. He said he took money. He took his money. He gave it to Liberia. We saw that humanitarian side of him. We're not looking at football side. We're looking at the side.
Yeah, because it was a popular.
But you are not
all the attributes.
But that's what I'm telling you. The man people saw the man to be someone who was humanitarian.
The popularity that led the charge. Probably led the charge.
I'm sorry? No.
Led the charge, my man.
No, his popularity was at other advantage, but those men and women who sat on the table, they look beyond popularity. They look beyond popularity, brother. They look beyond popularity. Jerome Vreda, Goo. So the people don't even know. So the people don't even play football. They don't even care about football. So the people, Ambassador Anderson, they were long time Congo Papede and Akima, they didn't care about football, baby. They were looking for somebody who the country could build around, who the country could circle around, who the country could go up to. You will just be in the middle and unite the country. That is why they were not looking for sophistication. Oh, I will Bay Road. They were looking for one man who said, gentlemen, my people, you're not going to power. Because he demonstrated that when he helped to disarm the warring faction kids, it also had as an advantage. So a football thing, yeah, it was a football thing was there.
It
was more than popularity. It was more than popularity, brother.
Man, I saw when post whenever post saw him, they want to rush the scene.
Now one day we were on campaign to say, oh, that's the most popular man. We always say to
you not say that.
The unifier, but we said what we believe. We said what we believe. We believe that the man could have unified the country. That's what's it. We felt he had a capacity to unify the country. I'm sorry?
You're the most popular Liberian. That's all.
No, not because of that. It was because of his character. It was because of the character he showed.
I don't want to embodies it, but
listen. So that poor Joe, we are another popular person, Salisa Diba. A character could never allow us to let he can lead us because but we are also not in the politics.
No, when we are going to push it, they put that.
No, I'm saying that Salisa could not. I'm saying to you, if Diba was not on the stage, and let's say politician just wanted a popular person, it could not have been Salisa because he would have been considered somebody not, you know, you are already a biased definition of him existed. We are popularities smooth in easily because we are came with other characteristics. One, we perceive we are at the time to be a man who was peaceful, a man who could unite everybody, a unifier, a man who was humble, a man who was a humanitarian. Those are the characteristics we looked at. And so whether we have made up to that as a different thing.
That was exactly about that.
Well, that's a problem. That's a problem with many of you. Y'all look at we are popularity. That's why maybe you just go. That's why you can disagree with because you're still a popular man. But for some of us, we look at for some of us, we held we are to some standards. So if he went contrary to those standards, we'll hold him account to it. That is why sometimes people things say, oh, I'm being this, I'm being that. No, I didn't just go beyond we are blind. I go we are because of certain things I expect of him. So if those things are not forthcoming, I would challenge him on those things. That's the issue right there. And for some of you, we suffer, we establish CDC. When you get fair today, you call, we are in pick up a fool. Oh, we are men, I live in CDC. We are start calling you now and texting you. We are texting, yeah, my brother, what's up? Then you come and with CDC. I can't operate like that. We are myself and go log out. We are like, he wants to speak to me for 100 years at business. We are get opportunity. He want to deny me of the opportunity at his business. But the fact that I funded CDC, it remains my
you sonny that you are denied opportunities.
But you know, but whether that's secret, don't make it low. But typically, you know that. Yet.
Were you denied opportunity? But did we have step on you?
Oh, but when we had a president, government, of course, then he step on you. So, but listen, but that was we are his government.
Were there opportunity for you to go into it? We had already stopped it.
My man, I wouldn't want to. I don't want to.
That's really. They don't relitigate the past, man.
No, I don't want to go in.
I'm not relitigate it. He's saying it.
What I'm saying, no, the point I'm making to you is that is not the basis that I draw I defined my relationship with CDC. So I'm saying to you, for example, some people that I know, they will be in city. They are very sound manner. They have ideas. They are visionary, but they kill the vision because when they and we are texting today and tomorrow he respond to a text, then they apply that to the institution. I'm saying no. If you join a party and you bring it to this length, you and everybody in the party will not be on bread and butter.
For some of the party or during direction, we say,
but they came not during direction. You achieve an other star. They take when you are other star, you leave.
No, nothing like that. They were during direction.
Pewee. I look at most of the people today. I see them jumping around. Hey, we love we are. If they just went to 1% of somebody think how to deal with we are and Sonny, I'm allowed to they will tell you like boy CDC. But you know what, Tomalin, you know why I'm sticking it up? Because I want to say to people, when you commit to an institution, you build it. I care about we are what we talk, we day in day, like business. He 1 minute party, 1 minute party. He made a decision, I made my decision. We there, we going. And I hear to Sonny, when he stands for the party cause, I give him a support. When he goes on the contrary, I deal with it.
Be your membership and spell you can be where you can answer.
My man, I get my man.
You see, man, I active because I on a different.
So, Seleke, what's the relationship between you and we are currently?
The truth is that we are a political leader of my party. I would think the only relationship that matters, is that we share the same political view. Also,
listen, I understand this, and we have to be clear in the political and as soon as
Mama, put your TV on. I can't be telling you dark man. What are you sitting down near we are? Yeah,
I'm not. Why you?
But put your TV on and look at my face.
Pewee in pajamas already.
but so the relationship between we and myself is very political. It's very cordial in terms of party. He's a member of the executive committee like myself. So we have that, and I think that is sufficient.
But the way you sunny as though there's something, the relationship is not good.
Exactly.
No. I wouldn't. In terms of whether we can go and dance together, whether we can go lecture, I don't think he owes me that or I owe him that. I think what is important is respect for each other, considering that we run a party.
Mary and I tell you exactly where he's standing. I see. Yeah.
Oh, wait, where I stand. You see the reason
so
many of you.
What I was suspecting, and everybody's saying it's true that it's not good.
Yeah. No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you, what we are or anybody.
Because listen, because you are saying to come on, you said that if you were having something you've been denied or things and all of this, so you said that we are denying you of some opportunity.
You want to you can't clean. You want to
don't say when you want to can't clean. I'm saying to you, Tomalin Jordan should not leave the party because I can't. No. I said Tomalin Jordan should not go to the party. We are texting them and say, good morning, Tomalin Jordan. When you say we are not answering anything tomorrow, saying citizen, I said,
I can't be on a platform.
If that is the case, then we're not build institution. Institution is built on the basis of commitment to the institution and not on the basis of the friendship with the person. So, for example,
when that clarion call was made in 2023, we made that clarion call.
You had a choice between Bwaga and we are.
And when we are, right?
You should be a citizen, man. You don't have to be fighting between choice.
No, but at that time we active.
Why you active for? Because they told you from the other achiever star.
Man,
you got it. Let me we are fighting and start. They told you from the other. You get there. I would be the institution. I would be the institution.
Come on, man.
They know the team will start. No, you are the team of protocol. Roger Nation was the team will start. They tell them from there. They get there. Roger went to Ure. They may well on the other side. No, you're not building institution. So I said that to say, Pewee. I said that to say, when you decide to build an institution, you have to ignore all those frictional things. Focus on the ultimate goal of the institution. The ultimate goal of CDC is one that should create transform the country. Along the way, there have been flaws, there have been mistakes. We get to what we imperfect. Eventually, we get.
That's what we say. I don't politics. They will say, they will all give up.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
I think that one
Siddiqui, I came on to again to just emphasize. You keep talking to Tomalin, how Tomalin left, got mad at we are. You are a committee. You are a committee. You sit on the table now.
Right? National bastion for the party.
Yeah, let's listen to the man now.
So you sit on the table. So as my friend, matter of fact, I will have some other conversation with you off the record. But you sit on the table now. I don't like when people say, this was the idea with regards to the party, right? And this idea was not implemented, and this is the reason why you guys lost an election. If anyone were,
I didn't say that.
No, not you. Sylvester said that. If anyone,
no, but then you got to go back. Talk to the one I say. Don't put it on.
I'm just saying in general.
Because you call me out.
I didn't say.
You said, Sylvester, you said that the idea of the party, the idea of the party, I'm not saying exactly what you said, but on the lines of the idea of the party, and part of the reason why the party did not sustain win the election was because they did not follow all of the ideas from the Genesis, and you compare them with the ANC from South Africa. But the point that I'm making is, if you guys were on the table and you guys were part of the government, part of the CDC, I think all of these ideas should have been used to strengthen the institution itself. So Siddiqui, if you continue to say Tomalin left because he was not happy with we are, the other person left because they were not happy with we are, even if it's true or not, right, Tomalin?
Yeah.
Until the party is institutionalized, and it's not, and the party is not seen, even though George Weah remains a very popular figure within the party, he remains a godfather of the party. But until the party is not seen as a George Weah party, until the party is not seen,
Raul, please note here that is clear. You associate with people, close to people that are very close in the party and close to Mr. Weah and other sort of the party. The party is not institutionalized.
Exactly.
But
it's not institutionalized party.
But you know why, right? You know why?
And that's part of the reason why we said a lot of mistakes came about.
Okay,
do you know the very Siddiqui that said the chairman of the party for a very long time, I think there was some recording that came out. Do you know that the chairman of the party and the Senate were not a good chairman for a very long time?
But you see, Robert. So are you saying to me?
So never, my brother, never.
Are you saying to me, Robert? Are you saying to me? Because we're in the institution and our chemistry, right? We're on a football team. Let me use that. And because you and I, after games or before game, off the football field, we can't hang out, we can't click, we can't meet. It means that when we come on a field of play, but I'm prepared to pass you the ball, make sure that you score the goal. Are you saying as a result that we're not a team?
Yeah, the difference is the team has a coach, and that coach is not appointed by any of the players. And if the coach sees that because you have an issue with a teammate, and so you're being selfish, that coach can unilaterally say, Siddiqui, I will replace you with another person. You have no control of that.
Okay,
the difference here is, I like the fact that you use that analogy. But the difference here is, if the party is seen as George Weah is the coach and a player at the same time, and he has the authority, just like George Weah was technical director and coach and player coach of the national team, he can make that sole decision who gets replaced and who removed. That becomes a problem. So what I'm saying is very simple. Let me lay on this note. Until the party is institutionalized and it's centered around the party's ideas, and everyone on the table, sees it as the CDC idea and not the George Weah idea and not the Siddiqui's idea or anyone else close to the president idea, you will always have people leaving the party not because they hate the party, not because they hate the party's ideas, not because they hate what the party stands for, but because of personal issues. And personal issue is with a particular person who is George Weah. But because the party stands on the backs of George Weah. People are saying without CDC, without George Weah, there's no CDC. The very people said without MPP, without Charles Taylor, there's no MPP. When Charles Taylor left, MPP became dead. They're not completely dead. They're not completely dead, but they again, they're not exploding.
Okay, so Robert,
Without Ellis Cummings, there's no ANC. Without Billington, there was no CP, there was no CMC. We need to change that mindset and institutionalize the party. You know how you start doing that? Go to convention, have preliminaries. Let people who are members of the party, as a young member of the party, I need to be able to come to the table and say, I have expressed my interest in running to secure the nomination of the CDC. Go to a convention. I need to debate George Weah respectfully. I can still love George Weah, but I have to debate him. Can that happen in any of our political institutions today? No.
Okay, so let me come in now. Let me come in. I do not argue that Weah is the most influential party member. He is. He has a lot of influence within the party. That is something you cannot argue. Like in any political party, at some point in the Democratic Party, the Clintons were the most influential. That is why Obama could not win the votes of the establishment. He won the vote of the ordinary Democrats. The establishment, many of them went to the Clintons. It happens everywhere.
Yes.
I come in, let me learn you.
No, the different.
He didn't kick your fight. We must say one.
But you're not do that to me.
You know, you're making orange. You're comparing orange and apple.
Because I'm making a turn to learn.
No, but it's the difference. At least they went. So to your point, why can CDC go to a convention and depend
wait for me now. I will answer your question.
Yeah,
I will answer your. But wait.
Obama still won the convention.
The point I'm making
you know why
to
Obama wants Sylvester? Because the people decided they will.
Exactly.
The point I'm making to you. A person having a lot of influence in a party does not take away the institutionalism of the party. Weah has a lot of influence. Let me give you on numerous occasions where, because he has, and also because he is an executive committee member, he enjoys the right to have a position on a matter. Because he has influence, he's able to add a lobby and use his influence to allow his position instead to go through. But I will give you where we are influence or decision or what he won't feel. For example, we are wanted Eugene Nagbe at the time to go on the party ticket as senator, the position of Geraldine Doe Sharif. The party went through a convention and denied him that. We are wanted a situation where I was not the one, and few other persons, including Modu, were not the one elected as executives of the party.
Can I interject for a second? Do you think a true political institution, in any case where a seat is being filled, in case of death or any incapacitation, right? Do you think that decision should be up to the hierarchy of the party, or should there be a preliminary? And I ask the question to again re-emphasize my point of political institutions, and this is not unique to CDC. I'm saying,
so let
right?
me
Let me answer you. No, you answer. I beg you, answer. In the case of Eugene Nagbe, all Eugene Nagbe could have done, the president or whoever in the party can still support their candidate. But at least the institution have what they should do when it comes to who decides who is the next candidate to go on the party ticket. And that is through a convention. If John Weah, for instance, as popular as he is, he remains one of the popular figures in Liberia. So do you think that anyone who came to CDC and says, I want to go to a convention, I want to have a preliminary and contest the party senate bearership against George Weah? We all know if the people decide to a convention, George Weah will still win. So the question is, why have we not gone to a convention and allowed the people to decide?
Wait for me. There's no law in CDC that bans anybody from contesting the senate bearership.
But you think anyone will contest?
Wait for me. Robert, if CDC says convention tomorrow, and you, Robert, say you want to be CDC stand-up bearer,
nobody can try it.
You will not be Robert. You will not be denied. You may not win, but you will not be denied.
But you're
for them to excommunicate you.
That's true. That's true. Somebody have announced that they will contest again we are before, and they were now excommunicated. Daniel Gayu announced and campaigned. Okay, so let me come back to other issue. We are, as an individual, reserve the right to use his influence on behalf of anybody.
But you have just said the city that you cornered yourself. You have said the general in the prayer. We are step on you for opportunity that came your way. As president, that was a different party. But let's see like that. But in a party, listen. And we have to make decisions in a government. But for example, the party decided that the tenure will be 7 years. That's not what we are wanted. But he was just a one man, and the 7 years stood.
And we are happy. Come on, man.
What?
Man, come on, man.
There's nothing in the CDC we don't want it was funny. Nothing.
Yeah, but what we will not do, we will use as influence. We will not circumvent the law. That's what I'm telling you. So now we are do, for example, we are with lobby. You will call the other person, my man. Here's my intro on the thing. It can happen everywhere. So if we are able to get 15% on his side, they will go through the process.
So, let me ask you this question.
Let me close on this. We are not sit down to a horse, for example. We are not sit down to a horse or go on the radio tomorrow morning and say Seleke Fofana is expelled from CDC. He will not. He does not have the authority. If we are want that to happen, for example, he may call the executive committee to lobby with them as individual members. Then they find a cause. They send me to.
He's not lobbying with them. He's instructing them.
No, not instructing. Not instructing. You know, not instructing. My man. I'm telling you, CDC is one of the most organized parties instructing. The CDC, we have to instruct our CDC of Tomalin, Jordan.
So then you see things that your own best friend Mama Molu came on recording. He said everything.
But Molu is a human being.
But you trying to beat everyone. Now you there's this situation that your secretary that you step on, and I'll try to push you.
What does that mean? It means that we are and myself. Let's say, for example,
that means you disagree with him a lot in the party. He suspects you disagree with him what he did that to you. Period.
But in government, we talk about in a party. Okay, so a vice chairman now.
Is that true? Is that true like disagree with you sometimes in the party that will lead to you being now dropping the central bank?
No, I'm not gonna go that, bro. I'm just saying to you.
Let me say this.
CDC love here. They will not
listen, now some people.
But in CDC executive committee meeting, we can sometimes find it hard to get to what he wants.
All I'm saying is, and I think
you believe it because he love the party.
Okay, Seleke, everyone else is saying. I think everyone else will agree. Everyone else will agree, and this is not unique to CDC. I continue to say that we need to come.
CDC better than all the other parties.
We need to come to a place where as a country, and this is a part of the reason why I'm not a member of any political party.
Right? CDC, man.
Okay, but all I'm saying is we need to create an environment where people who are member of the institution, number one, come to the party not because they like this person, not because this person from their own tribe, not because this person helped them. They should come to the party based on the party ideas, and that there's a shared core value there, right? That's what we're talking about. It's easier that way. That way, when Obama come, yeah, Jama Jala, don't matter, man.
Robert, let me ask you. Do you know? No, let me tell you this. Do you know that for you to be a senator on CDC ticket, when a 5,000 person got to vote for you in the primary, in CDC primary, do you know that?
Say that again.
Before you can become a citizen senator, let's say, for example, for Monserrado County, 25,000 person got to vote for you in a CDC primary. Do you know that?
I don't know that. Have you guys ever had a public primary for?
Yes.
Public?
Yes.
Where?
It's every citizen. Listen to me. For you to go on citizen ticket as a district, let's say a district representative, for a district representative, You gotta get 10,000 count district officials to vote for you. Do you know that?
Interesting. Interesting.
For you to be citizen state of Barra, for you to be citizen, so here's how it works. Citizen structure in Mosurado, the leadership city in Mosurado is 25,000 people. In Mosurado, those 25,000 people, because we will not be able to transfer all of them at a national convention, they will elect. I think 25. They will elect around 50 people that will go and represent them at the convention. You go to Grand Bassa. For you to be elected as a senator on citizen ticket from Grand Bassa County, more than 15,000 Bazoden in citizen primary must elect you. So what happens is, when citizens do the primary to go to the convention, we don't have the financial capacity to bring around 25 times 15 from each of the counties to bring all those people. So the 25,000 people of counties structure elect the county's official along with the district official of the county. So in a citizen setting, you will have more than 150 persons representing a county to vote for them. They will cast that ballot for you. So for example, recently, 2 years ago, I was elected as one of the vice chair. To secure that vote, I had to lobby. Against. Rabbi, just tell you that the convention lasted for 7 days. I had to lobby with close to 1,000 delegates from the counties. Then I had to lobby with the women leagues that had a delegate of 25. Yes, person. I had to lobby with the because you don't know this thing. I mean, I had to lobby with the youth league of 25 delegates. I had to lobby with the disabled wing of 25 executives that was led by the people from around the country. I had to lobby with another auxiliary group. So
what about Joe? Did you lobby with the president?
No,
not sure. He got one vote.
Bro, the men attend they let the men attend.
The men get one vote.
The men attend.
So let's say the men voted against me, right? Let's say you are going. Who cast one ballot?
They wanted to have
Baba, let me give you there for example. When I begin the first UN chairman, you know what happened? We are at the time favor one guy called Bugu Gilo. He passed now. We are favor Bugu Gilo. He didn't favor me as UN chairman. You understand me? What we have failed to recognize at the time was you are talking to people who were not delegates of the youth league. I focus on the youth league. Each county are bringing 15% at the time doing information in Grand Bassa County. So I focus on the delegates. We are ready for Bugu.
Today, I think he got elected national chairman.
Yeah, Boogie was a battle cry man. Everywhere we are, when he was saying, I will say. So we are, he became popular. We are. He was not going to meetings where we are. I was going to meeting where we are. I was disagreeing with him. So our becoming the youth league chairman was a challenge for him. He didn't like that. So we went at the convention. What we were doing, of course, you would not put it said it publicly. You would not come there. You were using CMA then to go, something, but they were not going to the delegate because they didn't know the youth league delegates. I dealt with the delegate. By the time we were in the hall, it was overwhelming. It was overwhelming. So the point I'm trying to make in short is, we are now a perfect organization. We're struggling here and there. But fundamental issues about convention, how we elect our leaders, those are now our decisions. We can't tell who must be this or who must be that. Initially, you know who we wanted to be citizen chairman at the time? Was Karika. We wanted Karika to have been citizen chairman.
At initial stage.
He wanted Karika, but convention said no, we will not take it. We took a Rachel Gould.
No.
And then later on, we were against Rachel Gould. He wanted somebody who said no, it would not be the person we took Bangali Ko. From there, we took Joshua Saki. The point I'm making to you, on the national scene, like representing citizen presidential thing, we stand behind him.
Okay.
We stand behind him exclusively. Internally, we will give our view and we are then will go and log our things.
So my closing is, because I got a lot of work to do. I got to finish. I don't want to be all
go ahead.
My closing is this, right? My closing is, we, this
CDC
generation.
to
And listen,
net,
I'm
CDC,
gonna continue. I'm gonna fight for this. I'm gonna continue to speak on this. Before I join any political party, why it is true that I've said that I would not play a passive role this time. I will make an endorsement, but I will be very clear that my endorsement is not my commitment to a party. It's a commitment to an idea at that time of the election, who I think at this moment
I didn't get no idea then.
should be the party.
how you say we
But
got no idea?
Party didn't get idea. They get
Kimberly John, you
we
didn't
need to
form
hey,
CDC idea?
man, Siddiqui,
it was an idea.
Siddiqui, wait now. So
Idea.
again, we need to come to a place where we need to come to a place where we are institutionalized, where people cannot say, without this person, there's no party. Without that person, there's no party. The last time we was talking about the strategy here when it comes to who CDC picks for VP. I'm sitting here thinking strategically beyond 2029, because there's this mindset that people really believe after George Weah is out of CDC, CDC is gone on the presidential level. So when you start thinking about the institution and how the party can continue in the longevity after 2029, after 35, you have to start thinking about, well, who is next? Who is next in the sense that they may not have the popularity.
So Robert, let me ask you a question.
They may not have.
I want to ask you a question. So let's say Weah is out of CDC now. He can't turn in double presidency. He wrong. The Bwaka is out. So you're saying to me that Unity Party, for example, they will bring Kun. That CDC is not able to lose and bring somebody the party will dismantle.
No, yes.
Is that what you're saying to me?
Perfect question. Here's what I'm saying to you.
What
I'm saying to you is I'm saying. Great. So you have people. You have people within the party, right? You have people within the party that I believe can take the torch. You have people that are in the party that I believe, if Joshua decides that he's no longer, he already served his second term, he can't run again. You have people within the party that can take that torch. But just because George Weah and a few partisans believe in that person may not be as liked as George Weah is liked by a lot. Please, by a lot of other people who may not necessarily subscribe to CDC idea. There are people who will vote for George Weah come 2029 because they just love George Weah. They're not members of CDC necessarily. They don't care about CDC idea. They just see this man, they admire him, they love him, so they will vote for him. So strategically now, you have to start positioning the party to start thinking beyond the likeness and the popularity of CDC, because after George Weah is gone, after Joseph Boakai is gone, I mean, popularity will still matter, but people minds will begin to switch. Alex Cummings can become president without George Weah. Alex Cummings can become president without Joseph Boakai. It's an open level playing field race.
You say you're president with all Weah?
No, I'm saying without George Weah in the picture, without Joseph Boakai in the picture.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
So for you to remain this relevant, there will still be a CDC. But after George Weah, if he wins 2029, and then based on the performance, people will start to think, listen, do we continue with CDC and Unity Party, or do we turn a new course? Right? Unity Party and CDC will have to make the case. Well, you know what? Our party have been here. Yes, you're giving up a governance on 2 terms, but we still believe we have the individuals, we have the vision within the party that can drive this country forward. You have to start, because the popularity advantage you currently have with George Weah will no longer be there. The popularity that Unity Party currently has with Joseph Boakai will no longer be there. You have Jeremiah Kun. Jeremiah Kun is not as popular as Joseph Boakai. Anyone else who the folks that you talk about, they will not be as popular. Now it will be about ideas and institutionalization. So again, you have to change the narrative where people don't think that without George Weah, there is no CDC. Unity Party have got to do the same thing. Without Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Bwaka, there is no Unity Party. CMC, even though they're new, will have to do the same thing. What if something happened to ability? Do they have the financial resources to continue to carry out these huge, expensive projects? Without ability, there's no CMC. We need institutions. So without these individuals, the party can still move forward. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so Robert, listen. You know, sometimes many of you who are now within the CDC, you tend to see
But
it.
I just I'm a citizen again.
But man, you citizen also, you citizen inclusive. Wait, but let me just say something. Robert.
Yeah.
Do you know that we are at the height of his popularity could not win an election in Liberia?
Yeah, because people are running against Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
Wait. Do you know? Okay, do you also know that we are at his height of his popularity again? Even while he was president, he lost an election.
He lost an election. He lost an election. That was a midterm election, and it was a.
So he lost an election to Joseph
but that was
Boakai.
expected. Even,
okay, so you know what it says?
Don't make that kind of comparison. No.
I come in and listen
even
to
the most
me.
popular man in America, the most likable man in America, also lost a midterm election.
Okay,
it was a referendum on the CDC.
So the point I'm trying to make to you,
and he wasn't on the ballot.
So wait, now the point I'm trying to make to you, CDC knows it is strategy more than popularity that gained them the election. Why do I say so? When we went to the first election with Madam Sirleaf, a lot of our approach in that election was based on Weah's capacity. We lost it. We took a weakling Torgbean and thought that Weah popularity as number 2 would have propelled us. We lost. When we decided that, look, let us add Weah popularity with strategy by bringing other political parties and form a coalition, we won. I make that point to tell you that we have come off the age to get things that are popularity. I said that to say to you, Robert, that CDC have lived for 20 years. CDC will not die because one individual leave or one individual come. Yes, if we had stepped out of the way, we will struggle with the level of popularity people who love him naturally bring to the party. Yes, that is undeniable. But do you also know, Pewee, that there are people who will say they can't count on CDC because of Weah? They like the party, but they will not count it because of Weah. Do you know that also? Just as there are people who say we're voting for CDC only because of Weah. There are some people who say, look, the party is a good party, but we're not count it because of Weah. So on all sides, you take Bwaka from the election, you take Weah from the election, CDC has the capacity to put somebody on the ticket if UP region to say we are going now. So CDC, all CDC members will say, okay, we're going back, we're going to sit down. And so when Jeremiah Gun can't, we'll just go behind Jeremiah Gun. How do you rationalize that? NDP or that like that, they didn't die. They can stay called small now. They telling our party that exists for 20 years actively produce president, produce speakers, produce senator, produce a government. So accounts great, all the men are sunny. They will just perish their ambition. So when Mo Ali becomes Unity Party representative, then CDC will say, oh, we died and we can't bring someone to contest it. People, you John CDC and say, let me be stand bearer. But the party will die. I beg you, yeah. But they're not dying nowhere. And that's why I'm saying people should not stay or leave the party because of a person. When you join a party, look at everything in it and be inside. Because we are all perishable. And it has proven. Political party, popular man, we was popular, we lost to Ellen. We are president, we lost to Joseph Boakai. So it means that it would take strategy. It would take building a coalition to win. One man can win it. So, Ben, Robert, I see you, man. Y'all just CDC die. CDC not dying, your brother. CDC will struggle. CDC will go through it, lay whatsoever. The time when, after the Weah era, it will take a different dimension. But of course, the party will live on. There will be men and women who will stand up and say, look, I want to be president on the party ticket. We have grown enough men to do that.
Yeah, but honestly, you're right about that. There are people and other things, but the party will just have to. There have to be some soul session moving forward. There's, so that things can. They got a lot of good people that were part of the funding of the party. They all left, so there's a way that you got to do things to bring them back. Also,
yeah. So most of them have left the party. Like I said, unfortunately, which I don't think that's a good reason. Most of them will leave because.
Why people will leave? Say it's not good reason.
My man.
Why you say that?
When I say not
reasons, people left for very legitimate.
Most of the people that lead the party, either at the end of the day. Now, I'm not talking about maybe Molu. I'm not talking about Farah, but most of the people like Tomalin joining because the main speed of me today, the main that, bro. Now you reason why you join party, main speed of me, man call me. I get time when
Molu left for legitimate reason.
Oh yes.
Or the other police, man.
Molu said, but Molu gave a reason. Molu said he wanted to go in civil society. He said it. But Pewee, I encourage you, brother. It's a time for you to declare, brother. If you join any party, come to CDC. Good night. Come to CDC.
No, man, I can't. No, I'm not joining no party right now. But I've said if this election was between Joey and Unity Party, I would support Joey.
Brother, I'm telling you, I've dealt with all the political party that get structure and institution at CDC.
No, I'm doing a meeting. When I get to Liberia, I will meet with Cummings. I'm meeting with the president. I've never met with him.
If Cummings will be president,
even though I've had opportunity to meet with him, but I will meet. I didn't want to meet with him while he was president. Now that he's not president, when I get to Liberia, I will meet with President Weah. I will meet with Cummings. And I will meet with the other guys.
I can tell you, do not join political party because of the political party leader. Don't do it.
But why would I do that?
That religion will not always be like that. Join party
I'm having a meeting because these guys. No, but I'm not joining a political party because of the political party leader. I've told you my endorsement come 2029 will not be me officially joining a party. I have not seen a party that aligns with my mindset when it comes to a political party. I don't want to join a political party to this election season, and then by the time next election season comes, I'm joining another political party. And then by the time the other election comes, I'm joining. No, I don't want that. I want to be part of an institution that I can help build, and I can be a part of based on the idea.
Okay, so what I'm going to do for you,
candidates will come and go, but the party remains.
Okay, I will share with you CDC Constitution. Some of our working so that you can use it as part of the evaluation. I will share it with you, and then you will see it from that point. But do not join political party because Mr. Day president or that person. No, join it on the basis of so that when you join it, you will not want to leave it because they president not do this, president not do that.
If that was the case, I would have because my best friend is almost a Joe Weah's son. You know that. And he knows my fundamental disagreement with the party. I've said it to him, and because I have privilege to make phone calls to some of the guys within the party, I have expressed to them my disappointment even before I go public.
But you have not even read anything about the party now, so
but I have not read the party's constitution.
You need to do that, but because you don't even know so we can go through convention or primary. You don't even know that.
I've seen the party operation. I've seen the party operation, but you know
that we can even go through convention. You know that.
So let me ask you a question. So Molu, so Molu is not a civilian no more. He's not. He left the party completely.
Molu is not. He resigned.
Okay, he resigned from his position. He resigned from the party too.
He resigned from the party as well. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, he left the party.
All right, guys. Good night.
If we make it a common bobby and be a full-fledged man, you get too much idea, bro. That lobby at 2029. Pewee, that fuck about it in there. That lead the whole 2029. We care. That lead 2029, Pewee. You're common bull. Don't waste your time with all the people common bull.
Okay, man. Okay. I agree.
Yeah.
Good night.
All right, good night.
Okay, let me end. Play.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across it, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, that road, B road, all kind of I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.